Chapter 451. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Great Hall. After walking a little further, Lily, Daphne, and I arrived in front of the Great Hall, and immediately we could see that next to the great doors of the hall, standing while looking around, was Astoria, who seemed to be waiting for her sister.
Torre.
Daphne called, walking over to her sister, who turned around as soon as she heard the older Greengrass voice.
Sorry for the delay. We were discussing something and lost track of time. Wait.
Torre asked, confused, before looking behind her sister, finally noticing my and Lily's presence.
Hi, Torre.
I greeted the younger girl with a wave of my hand. And Astoria seemed quite happy to see me, as I could see her eyes light up as she looked at me.
Ethan!
She exclaimed excitedly, quickly walking past her sister and over to me.
Huh?
Daphne looked at Torre in outrage and betrayal.
Why didn't you show all this happiness when you saw me? What are you doing here, Ethan?
Torre, who was standing in front of me, asked me, taking me out of my thoughts.
And why are you and my sister walking together?
Oh, it's just that the three of us had ancient runes class, and after class was over we decided to come to the Great Hall together.
I replied.
And as for what I'm doing here...
Torre laughed awkwardly, realizing she had asked a stupid question.
I was so excited to see you that I forgot it was lunchtime now.
I noticed.
I said amusedly.
But well, why don't we just go inside? I'm sure everyone here is starving.
Wait, you're going to have lunch at the Slytherin table with us.
Torre asked me in surprise.
Uh-huh.
I nodded, smiling at her. And hearing my confirmation, Torre's eyes lit up.
In that case, let's go.
She said, before grabbing my arm and starting to drag me into the Great Hall.
Hey, wait for me.
Lily said, before running to stand beside me. And Daphne, who stood alone in front of the doors of the Great Hall, frowned.
Huh?
She wondered. The heiress of the Greengrass house then shook her head, deciding to put that feeling aside before starting to follow us. And after that, the four of us entered the Great Hall, seeing that the place was already full of students from the 4 houses and the 3 schools. We then started heading towards the last table on the left side of the Great Hall, which was the Slytherin table. And as soon as I passed the Ravenclaw table, which was next to the Snakes table, Terry, who saw me coming, waved his hand at me.
Hey, Ethan!
He called out to me, but I just nodded to him and my other friends and kept walking.
Huh, where's Ethan going?
Anthony asked, looking at me in confusion as I walked away. Terry replied with a strange look as he lowered his hand.
Ethan is going to have lunch at the Slytherin table.
Sue repeated in surprise, before turning to look at me, who was already at the green and silver house table looking for a seat to sit.
Oh, I have to see that.
She said, strangely excited. However, no one commented on her excitement, as everyone was also interested in seeing what would happen next. And so all my Ravenclaw friends stopped talking and eating to look at the Slytherin table.
This is my first time at this table.
I commented after sitting down, ignoring the surprised and frowning looks from the Slytherins around me.
Really?
Torre asked me, tilting her head.
I always see you sitting at the other house's tables, so I thought you had sat at the Slytherin table before.
Well, I never had a reason to sit at the Slytherin table, since Lily was my only friend from this house, and she preferred to sit at the other tables.
I said, with Lily nodding to confirm my words. And I hid the fact that Theo was also my friend because there were a lot of Slytherins around us, and I knew that things would get complicated for him if his family, or rather, if his father found out that he was friends with a Muggle-born.
But well, that changed after I met and befriended a sweet and cheerful girl named Astoria.
I continued, smiling at the little blonde girl, who also smiled at me happily and shyly.
Oh, and then there's Daphne, who finally decided to put aside her jealousy of me and became my friend. I wasn't jealous of you.
Daphne protested as she frowned at me.
Daphne, you don't have to lie.
I said, looking at her magnanimously.
Have you forgiven me?
She repeated indignantly, no longer able to maintain her Ice Queen mask. And Tori and Lily, who were looking at Daphne's indignant and revolted expression, brought their hands to their mouths to try to stifle their laughter.
Hey, why are you laughing?
Daphne turned to the two girls.
He's lying. I wasn't jealous of him.
She defended herself. And realizing that she was still thinking about it, the girls laughed even harder, and even I joined in their laughter, which made Daphne snort in irritation. However, this fun and friendly atmosphere between us didn't last long, as someone appeared to interrupt us.
What's Knight doing here?
A sixth-year Slytherin boy who had just arrived asked. And that caused the girls and I to turn to him, only to see that he was looking at me with contempt and hostility. And his voice was not low, and so many Slytherins and even some Ravenclaws could hear him, which made the attention of these students turn to us. And when I heard this boy's question, I stopped, blinking for a moment. I then looked at this sixth year, before looking at my plate, then at him again, at my plate one last time, and then back at him.
Huh?
I looked at him like he was stupid.
Erg, I know you're eating, idiot.
He glared at me with a vein popping on his forehead.
What I want to know is, what are you doing at the Slytherin table?
Well, I'm here to have lunch and spend some time with my friends.
I replied with a shrug, gesturing to Daphne, Lily, and Tori, who nodded.
Friends.
The boy repeated, looking at the girls with his lips pursed in discontent and disdain.
Yes, friends.
I nodded before looking at this sixth grader with a raised eyebrow.
Why, do you have a problem with that?
And it seemed that my question had made this boy angry, as I could see a frown appear on his face as feelings of irritation, anger, and indignation rose within him.
Do I have a problem with that? Of course I.
But before he could continue with his probably not very polite response, a Slytherin boy with a short-shaved haircut who was already sitting down pulled him down.
Dude, are you crazy?
He hissed at the furious sixth year.
Have you forgotten who he is? Huh, what do you mean by that?
The sixth year asked irritably.
What do I mean? What I mean is that he's the fucking Ethan Knight.
The shaved-headed boy said, half panicked and half scared.
He's the Hogwarts champion, the one who defeated a fucking dragon in a humiliating way and still tamed it. The same one who bloodily and cruelly crushed those aquatic creatures in the second task.
And listening to the shaved-headed Slytherin, this sixth-year boy began to remember that I was no ordinary Muggle-born, and remembering everything I had done so far, he began to understand that I was not someone to be teased. And then this sixth year turned to me, and he could see that I continued to look at him with my arms crossed as I waited for his answer. And he noticed that my gaze was calm, but it was a cold, emotionless calm that made him uneasy and a little fearful, and he was sure he saw my eyes flash dangerously for an instant.
Tusk, forget it.
This sixth year clicked his tongue as he looked away, and I could feel his fear suppressing his anger. He then pulled his arm free from the shaved-headed boy's grip, before turning to leave, not wanting to be around me for even a second longer.
Are you leaving already? I was enjoying our conversation.
I said with a
Friendly.
smile which made the sixth year stumble on his feet. However, recovering quickly, this boy continued to walk without daring to look back, completely ignoring my sarcastic and mocking comment, going to sit at the other end of the table. And as soon as he left, I turned to look at Lily and the Greengrass sisters, who were watching our exchange in silence.
Girls, I think I made a new friend.
Chapter 452. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. At the Slytherin table. The girls and I continued to sit at the Slytherin table, and thankfully after that sixth year boy no one else tried to interrupt or disrupt our lunch. Of course, the Slytherins' scowling, angry, and contemptuous looks didn't disappear, but none of them had the courage to try to confront me or kick me out of their house table. And some Slytherins, those who were aware of how dangerous and chaotic I was, even decided to sit as far away from me as possible, and one of those Slytherins was Malfoy. He, like that sixth-year boy, had arrived late at the Great Hall for lunch, and when he saw me sitting at his house table he immediately stopped, staring at me with wide eyes. And all the Slytherins who saw Malfoy arriving thought he was going to cause a disturbance because I was at their table, since he was well known for his arrogance and hatred towards Muggleborns. However, contrary to what everyone expected, Malfoy didn't try to pick a fight with me. In fact, he just quickly turned around and began dragging his two bodyguards to sit at the end of the table. And while everyone was confused by that, I knew he did it because he was still afraid of me, and I had felt his panic rise as soon as he saw me. But leaving that aside, the girls and I continued talking while we ate, and at this moment Tori was telling us about what she had learned in the transfiguration class she had today. And while the youngest girl finished talking about the new spell she learned, I looked at the three girls with a thoughtful and curious look. And Lily apparently noticed this, because as soon as Tori finished speaking, she turned to me.
What's wrong, Ethan? Why do you have that thoughtful expression?
She asked me, looking at me with some concern. And her question snapped me out of my thoughts, making me blink before looking at her.
Huh,
I replied.
I noticed that.
Lily joked.
But what I really wanted to know was what you were thinking about.
And realizing that she would probably keep insisting until she found out what I was thinking, I decided to answer her correctly.
Actually, I was thinking about something I've always been curious to know, and it kind of involves you guys.
I said, which made Lily look at me with her head tilted.
Really? And what would that be?
She asked.
Well,
I began to answer, looking at the three girls who were watching me intently.
I've always been curious to know what it's like to be a Slytherin student.
And upon hearing this, Daphne, Lily, and Tori blinked in surprise and confusion, not imagining that this was what was on my mind.
What it's like to be a Slytherin student.
Daphne repeated.
Yes.
I nodded.
I wanted to know what it's like to be in your house, what your common room is like, what it's like to live with the other Slytherins, what you do for fun, and what your hobbies are.
And finally understanding what I meant and hearing my questions, the girls looked at each other, and I could see a strange expression appear on Daphne and Lily's faces.
Well,
Lily started to say, turning to me.
I think our house shouldn't be much different from the other houses.
Why do I feel like there's a but coming?
I commented, seeing the white-haired girl purse her lips.
Look, I really like being a Slytherin.
She said.
I agree.
Daphne chimed in.
In Slytherin, we are not as united as the other houses. To us, we are all just housemates and nothing more, and even those who say they are our friends or those who want to become our friends are only after the influence of our families. And sure, there are some exceptions, but they are rare, and it's very hard to know who really cares about you or who just wants someone powerful to lean on.
She explained, frowning. And when Daphne said that I could feel her frustration, sadness, and disappointment, and those same feelings were also coming from Lily, and to a lesser extent Tori.
Yes, and if it's not the fake friendships, it's our housemates always wanting to involve us in one of their boring conversations.
Lily continued with a sigh.
Boring conversations.
I asked. She nodded.
Whenever our housemates are together in the common room, they like to chat about politics, alliances, how important their families are, and the latest gossip from the castle.
Lily rolled her eyes. And hearing the last part, I blinked.
Wait, gossip.
Yes.
I nodded. I wanted to know what it's like to be in your house, what your common room is like, what it's like to live with the other Slytherins, what you do for fun, and what your hobbies are.
It may not seem like it, but almost all Slytherins like to gossip.
She then put a finger on her chin.
In fact, I would even say that the biggest gossips in school are in my house.
And ignoring the strangeness of this information, I snorted.
I'm sure Lavender and Parvati disagree with that.
And hearing this, Lily looked at me with a raised eyebrow, and I decided to explain.
Look, maybe you Slytherins are on par with Mandy and Morag from my house when it comes to gossiping, but I doubt there's anyone in the school more gossipy than those two Gryffindor girls.
I said.
Unfortunately, that's true. Brown and Paddle are the biggest gossips in school.
Daphne said with a slight grimace.
They both always have some new gossip to tell. Almost all the rumors that circulate around the school were spread by them, and they always seem to know about things that happen in the castle before anyone else. Are they really that amazing?
Torre asked Daphne, who nodded reluctantly.
Yes, and because of that many Slytherins agree and claim that the two of them are the gossip queens of Hogwarts, and some of them even offered them money to find out where and how they got their information.
She replied. And listening to her sister, Torre blinked in surprise, before looking at the Gryffindor table that was on the other side of the Great Hall, trying to catch a glimpse of the gossip queens. And the tables were far from each other, but that didn't stop Astoria from looking for Lavender and Parvati. And as she looked at the Gryffindor students, she saw two girls who looked about her sister's age whispering to each other as they looked around with predatory eyes. And Torre didn't know why, but she felt that those two girls were the gossiping couple we were talking about.
But well, getting back to the subject.
I began to say, bringing the girls' attention back to me.
It's still a little strange and surprising to know that while in your common room, you Slytherins act like a group of gossipy old ladies.
Actually, if you think about it logically, it makes sense that Slytherins like to gossip.
Daphne commented, and seeing me look at her with a raised eyebrow, she decided to explain.
For us Slytherins, information is power, and gossip is nothing more than a simpler and easier way of gathering information.
She said.
That actually makes sense.
I muttered, rubbing my chin.
But it's still a little funny to imagine the arrogant Slytherins, who consider themselves serious and composed, getting together to gossip like a group of gossipy old ladies or nosy neighbors.
That actually is a little funny.
Lily said with an amused smile, with Torre beside her chuckling lightly.
I have to agree with that.
Daphne snorted. And feeling the amusement of the three girls, I looked at them with an ironic look.
You know that in a way you are also part of this group of gossipy old ladies, right? Or do you prefer to be the nosy neighbors?
And hearing this, their laughter immediately ceased, and the three fair-haired girls then turned to me with grimaces on their faces.
What?
I asked innocently, but they could see the amusement in my eyes.
Listen, if you dare call me a gossipy old lady, or a nosy neighbor again, I will turn you into a pincushion.
Daphne threatened me.
But I didn't even call you.
I tried to say, but the Greengrass heiress stared at me with narrowed eyes, and I could see her hand reaching for her pocket where her wand was.
Okay.
I said, raising my hands in surrender.
Good.
Daphne nodded in satisfaction, which made me sweat.
Why do all the girls always have to solve their problems with violence?
Chapter 453. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Sometime later. After lunch was over, I spent some more time with the three Slytherin girls, and the four of us spent the afternoon break in the school library, which was a quiet place with few people, which meant we could talk peacefully without interruptions. And when the break was over, we had to split up, since the afternoon classes were going to start, and this time we would have different classes. And after I said goodbye to the girls, they went to their classes, with Daphne and Lily heading towards the greenhouses for an herbology class, while Astoria went to the history of magic classroom, a class she wasn't excited about taking. What about me? Well, at this moment I was on the third floor heading towards the charms classroom, and I was still a bit far from the classroom, but I could already feel the magic of my Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff friends in the classroom preparing for class.
There are 3 minutes left until class starts, and from what I can feel, Professor Flitwick hasn't arrived in the classroom yet.
I thought as I felt everything around me with my senses.
I still have time, and I know I won't be late for class, but just in case, I think I'd better take the shortcut that is in the secret passage of the Copper Knight.
And with a decision made, I continued walking, moving forward before turning left into a corridor. But as soon as I entered this corridor, I felt the magical signature of Barty Crouch Jr. a little further ahead coming towards me.
Damn, just the person I'm trying to avoid as much as possible.
I grimaced. Sometimes I would skip his Dada classes using the excuse that I was a champion and had to train for the Triwizard tournament, but since I still wanted to keep my grades up, I attended some classes. And in those classes, I was forced to endure Barty Jr.'s stares at me, having to ignore any discomfort I felt. And I thought that outside of the Dada classroom, I wouldn't have to worry about him any more than necessary, and I could then walk around the castle peacefully. However, it seemed like I wouldn't be able to avoid the crazy Death Eater completely, even though the castle was huge, with several floors full of corridors and rooms.
He must be going somewhere, so if I walk past him without trying to draw too much attention maybe, he'll just ignore me.
I thought, seeing the dark wizard with Moody's appearance appearing in the corridor a little further away. And then, with a sigh and hoping that fake Moody wouldn't notice it was me, I kept walking, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. And after a few more steps, I finally reached false Moody's side, but I just nodded slightly at him and walked forward, passing him.
Sigh,
I thought in relief, feeling my shoulders relax.
Mr. Knight.
But then fake Moody called me, ending all my hopes.
Damn, I celebrated too early.
I mentally cursed, stopping as soon as he called my name. And with my back to him, I began to wonder if I should turn around or if I should just ignore him and keep walking. However, I knew it would be very suspicious if I ignored his call, especially since he was a teacher and I had obviously heard him calling me. And realizing that I didn't really have much of a choice, I sighed, before turning to him with a forced smile on my face.
Good afternoon, Professor Moody.
I said. And now that I was facing the imposter, I realized that he was staring at me, and even his magical eye that normally rotated nonstop was fixed on me. And it made me completely uncomfortable, but I didn't let it show on my face.
How are you, son?
Fake Moody asked me, pulling me out of my thoughts.
I
replied.
Good.
He said, looking pleased.
You always need to remember to take care of your health, since you have many challenges ahead of you.
And when he said that, I looked at him cautiously, not knowing if he was talking about the Triwizard tournament or something else.
And speaking of challenges, have you started your training for the third task of the tournament yet?
He asked me, looking at me with a raised eyebrow.
Yes.
I replied slowly and carefully.
I have already started my training.
He nodded, and there was a glint of interest in his eyes.
What could be going on in his head?
I asked myself, a little worried. And without knowing my thoughts, false Moody continued to speak.
You know, if you ever need help training, or if you want me to teach you a few things I learned from my Auror days, you just have to ask.
He said.
Hi.
I blinked in surprise.
Are you offering to teach me privately?
Well, according to the tournament rules, teachers are forbidden from giving private lessons to the champions. But in that case, I would just be giving you some small tips.
Fake Moody smiled maliciously. I said, not quite knowing how to react to his sudden generosity.
Great, once you've made up your mind, you can come find me in my office.
He nodded. And he seemed very sure that I would accept his help, which made me purse my lips.
I'd rather ask Snape, or even Professor Trelawney for help.
I thought.
But well, I still have some 7th year's brats to teach, and I know you have class now, so I think we should end this conversation here.
He said, and I couldn't be happier to agree with him. And wanting to end this conversation and get away from him as quickly as possible, I nodded.
Oh yes, I have charms class now, and I don't want to be late and make Professor Flitwick angry.
Yeah, you don't want to see him angry.
Fake Moody snorted, and I could feel real fear coming from him. And it made me wonder if Barty Jr. faced Professor Flitwick in combat at some point before he was imprisoned in Azkaban.
Well, I'll be going then.
He said, bringing my attention back to him.
I'll await your response to my offer, and don't forget Mr. Knight.
And after saying that, the fake Moody then turned to leave. And as he walked away with his wooden leg hitting the ground making a metallic noise, I stared at his back. And I only stopped looking at him when he disappeared around the bend at the end of the corridor. And as soon as I felt that I was alone in the corridor, I relaxed, feeling all the tension and stress leave my body.
Man, that was really weird.
I said out loud. I couldn't understand why Barty Jr. was so fixated on me, especially because I'm a Muggle-born, someone he should hate and feel disgusted by. And now that he offered to help me train, my confusion only increased, and not just because it was strange that he was doing this when he was supposed to be a fanatical and prejudiced supremacist. The main reason for my confusion was the plan to bring the Dark Lord Voldemort back. To resurrect Voldemort, Harry needed to be teleported to the Little Hangleton graveyard, and for that to happen, he needed to touch the cup at the end of the maze. And that's why I would have understood if Barty Jr. had made this offer of help to Harry, since he needed the green-eyed boy to do very well in the tournament so that the plan to resurrect his master would work. Furthermore, everyone knew that I was the most powerful and strongest competitor in the tournament, and I also had the highest score among the champions, which would give me an advantage when the third task began. And Barty Jr. knew this, and so it didn't make sense for him to want to help me, since that would decrease Harry's chances of reaching the cup before me. And all this made me very confused, worried, and cautious, and I was sure that Barty Jr. was planning something, and I was even more sure that it would not be good for me.
What on earth is that crazy, chaotic head of yours up to, Barty Crouch Jr.?
Chapter 454. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the day's classes ended, I went straight to my room in the Ravenclaw dorms, and upon arriving in my room, the first thing I did was look for my cat. And I didn't have to look very far, because as soon as I entered my room, the first thing I saw was Nyx, who was lying on my bed. And the very intelligent black cat seemed to have just woken up from one of her many naps, as she let out a long yawn before looking at me.
Hey girl.
I said to her with a smile as I went to sit on the bed next to her.
Meow.
Nyx meowed, standing up and coming over to me. And when she came to my side, she started to rub her head on my arm, wanting me to pet her a little.
Looks like someone woke up a little needy today.
I joked, running my hand over her head and back lightly. And getting the attention she wanted, Nyx purred contentedly, which made me shake my head in amusement. We then stayed like that for a few more minutes, before I decided to focus on the reason why I was looking for her.
So Nyx,
I started to say, stopping petting her, which made the black-furred cat look at me.
do you remember when I gave you the mission to spy on Professor Moody, that old man with the scarred face and a wooden leg?
And hearing my question, Nyx nodded, before looking at me with her head tilted a little confused.
Meow.
Nyx meowed, standing up and coming over to me. And when she came to my side, she started to rub her head on my arm, wanting me to pet her a little. Looks like someone woke up a little needy today, I joked, running my hand over her head and back lightly. And getting the attention she wanted, Nyx purred contentedly, which made me shake my head in amusement. We then stayed like that for a few more minutes, before I decided to focus on the reason why I was looking for her. So Nyx, I started to say, stopping petting her, which made the black-furred cat look at me. Do you remember when I gave you the mission to spy on Professor Moody, that old man with the scarred face and a wooden leg? And hearing my question, Nyx nodded, before looking at me with her head tilted a little confused, meow. Why am I asking about this? Well, it's because I wanted to know if you found out anything about him, or if you saw him doing or saying anything strange when he was alone, I answered her question. And anyone who saw me talking to Nyx would think I was going crazy, but in fact I could understand what she meant by her meows, gestures, and sounds. And I could understand her even without my beast talk, because Nyx and I had a connection that allowed us to understand each other, and it helped that Nyx was a very intelligent and perceptive cat. Meow, Nyx meowed again, and I understood that she meant yes, she had discovered something.
Great!
I said, a little relieved to know that I wouldn't be in the dark anymore, and that now I would have some information about Barty Jr.
I just hope he says or shows something that can help me figure out what he's up to.
I thought. But shaking my head, I brought my focus back to the present moment, and turning to Nyx, I saw that she was looking at me with her feline eyes full of intelligence.
Listen, Nyx, now I'm going to use my beast talk on you, so just relax and try not to think too much.
I warned Nyx.
Meow.
And hearing what I said, Nyx meowed, as she nodded in understanding. And seeing this, I smiled satisfied, before raising my hand and placing it on her head. And with my hand on Nyx's head, I used my beast talk, opening a connection between her and me. And with the connection created, I began to feel Nyx's emotions and thoughts more deeply and in more detail. But I didn't want to know what she was feeling or thinking right now, and ignoring the information I was getting from the connection, I started searching Nyx's mind. And inside Nyx's mind, I searched her memories for the moments when she was spying on Barty Jr. And it wasn't too hard to find those memories, since Nyx herself, who knew how my abilities worked, was bringing those memories to the front of her mind so I could see them. And now that Nyx's memories were within my reach, I began to analyze them, with many images and sounds passing through my mind through the connection that existed between us. And in one of those memories, Nyx was hiding under a cabinet inside the Dada teacher's office, looking intently at Barty Jr., who was in his true appearance. And in this memory, through Nyx's eyes, I could see Barty pacing back and forth in front of his desk as he talked to himself, and he seemed very excited, almost in a manic joy. And I found that strange even for the crazy Death Eater. But then I saw him turn around and kick a large wooden trunk that was leaning against the wall, almost hidden. And seeing this, I realized then that Barty Jr. was not talking to himself. In fact, he was talking to the real Moody, who was trapped inside that trunk. And as soon as I realized this, I decided to pay more attention to this memory, focusing completely on Barty Jr. wanting to hear what he was saying.
It must be sad, old one-eyed man, being trapped in this trunk and knowing that there's nothing you can do to stop me from completing my mission.
Barty Jr. said, smiling arrogantly as he looked at the wooden trunk that was at his feet.
And besides being sad, this must also be quite frustrating.
Barty said, smiling maniacally and sadistically.
And in the end, when we have control of everything, we will rule the world and all, with my lord as the supreme master.
He proclaimed, and there was a look of fanatical adoration in his eyes as he spoke of Riddle. And watching this scene happen, I couldn't help but be a little in disbelief, pausing Nyx's memories for a moment. I can't believe it.
Did he really start monologuing like a fifth-rate villain?
I really didn't think Barty Jr. would start talking out loud about his plan to resurrect Voldemort or about his delusions of world domination, especially since he was inside a school that is completely controlled by the headmaster.
I guess I underestimated his arrogance.
I wondered with a sigh. But shaking my head, I decided to put Barty Jr.'s stupidity and recklessness aside, and then I went back to memory.
And you know, Mad-Eye,
Barty Jr. continued to speak.
none of this would be possible without you.
And anyone who heard him would hear the arrogance in his tone, but beyond the arrogance, he also had confidence.
But you know, I still can't believe that you, the legendary old bag of bones from the Ministry who is known for being so paranoid and suspicious, managed to be captured so easily by me.
And after saying this, a look of scorn and mockery appeared on his face.
But thinking about it, perhaps this happened because you are already too old.
And saying this, Barty Jr. put his hand in the pocket of his coat, and from there he took out some strands of gray hair. He then used his free hand to grab his hip flask that was in his other pocket, before opening it and throwing the hair inside it. And I could see a faint green smoke coming out from inside the hip flask, showing that Moody's hair had completely mixed with the polyjuice potion.
And all of this is thanks to you.
Barty Jr. scoffed, sitting down on the trunk as he looked at the hip flask in his hand.
But don't worry, you disfigured old man, this shame you must be feeling won't last long. Because when all this is over and I don't need you anymore, I will allow you to join my dear daddy.
He said, patting the trunk twice. The fanatical Death Eater then placed a finger on his chin, with a thoughtful look appearing on his face.
But before that, I'll need to remember where I buried him,
he muttered. And after finishing saying this, a sadistic and joyful smile began to appear on his lips, showing that he really was finding the situation amusing. And listening to the last sentence that Barty Jr. said, I stopped, immediately understanding its meaning.
Crouch Sr. is dead.
I thought, a little surprised.
He killed his father.
Chapter 455. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the revelation that Barty Jr. had killed his father, I continued to watch this memory, trying to see if he would say any more information that could be useful to me. However, Barty Jr. didn't say anything else and just got up from the trunk where he was sitting, and soon after I saw him drink some of the polyjuice potion that was in his hip flask. His appearance then began to change, and after a few moments he was standing in the middle of the office with his face and body exactly the same as Moody's. After Barty Jr. transformed into Moody, he put the hip flask back in his pocket. He then went to the office door, and after adjusting his magical eye and his coat, he left the room, and that was how this memory ended. But I knew that this was just one of the many memories that Nyx had from the days when she spied on Barty Jr., and so I continued to search her mind. And I searched through her memories, analyzing them all with efficiency and speed, but even after viewing more than 30 memories, I could not find any more information that would help me. Almost every time Nyx was watching Barty Jr., he just kept up the appearance of Moody, acting like the old paranoid ex-soror when someone was around. And when he was alone, he still acted like a normal Dada teacher, correcting students' homework or planning the next lessons. Sure, there were moments where he talked to Moody in the trunk, but it was mostly him mocking the old man while bragging about how he managed to kidnap him. And other times he would be muttering things to himself, but from what I could hear, they were just the ravings of a madman.
Sai, I wasn't expecting him to tell me all his plans, but at least I thought he would say or do something that would give me some clue about what he was planning.
I thought, leaving Nyx's memories and taking my hand off her head, thus canceling the connection.
Well, I couldn't figure out what Barty Jr. was planning or how he was going to involve me in this. But at least I figured out that now I won't have to worry about Crouch Sr. anymore.
And thinking about this, I leaned back against the headboard of my bed, with Nyx coming and laying on my lap as I petted her.
However, I'm still a little surprised by this information.
I frowned. From what I remembered, in canon the Crouch Sr. would have managed to get out of the Imperious Curse and would escape from the place where he was trapped. And after that, he would come to the castle grounds where all that confusion in the Forbidden Forest with Harry and Crumb would happen. And after that, his son would capture him again, and only then would Crouch Sr. be killed by him. But something must have changed, since the Death Eater decided to kill him sooner than expected.
Well, I won't think about it too much.
I thought with a sigh.
His death happening so soon is unexpected, but it's not that important.
I didn't feel any sadness over Crouch's death, as he was an arrogant and close-minded person who made many mistakes, and some of those mistakes even brought suffering to other people, with one of them being serious and consequently Harry. And besides, his death can also be considered karma, since he, who should have been fair and serious, took his own son out of prison illegally, and then this son ended up becoming his murderer.
Heh, they say karma is a bitch, but there's no denying that sometimes it's fair.
I snorted as I shook my head. A few days later. It was 2 p.m. on a Friday, and usually at this time I would be training, studying, or finishing one of my projects. But today I wasn't doing any of those things. Actually, at this moment I was in Professor McGonagall's office, sitting across from the feline woman while drinking tea and eating some cookies. The reason I was in Professor McGonagall's office was because she had sent me a letter at breakfast, and in this letter she invited me to have tea with her in the afternoon, saying that it had been some time since we had spent time together. And I even thought about declining this invitation, but when I read the last part of the letter, I realized that I had really been neglecting and ignoring Professor McGonagall this year. And so I decided I would take a little break to spend some time with my favorite teacher, who was almost like a grandmother. And now, at this moment, Professor McGonagall was telling me about the lessons she was teaching her 6th and 7th year students who were preparing for their newts. But even though I tried, I couldn't pay much attention to what she was saying because my mind was full of thoughts, something that had been happening quite frequently in the last few days.
Tusk, it's been almost a week, and I still haven't figured out Barty Jr.'s plan, which is definitely something evil and bad.
I thought, looking at the cup of tea I had in my hands with a frown.
Of course, I might just be being very paranoid, but my instincts are telling me he's up to something, and my senses never failed.
He seemed very interested in my training and whether I was ready for the third task. And if it were any other Hogwarts teacher, I wouldn't find it suspicious, even if it were Snape.
But in this case, I'm talking about an infiltrated Death Eater, who hates muggles and muggleborns with all his being.
And knowing this, several possibilities and scenarios crossed my mind.
Maybe he'll try to put me under the Imperious Curse like he did to Crumb in canon, and then he'll be able to use me to disrupt and attack the other champions, clearing Harry's path to the cup.
I mused. But then I shook my head.
No, that's probably not it.
I thought, dismissing that assumption.
Barty Jr. knows I'm quite resistant to the Imperious Curse, so he won't try that knowing how risky it is if it goes wrong. But even so, I think it's better for me to stay alert, since there's nothing stopping him from using another spell on me.
Then,
And besides, I also have to keep an eye on Fleur, since he might end up doing something to her.
I narrowed my eyes.
Ethan!
And I couldn't complete my thought because Professor McGonagall called me, practically shouting my name. And hearing her sudden shout, I jumped in my seat in fright, quickly turning to her.
How?
I looked at her in confusion.
Finally, I thought I would have to cast a spell on you to make you look at me.
Professor McGonagall said, looking at me with a frown. I said, rubbing the back of my head as I had an embarrassed expression on my face.
I was a little lost in my thoughts, so I didn't hear you calling me. I noticed,
She said with a snort. She then started looking at my face intently, and I looked at her confusedly without understanding what she was doing staring at me.
You know, Ethan, I noticed you seem a little stressed these past few days.
Professor McGonagall said, which made me blink.
Really?
I asked, touching my face.
Yes,
She nodded, pursing her lips.
and I wasn't the only one who noticed. Mrs. Flamel and even Phileas noticed it.
Professor McGonagall then leaned forward a little, so she could look at me more closely.
Does this have anything to do with the Triwizard Tournament?
She asked me. I could feel her concern. And feeling her care for me, I smiled slightly.
Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, I'm fine.
However, this answer didn't seem to convince her, as the worried look remained on her face.
Are you sure?
She continued asking.
You know you can always tell me if you're in trouble, right?
I know Minnie.
I said, calling her by the affectionate nickname she allowed only Seal and I to use.
But I'm really not having any problems with the tournament.
And hearing this, Professor McGonagall looked at me with narrowed eyes, trying to see from my expression if I was telling the truth. And after a few seconds of staring at me, she didn't find any sign that I was lying, and so she nodded. She said, but there was still a certain doubt in her tone. And realizing that she wouldn't insist on the subject any further, I sighed in relief.
I know she would do anything to help me if I was dealing with a problem, but Barty Jr. is a problem I can't involve her in.
Chapter 456. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Still in Professor McGonagall's office.
Well, Professor, how about we change the subject?
I suggested, wanting to talk about something lighter to make Professor McGonagall put her concern for me aside. And hearing this, Professor McGonagall looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
Oh, this time you're at least going to be paying attention to what I'm going to be saying.
She asked me.
Obviously.
I said indignantly, as if anything more than that was unacceptable. And Professor McGonagall just looked at me skeptically when I said that. I guess she really didn't like being ignored while she was talking all this time, I thought, sweating. I then nodded before clearing my throat.
So,
I started to say.
has anything interesting happened to you in the last few days?
I asked. And hearing my question, the feline woman stopped to think for a few seconds, placing a finger on her chin.
I can't think of anything that has happened recently.
She replied. She then looked at me, a glint of interest in her eyes.
What about you? Has anything interesting happened to you this week? Well, if you consider pranking Bagman as something interesting, then yes.
I said with a shrug. And Professor McGonagall looked at me with a strange expression when she heard this.
Are you seriously confessing to a teacher that you pranked a ministry employee?
She asked.
First, that ministry employee was Bagman, so he deserved the prank.
I said. And hearing this, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, but she couldn't say that I was wrong, since even someone like her felt a certain dislike for the fat little man.
And secondly, you're not going to turn me over to the authorities for this horrible, cruel crime of mine, right?
I asked with a playful smile.
I don't know about that.
Professor McGonagall said, but there was a small smile on her face. I then saw Professor McGonagall tilt her head, looking at me with a curious look.
But you know, Ethan, I thought that as the Hogwarts champion, you would have more to talk about your days at the castle.
She said.
Well, it may not seem like it, but being a champion didn't change much about my school days.
I said, and that wasn't a lie, as my days continued normally with me training, studying, and having fun with my friends. But then I stopped, remembering an event that happened this month that was very relevant and important, at least for me and the people involved.
Actually, something very interesting happened earlier this month.
I said, which caught Professor McGonagall's attention.
Really?
She looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
And what would that be?
She asked.
Well, on our last visit to Hogsmeade, Harry came to me with a request.
I started to say.
And that request was for me to train him, or more specifically, he asked me to teach him how to duel. Oh, really?
Professor McGonagall asked, a little surprised.
Yes.
I nodded.
And now at least 3 times a week Harry, Hermione, Ron, Fleur, and I meet in an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor, where I then train and teach them. Are you also training Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and even Miss Delacour? Professor, did you really think that Harry's 2 faithful friends wouldn't be with him in this training? Especially Hermione, who loves learning new things.
I looked at Professor McGonagall with an amused smile.
Well, putting it that way, it kind of makes sense.
She said with a wry look.
But what about Miss Delacour? She doesn't seem like someone who would be helpless in a fight, and from what I remember, Beauxbaton's school has dueling classes.
That's true.
I nodded.
But she thinks I can teach her more than your school can, and in all humility, she's right.
Oh, very humble indeed.
Professor McGonagall joked.
I know.
I said as I waved my hand cheekily, which made her snort.
But back to the training I'm giving them, it's harder and a little more painful than normal, but it's also much more effective.
And hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded.
I see.
She said. But after a few seconds she blinked, before turning to me.
Wait, painful.
She looked at me strangely. And feeling her gaze on me, I looked away, taking a sip of my tea.
Oh, this tea is very good.
I commented innocently.
Don't change the subject, Ethan.
Professor McGonagall glared at me with narrowed eyes.
What do you mean by painful?
But I pretended not to hear her question, looking at my cup with an analytical gaze.
Do you think Headmaster Dumbledore would agree to let the house elves sell this tea in the Muggle world? It would definitely be a hit. Ethan Knight.
Sometime later, I stayed in Professor McGonagall's office for another hour talking and spending time with her, and when we saw that it was getting late, we decided to end our afternoon tea. And after I said goodbye to Professor Animagus, I left her office, preparing to head to the room of requirement for some light training. But as soon as I took 2 steps away from her office, I came across Hermione, who was coming towards me with some books in her hands.
Hi, Ethan.
She said, stopping in front of me.
Hi, Hermione.
I greeted her, before looking at the books she was carrying with a raised eyebrow.
Are you stealing from the library again?
I joked.
No,
She rolled her eyes in amusement.
these books are mine, and I was taking them to Padma, who asked to borrow them.
Oh,
I nodded in understanding.
and you, where were you coming from?
Hermione asked me.
Oh, I was having tea with Professor McGonagall.
I replied, gesturing with my thumb behind me. And Hermione then looked behind me, seeing that we were next to the door to our transfiguration teacher's office.
I see.
She nodded. After that, Hermione looked back at me, and I noticed that she was staring at me with an analytical gaze. And I was going to ask why she was looking at me like that, but then the girl with thick hair approached me.
So, did you find out anything?
She asked me quietly.
If I find out anything,
I looked at her confused.
Yeah, about Night, the author of those Muggle books.
She explained. And hearing this, I blinked for a moment, before my eyes widened slightly in realization.
oh,
I had forgotten that I had promised her that I would make Professor McGonagall tell me Knight's secret identity, and I thought, mentally palming my forehead. And seeing me stay silent without answering her question, Hermione waved her free hand in front of my face, bringing my attention to her again.
Suo.
She said, looking at me with her eyes shining with expectation as she leaned her body towards me.
oh,
I said, pulling away from her a little.
Seriously.
She asked with a pout.
yes, sorry.
I said with an apologetic look.
Professor McGonagall doesn't talk much about her personal life or anything like that. And it may not seem like it, but she's someone who's really good at keeping secrets.
And hearing this, Hermione became disheartened.
Sigh.
She said, and I could feel her disappointment. And seeing this, I decided to try to cheer her up a little.
Look, don't worry. It might be hard to get her to reveal Knight's name right now, but if I keep insisting, I know she'll eventually tell me it.
I said, placing my hands on her shoulders.
You think so?
She looked at me uncertainly.
I'm sure.
I said, nodding confidently.
Well, in a way, she's already told me the author's name, since every time she says my name, she's literally saying his name too.
And unaware of my thoughts and the fact that I was kind of
deceiving.
Hermione glared at me. And feeling the conviction in my words, the studious girl began to feel her hopes return.
Okay, I'll trust you.
She said, more excited than before.
Great.
I said.
I just hope that, after she finds out the truth, she doesn't try to jinx me.
Chapter 457. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Next day. It was a Saturday afternoon after Nick and Penny's classes, and at this moment I was on the Hogwarts grounds outside the Beauxbatons carriage. And I was here because I was waiting for Fleur to finish getting ready, so that we could go together to the abandoned classroom where we held our training sessions. And I had been waiting for the French champion for at least 15 minutes, but I wasn't bothered by her delay and didn't even complain, since it was common knowledge that women took a long time to get ready.
Well, at least we still have some time before the training session is scheduled to start.
I thought, leaning against the side of the carriage as I looked at my atlas in clock mode. And luckily, I didn't have to wait much longer, as I could feel Fleur's magical signature coming out of the carriage and heading towards me. And looking to the side, I saw the beautiful blonde girl approaching me with calm steps while smiling.
I'm ready.
She said, standing in front of me with her hands behind her back. And seeing the glint of anticipation in her eyes as she looked at me, I realized she was waiting for me to say something about her outfit. I then looked Fleur up and down, seeing that she was wearing a gray gym t-shirt with a light blue tight jacket over it, dark blue leggings with a pink vertical stripe, and black running shoes. And anyone who saw her would say that she was ready to play some sport or go to the gym. And this entire set of clothes accentuated her beautiful and graceful figure. And even without her allure, I was sure that she would be able to capture the attention of any man or woman, and even I was finding it hard to look away from her. But with a little effort, I managed to resist the charm of the girl in front of me, and looking at her one last time, I nodded in satisfaction.
It seems you followed my recommendation about the clothes you should wear in training.
I commented.
Of course, these were recommendations from my dueling teacher.
Fleur joked, which made me snort in amusement. After that, Fleur continued to look at me, leaning her body forward a little as if she was waiting for me to say something else to her. And seeing this, I shook my head with a wry smile, knowing exactly what she wanted me to say.
Yes, Fleur, you look very beautiful.
I said, smiling at her. And upon hearing my compliment, Fleur's cheeks turned slightly pink.
Merci.
She thanked, smiling shyly but happily.
Heh, she was practically demanding that I compliment her, and now that I complimented her, she started acting shy.
I thought, looking at my Vila friend with an amused look. After that, Fleur and I decided to leave our conversation for another time, realizing that we had been standing next to the Beauxbatons' carriage for some time. And then we started heading towards the castle together, with me excited to teach my students a new lesson while Fleur was prepared for another hellish training session. Some minutes later, when Fleur and I arrived at the abandoned classroom on the 5th floor, we saw that the members of the Golden Trio were already inside waiting for us. And looking at them, I could see that they were doing some stretches, getting ready for today's lesson. And besides that, I also noticed that they were wearing sports and gym clothes just like Fleur, and I was pleased to see that everyone took my recommendations about wearing more comfortable and lightweight clothes seriously.
Good afternoon, my young Padawans.
I said loudly, getting their attention. And stopping stretching, the three turned to me.
Oh, good afternoon, Ethan.
Harry nodded at me, while Ron greeted me too.
You two are late.
Hermione said, crossing her arms as she stared at us with pursed lips.
What took you so long? We've been here for 30 minutes waiting for you.
She complained.
It wasn't us who arrived late. It was you three who arrived too early.
I replied, gesturing to a clock that was on the room wall. And looking at the clock on the wall for the first time since she arrived in the room, Hermione realized that Fleur and I had actually arrived exactly at the scheduled time for the session.
Oh.
She blurted out, belatedly realizing her mistake. Hermione then turned to me and Fleur with an embarrassed look.
Sorry.
She said, feeling stupid for trying to scold the two of us.
Don't worry.
I dismissed his apology with a nonchalant wave of my hand. And looking at Fleur, Hermione saw that the French girl nodded at my words while showing her a small smile. And seeing this, she was relieved that we weren't offended or upset with her. And not wanting to dwell on this somewhat embarrassing subject any longer, I decided to start our training session right away.
Well, since we're all here, let's get to the point.
I said, and my 4 temporary students nodded. I then walked to the front of the room, and stopping in front of my desk, I turned to the Golden Trio and the French champion, who were standing in front of me looking at me attentively.
Heh, they look like little soldiers standing like that next to each other.
I thought, amused.
So, Ethan,
Hermione began to say, taking me out of my thoughts.
what's today's training going to be?
She looked at me curiously, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. And hearing her question, a mysterious smile appeared on my lips.
Oh, today's training will be a little different than usual.
And when I finished saying that, the 4 teenagers looked at each other, and on their faces were looks of confusion and curiosity, with the Golden Trio also having worried looks. And they were confused because I suddenly and without warning decided that I was going to teach them something different. And this was strange because since our training sessions had begun, I had only taught them how to dodge, how to defend themselves, and a little about quick and silent spell casting. And the Golden Trio were also worried because most of the time when I told them they would like something, that something ended up being painful or scary for them. Ron commented with a grimace. And after saying that, he glanced at the iron balls and bats that were in the corner of the room, and there was a glint of fear and trauma in his eyes.
Don't worry, you won't be doing any dodging training today.
I said, rolling my eyes. And Ron, as soon as he heard that there would be no dodging training, immediately became happy and relieved.
No visits to Madame Pomfrey today.
He mentally cheered. And I didn't know what the red-haired boy was thinking, but I could feel his emotions of relief, an emotion that also came from the other 3 teenagers.
With them acting this way, other people might even think that my training is something bad.
I thought, looking at them dryly. But shaking my head, I decided to return to focusing on the main topic, which was today's training. And then I cleared my throat.
Well, getting back to the topic.
I began to say, bringing the attention of the two boys and two girls to me again.
The trainings you've already had have helped me figure out what you're good at and where you need to improve, but there's a limit to what you can show just by dodging enchanted objects, and that's why today's training will be different. In short, today's training will serve for you to show me how much you have learned from the last training sessions, and the best way to show that is in a fight.
And as soon as I said that, the Golden Trio and Fleur looked at me in surprise.
A fight?
Harry repeated.
Yes, today you will not be fighting inanimate objects like you have done so far.
I declared.
Who, Ethan?
Hermione called to me, raising her hand like a student in a classroom.
Well, in a way she is.
I thought, amused, turning my gaze back to the bushy-haired girl.
Yes, Hermione.
I gestured with my hand for her to continue. And seeing this, she lowered her hand before starting to speak.
If we are going to face a real opponent, then does that mean we will have to fight each other?
She asked, looking at her training companions.
Oh no, my dear studious student.
I said, which made Hermione tilt her head in confusion.
You are all actually going to fight the same opponent.
I smirked.
You!
The Golden Trio exclaimed as they stared at me with wide eyes, and even Fleur was a little surprised by this.
Yes, me.
I nodded, enjoying their shock and sense of panic. Damn, apparently I'm going to have to visit Madame Pomfrey today too. Chapter 458. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Well, now that you know what's going to happen in this training session, let's get ready.
I said, taking my wand out of its holster. And with a wave of my wand, I pushed all the things in the room to the corners of it, creating a large and free area in the middle of the room. I then pointed my wand at the floor and turned 360 degrees, and with me as the center, a red line began to appear around this area, creating a large circle that marked the limits of the ring where our fight would take place. And after finishing doing this, I looked around, satisfied with my little work. And now that I had prepared the place for the fight, I went to one side of the ring, keeping some distance from my opponents before turning to Fleur, Harry, Ron, and Hermione.
So, who's going to be the first to fight him?
Harry asked, looking at his three training companions with an apprehensive look. And hearing the question from the Gryffindor Golden Boy, Ron, Hermione, and Fleur began to look at each other, with the three of them having worried and restless expressions on their faces. And even after a few seconds passed, none of the four teenagers said anything, since no one wanted to sacrifice themselves, offer to be my first opponent. And feeling their fear and nervousness, I snorted, getting their attention.
Could you guys hurry up? We don't have all day.
I said, crossing my arms as I looked at them.
Sorry.
Harry apologized, rubbing the back of his neck. And seeing this, I rolled my eyes.
Seriously, I don't know why you guys are taking so long to prepare for a fight.
Well, we still haven't decided which one of us will be the first to fight you.
Fleur said, pursing her lips.
Huh, and who said you guys are going to fight me one by one?
I asked, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. And upon hearing this, the four teenagers stopped, looking at me in surprise.
What do you mean by that, Ethan?
Hermione asked me.
What I mean is that it won't be 4 one-on-one fights.
I replied, looking at them arrogantly. And this surprised them, who didn't expect me to put myself in a disadvantageous situation by challenging all of them at once.
That.
Ron looked at the others with an uncertain look.
I think so.
Harry replied, but he didn't seem very confident about it either.
Well, we'll only find that out after we face him.
Fleur said, taking her wand out of its holster and getting into a fighting stance. And seeing the Beauxbatons champion prepare for the fight, the members of the Golden Trio looked at each other. And they realized that Fleur was right and that they didn't have many options either, and so they also got into fighting stance, taking out their wands and pointing them at me. And looking at them and feeling their determination and focus, a wild smile appeared on my face.
Finally,
I said, I then positioned myself, standing to the side while holding my wand loosely, pointing it downwards. And with my free hand, I made a
Bring it!
gesture, challenging them and telling them to come at me. And that was the sign they were waiting for to start attacking me.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy!
And right from the start, Ron and Harry cast their spells at me, quickly taking the lead.
Pratigo!
And to defend myself from these two basic spells, I just made a light shield.
Flipendo, expulso.
Hermione exclaimed, showing off her skills by casting two spells in succession. And this time, instead of using a shield, I leaned a little to the side to dodge their expulso, and I caught her other spell on the tip of my wand, throwing it away. And I was a little surprised and pleased to see that Hermione started the fight by casting aggressive spells that would actually do damage to her opponent.
Oh, looks like someone here isn't joking around.
I commented, looking at her with a mischievous smile.
Well, I know my opponent can handle it.
Hermione said, not losing focus on me,
And besides, this is just the beginning.
and saying that she raised her wand, preparing to say another incantation. And while she was preparing herself, I looked at her calmly, and at the same time I was also attentive to Harry and Ron, who were going to start their second wave of attacks. The three members of the Golden Trio then cast their spells at me at the same time, and I didn't despair when I saw all these spells coming towards me. When Ron's repulsion spell reached me, I created a small shield to defend myself from it, before jumping to the side and ducking to dodge Hermione's water whip. And then I did a backflip, using my free hand to propel myself further back, dodging Harry's low-powered explosion spell, which hit the floor where I had been just moments ago.
Heh, looks like everyone is taking the fight seriously now.
I thought, looking at the cracked floor in front of me. And I couldn't think much about it, as I quickly had to create a shield on my right side, feeling a powerful spell coming towards me. And as soon as the purple beam from the spell hit my shield, it cracked a little, with me being pushed back by its impact. And as soon as I managed to stand firm on the floor again, I looked back, realizing that I was getting too close to the edge of the ring. And looking at the one who cast that spell on me, I saw Fleur with her wand pointed at me, and I could still see some sparks coming out of the tip of her wand.
Don't forget me.
Fleur said, glaring at me fiercely. And to defend myself from these two basic spells, I just made a light shield. Flipendo, expulso, Hermione exclaimed, showing off her skills by casting two spells in succession. And this time, instead of using a shield, I leaned a little to the side to dodge their expulso, and I caught her other spell on the tip of my wand, throwing it away. And I was a little surprised and pleased to see that Hermione started the fight by casting aggressive spells that would actually do damage to her opponent. Oh, looks like someone here isn't joking around, I commented, looking at her with a mischievous smile. Well, I know my opponent can handle it, Hermione said, not losing focus on me, and besides, this is just the beginning. And saying that she raised her wand, preparing to say another incantation. And while she was preparing herself, I looked at her calmly, and at the same time I was also attentive to Harry and Ron, who were going to start their second wave of attacks. The three members of the Golden Trio then cast their spells at me at the same time, and I didn't despair when I saw all these spells coming towards me. When Ron's repulsion spell reached me, I created a small shield to defend myself from it, before jumping to the side and ducking to dodge Hermione's water whip. And then I did a backflip, using my free hand to propel myself further back, dodging Harry's low-powered explosion spell, which hit the floor where I had been just moments ago. Heh, looks like everyone is taking the fight seriously now, I thought, looking at the cracked floor in front of me. And I couldn't think much about it, as I quickly had to create a shield on my right side, feeling a powerful spell coming towards me. And as soon as the purple beam from the spell hit my shield, it cracked a little, with me being pushed back by its impact. And as soon as I managed to stand firm on the floor again, I looked back, realizing that I was getting too close to the edge of the ring. And looking at the one who cast that spell on me, I saw Fleur with her wand pointed at me, and I could still see some sparks coming out of the tip of her wand. Don't forget me, Fleur said, glaring at me fiercely. Not even if I wanted to, my beautiful French girl, I said, smiling at her. But other than a slight pink tint to her cheeks, Fleur's expression didn't change, showing that she was truly focused on the fight. And without waiting for me to say anything else, Fleur continued to attack me, and seeing this, Hermione, Ron and Harry also joined her in the attack. And now the 2 witches and 2 wizards began to cast several sequences of offensive spells at me, not wanting to give me a chance to rest. And they might not have been in sync like a truly well-trained team, but they seemed to have a mutual understanding of each other's abilities, probably because of all the training they'd done together. And thanks to this understanding, they were able to coordinate some attacks against me, and the more time passed, the more I could see a harmony emerging between them, especially between the members of the Golden Trio, something that was not so unexpected. Pratigo, I said, protecting myself from a jet of fire cast by Ron, before creating another shield using the Reflecto spell to protect myself from a cutting spell cast by Hermione. And as soon as this spell hit my shield, it ricocheted, heading towards several ice fragments that Fleur had created and thrown towards me, destroying them. Harry then cast a Stupefy, followed by a Petrificus Totalis and Aqua Eructo, and I dodged the first 2 spells, before creating a shield with Reflecto to reflect the jet of water, hitting Ron, who was preparing to cast a second jet of fire at me.
The more time passes, the more confident and comfortable they become in this fight.
I realized, waving my wand and turning several birds that Hermione summoned with Avis into dust. And I also noticed that they were getting more creative in casting their spell sequences, using 2 or 3 spells at almost the same time to cause a bigger and stronger effect.
They're almost understanding the true essence of a fight.
I thought. I then had to summon one of the iron balls that was in the corner of the room to protect my face from Fleur's defindo.
Really, Fleur?
I looked at the blonde girl with a raised eyebrow.
What would you do if this pretty face was hurt?
I asked, pointing to my own face.
Oh, I'm sure the matron at your school would find a way to fix you up.
She replied cheekily.
I don't know, Fleur. I think if Madame Pomfrey was capable of fixing his face, she would have done it a long time ago.
Hermione said, taking the opportunity to mock me.
Uh-huh.
I laughed fakely, looking dryly at the book-loving girl.
I shouldn't have told them that they should mock their enemies during a fight.
Chapter 459. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Some time had passed and the fight still hadn't ended, and the 4 students who were against me hadn't stopped casting spells at me at any point. In fact, they seemed even more determined to defeat me than when the fight started. And I think that determination came because now they had hope that they could defeat me, seeing that I was just on the defensive while they were attacking me. But beyond that, I also noticed that while their attack became stronger, more aggressive and faster, their attention to their surroundings became weaker and more sloppy. And it seemed like their confidence and the fact that they were completely focused on attacking made them leave some of their defense aside, and seeing this, I frowned.
I know that keeping the enemy cornered with an aggressive attack is a good strategy, but they should already know that in a fight the most important thing is defense.
I thought, creating a wall of ice to defend myself from Ron's explosive spell. Of course, I could tell that they weren't completely oblivious to a possible counterattack from me, as they still had a certain amount of caution when approaching me. And that was good because they knew that in addition to fighting using magic, I was also very good at martial arts, and that if they didn't get close to me, I wouldn't be able to use physical strength to defeat them.
Well, another thing to teach them.
I mentally noted. And I had to get out of my thoughts because the Golden Trio decided to jointly cast the spell Ventus, which was a simple spell but became very powerful with the union of the 3. And seeing the rotating jet of wind coming towards me, I took a step forward, keeping my feet firmly on the floor while holding my wand with both hands in front of me vertically. The jet of wind then hit my wand, cutting it into 2 parts as it passed by my sides without hitting me. And I kept holding my wand while the Golden Trio kept pointing their wands at me, adding more force to the spell, trying to destabilize me and push me out of the ring. And to make the situation more difficult, Fleur also joined them, casting Ventus on me as well. And now the rotating jet of wind felt more like a hurricane, and I began to feel the pressure of this spell that slowly began to push me towards the edge of the ring.
Now I know how Avatar Ong's enemies felt fighting him.
I thought, looking back and seeing that my foot had almost reached the red line that marked the limit of the circle where we were. And realizing that they were actually close to winning the fight, I decided to stop playing around.
Okay, that's enough.
I thought, narrowing my eyes. And then with a little effort I began to walk forward, advancing against the powerful wind. And with every step I took, the 4 teenagers who were against me found it harder to maintain the spell. And I could feel it in the wind that started to get more volatile and out of control.
Guys, stay strong and keep casting the spell.
Hermione shouted to her companions, gripping her wand tightly.
I'm trying.
Ron replied, grunting with the effort he was making. And I didn't pay much attention to what they were saying, since I continued to advance towards them. And after a few more steps, I managed to get closer to them, being less than 6 meters away from them. I then began to gather my magic into the tip of my wand, which began to glow with a cyan light. And with each passing second, the intensity of this light increased. And when I felt that my spell was ready, I used wandless magic to create a simple shield that protected me from the wind jet for a moment. And in this short moment that I no longer had to worry about Fleur and the Golden Trio's spells, I raised my wand high, before kneeling down and tapping the tip of it on the floor. And as soon as my wand made contact with the floor, my spell activated, and a boom sounded before the floor shook, with a shockwave emerging with me as the center. And that shockwave was fast and strong, hitting the 4 teenagers and pushing them back, knocking them to the floor and making them cancel their spell.
Well, that was fun.
I commented, standing up as I looked around at the mess the room was in after my spell. I then turned my gaze to Fleur, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, seeing that they were lying on the floor a little disoriented. And luckily for them, I didn't put too much power into my spell, and so it didn't take long for them to start recovering.
Damn, we almost made it.
Ron grumbled, slowly standing up as he looked at me in frustration.
Yes, but he's very persistent.
Hermione pursed her lips.
Well, he's the one training us for a reason.
Fleur said, holding her arm with a pained expression.
Don't get discouraged, guys.
Harry started to say.
We managed to corner him once, so I'm sure we can do it again.
And saying that, the green-eyed boy looked at me determinedly, holding his wand tightly. And the other 3 who heard what he said felt their confidence and determination return, and nodding they turned to me, raising their wands preparing to start the fight again.
Good, good.
I nodded, looking at them in satisfaction.
You didn't give up easily, and I can feel your determination.
We will not give up, we will defeat you.
Fleur proclaimed.
Yes, and that's the conviction I want to see from you.
I said with a smile.
And you know, you're showing an incredible performance in this fight, and I can see how much you 4 have improved since the beginning of your training.
And upon hearing my praise, the 4 teenagers were happy. However, they were still alert and cautious as they looked at me, knowing that I might just be saying this to make them lower their guard. And seeing this, I again nodded in satisfaction.
However,
I continued, getting their attention again.
this is still a fight, and that's why I hope you've realized something very important.
And they looked at me in confusion, not knowing what I was talking about. And seeing their confusion, I decided to explain.
Since the beginning of this fight, I only responded to your attacks by defending myself and dodging your spells. And I did that because I wanted to see how good you guys were at being the ones attacking.
And upon hearing this, Fleur and the Golden Trio blinked, and remembering everything that had happened in the fight so far, they realized that I hadn't really attacked them at any point and that I was just defending myself.
But it's time for that to change.
I continued to say.
Now, I'm not just going to defend myself.
I smiled dangerously. And as soon as those words left my mouth, the 4 teenagers immediately froze. And then they began to feel a terrifying and wild aura coming from me, and my smile made them tense and nervous.
We're screwed,
Was the only thing they could think. And without giving them time to try to think of a strategy, I began my offensive.
Defindo petrificus totalis, ebublio.
I said, casting a sequence of spells at Harry. And then quickly after I cast a confringo on Fleur, before casting a defindo and an immobilis on Ron. And when they saw the attacks coming in their direction, the four teenagers came out of their frozen states, with Fleur creating a shield to protect herself while Harry and Ron dodged the spells I cast at them. And Hermione, who hadn't been attacked by me, took advantage of this moment to try to cast a spell on me.
Incar seghu, ghhi.
And before she could even finish saying the incantation of her spell, I cast the Langlock spell on her, making her tongue lock onto the roof of her mouth.
Incendio.
I heard Fleur exclaim, and turning I saw a fireball coming towards me.
Glacius.
And before the fireball got too close to me, I froze it. I then looked at the Vila, noticing her fierce and defiant gaze.
Didn't anyone ever tell you that if you play with fire you might get burned, Fleur?
I smiled mischievously at her. And the blonde girl was confused when I said that, but then she saw me pointing my wand at her.
Incendio tria.
I said, and from my wand a fireball bigger and hotter than Fleur's headed towards her. And upon seeing the large ball of fire heading towards her, Fleur blinked in surprise, but the heat from the spell's flames snapped her out of her stupor, and she quickly jumped to the side, throwing herself to the floor and narrowly avoiding being hit by my spell.
Come on guys, I thought you would last longer.
I said, mocking my precious students.
You guys aren't going to give up now that things are getting interesting, are you?
I asked as I smiled, looking at Fleur who was getting up from the floor, at Harry and Ron who were staring at me intently, and at Hermione who had managed to free herself from my spell. And hearing my mockery angered them, and I could see on all their faces their fighting spirit being rekindled, along with the desire to win this fight.
Heh, now the real fight is about to begin.
Chapter 460. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Just as I expected, Fleur, Ron, Harry, and Hermione didn't give up the fight, and together they started attacking me again, not wanting to remain on the defensive. And I also continued to attack them, casting spells in sequence quickly and effectively without giving them time to rest. And they noticed that I wasn't the least bit tired after spending so much time defending myself from their spells, and on top of that they also noticed that I seemed excited and relaxed about the fight. And that made them realize the difference that existed between our magical abilities, and that even if the four of them were fighting together against me, they didn't pose much of a danger to me.
Man, now I understand more than ever why people say he's a monster.
Ron grumbled with a grimace, casting a petrificus totalis at me.
Well, I expected nothing less from the guy who defeated a dragon in a one-on-one fight.
Hermione said, ducking to avoid being hit by a rock I threw at her.
Guys, less talking and more spells.
Fleur said, creating a shield to protect her and Harry from an incendio I cast.
If I were you, I would listen to the French girl over there.
I said with a mocking smile as I looked at them. And then I had to step to the side, dodging a stupefy that Fleur threw at me.
Defindo flipendo duo.
I attacked the Beauxbatons champion, making her dodge to the side. And I didn't continue my attack because I could feel magic being gathered on my left side, and turning around I saw Hermione casting a stupefy at me. And I protected myself by creating a shield before quickly counterattacking.
Oscosi.
I cast the spell on Hermione, sealing her mouth before she could say any spell again. And touching her face, the thick-haired girl realized that her lips and mouth were gone.
Elmhu.
And I couldn't understand what Hermione was saying, but judging by her angry and frowning look, she probably didn't like my spell. And taking advantage of the fact that Hermione was practically unarmed, I launched a weak bombarda, hitting the floor in front of her, forcing the studious girl to cover her face and jump back to avoid being hit by the debris from the explosion. And I quickly followed up by casting an aguamenti on the floor, before freezing the water, creating a thin layer of ice that Hermione stepped on, causing her to fall. And seeing their friend lying on the floor, Harry and Ron came to her rescue, attacking me so that I would focus my attention on them. And I dodged their spells before pointing my wand at them and saying,
Lumos Maxima.
causing a powerful light to come out of the tip of my wand, blinding both boys. I then raised my wand to attack the two disoriented boys, but Fleur, who was close to them, attacked me, forcing me to dodge to the side. And looking at her, I saw that even though she was next to the boys, she wasn't blinded by my spell. And I realized that she managed to shield her eyes before I cast the light spell.
Well, at least one of them started reacting to the spells.
Incantations rather than the spells themselves, I thought, looking at Fleur in satisfaction. And I expected that after a few more fights, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would also start paying attention to the incantations of the spells their opponents were saying. And I considered this important in a fight because if you already know what spell your opponent is going to cast, then it will be easier for you to defend yourself from it or cast a counterspell. Of course, not every opponent they face in the future will say the incantations, as most will likely know how to cast the spells silently. But this was still an important lesson to learn, and I knew that at some point it might come in handy. And now many of you must be wondering why I was saying the incantations of the spells out loud during the fight, when I could cast them silently. And the answer to that question was that I was actually doing it on purpose, because I wanted them to hear me and know what spell I was casting beforehand so that they could then defend themselves correctly. And the reason I was doing that was because I wanted to make the fight a little fairer for them. I knew that my skills were superior to theirs, and I could easily defeat them if I tried. However, this would teach them nothing and would only make them frustrated with themselves, and an easy and humiliating defeat might even discourage them to the point where they would lose interest in learning to fight. And for these reasons, I had decided before the fight began that I would not use all of my skills against them, and that meant that I wouldn't use my silent casting, my wandless magic, and I wouldn't even enhance my physical and magical abilities. And I wouldn't even use the spells I created against them, since not only were they more powerful than normal, they were also spells unknown to the four teenagers, which would make it even harder for them to defend themselves against the spells.
Well, Fleur knows some of these spells, since she saw me using them against the Death Eaters that night at camp after the Quidditch World Cup final.
I thought, looking at the villa in front of me intently.
Expelliarmus, miss.
She said, attacking me again.
Confringo de pulsa.
Pratigo.
I protected myself from her spells. And then I summoned with a Keo, one of the tables that was in the corner of the room, and threw it at Fleur, who used Bombarda to destroy it.
Petrificus totalis.
She cast on me. And I caught this spell with the tip of my wand and threw it away, and then I had to dodge a spell cast from behind me.
That was a dirty trick, Ethan.
Ron said with a frown, approaching Fleur with his wand pointed at me as he used his free hand to rub his left eye, which was still a little blind.
Well, welcome to a real fight.
I shrugged before starting to attack Ron and Fleur. And while I fought against the two, Harry went to Hermione, who was running her hand over where her mouth should be with a frustrated look.
Finite.
Harry cast at her, canceling my spell and allowing her to speak again.
Thank you.
She thanked her boyfriend.
You're welcome.
He nodded, and then the two turned to the fight that was happening near them. And they saw me smiling excitedly as I cast spell after spell at Ron and Fleur, cornering them and giving them no chance to fight back.
You know, that smile of his is starting to annoy me,
Harry said with Hermione beside him nodding. And the two then decided to join the fight to help their companions.
Bombarda.
Harry exclaimed, pointing his wand at me. And seeing the spell coming towards me, I summoned a wooden plate in front of me. And when Harry's spell hit the wooden board, it exploded into hundreds of pieces, but it managed to protect me from his spell. After that, I waved my wand, transfiguring these pieces of wood into several sharp crystals that I threw at Fleur, who had to cancel the spell she was going to cast on me to create a shield to protect herself.
Lord ask.
Hermione began to say, raising her wand high.
Quietus.
And I cast a spell on her, interrupting her incantation and preventing any sound from coming out of her mouth.
What's wrong, Hermione? Why are you so quiet today?
I asked, looking at her with a mocking smile. And hearing my mockery, the thick-haired girl looked at me with an irritated frown. And Harry, who was near her, was quick to cast finite on her to cancel my spell again.
This is starting to get on my nerves.
She grumbled, feeling her patience wearing thin after being silenced for the third time.
Is that all the students of the great and incredible Gryffindor have to offer?
I asked, looking at the golden trio with an expression of disdain.
You know, maybe I should get some Slytherin students to help you out.
And I said that for no other reason than to irritate the golden trio. And it seemed to work, as the three lions immediately began attacking me with more ferocity, angered both by my mocking them and by my indirectly saying that Malfoy was better than them.
Hot-headed Gryffindors.
I huffed, defending myself from their attacks. And then I used the tip of my wand to deflect the bone-breaking spell that Harry cast at me.
Seriously, Harry, a bone-breaking spell.
I looked at the boy who lived with a raised eyebrow.
You always say that in a fight, we should use all the spells we know,
He said before casting another offensive spell at me.
And they say that the Gryffindor golden boy can't be cruel.
I huffed, dodging to the side. But even being the target of so many dangerous spells, I could only feel proud when I saw that Harry wasn't holding back and was being more aggressive.
They grow up so fast.
I thought. And then I summoned a marble slab and threw it at Harry, before casting a repulso aimed at his foot. And the Gryffindor boy managed to dodge the first attack and was almost hit by the second, but his messy dodge made him lose his balance. And then I flicked my wand upwards, causing a small pillar of stone to rise from the floor and hit his cheek, making him fall on his ass.
but he still has a lot to learn.
Chapter 461. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The fight continued, and I never stopped casting spells at my opponents. And they didn't sit idle either, defending themselves and attacking me with almost as much ferocity as I did, showing that they weren't going to give up easily.
Verdimillious Tria.
I said, causing powerful green sparks to shoot out from the tip of my wand and head towards Ron, before turning and casting an electrical spell at Fleur. I then turned to Hermione, summoning a chair to shield me from her cutting spell, before pointing my wand at her and casting the Langlock spell on her again. And seeing the spell coming towards her, she leaned to the side, dodging it.
Not again, Ethan.
She said, looking at me with a smug expression. But her celebration came too soon, because right after that I cast an Accio at her shoe, summoning it and making her stumble forward. And taking advantage of the moment when she was trying to regain her balance, I cast Silencio on her, and the spell was so fast that it caught her off guard. And after being hit by my spell, Hermione tried to say something, but she realized that again no sound came out of her mouth.
Arg, how many spells like that does he know?
She asked herself, looking at me completely irritated. And if looks could kill, I was sure that the death glare Hermione was giving me would have sent me straight to my third life. And I confess that now I was doing it just to irritate her, and because I was finding her reactions very funny.
Well, she can consider this motivation to learn how to cast silent spells faster.
I thought, smiling in amusement as I watched Harry cast finite on her again.
Well, it's time to end this fight.
I thought, with a glow appearing in my eyes. I then stopped holding back against my four opponents, starting to attack them with more ferocity and power.
Depulso stupefy expelliarmus.
I cast at them, and they realized that it was getting harder and harder to dodge and defend against my spells. And waving my wand, I created several ice needles, which I began to throw at them while casting other spells. And my endless attack began to limit their area, causing them to regroup to try to defend against my spells together.
Ignis flammeum.
And shaking my wand horizontally, I released a large wave of fire, which advanced towards my opponents.
Pratigue.
Fleur said, using enough magic to create a barrier large enough to protect them all. However, that wasn't enough to stop my attack, and the golden trio moved forward to help her.
Aguamenti.
They exclaimed, and 3 great jets of water shot out from the 3 Gryffindors' wands. And when the water made contact with the flames of my spell, a curtain of steam appeared, and that was exactly what I wanted. I then pulled my wand back, and all the steam in the room began to be sucked to my wand, gathering at the tip of it. And in a short time, all the steam was sucked up, condensing into a small ball of steam at the tip of my wand. And now that my vision was no longer obstructed by the steam, I looked at the four teenagers in front of me, and I noticed that they were also looking at me, with tense and worried looks waiting for my next attack.
Heh, let's see how you guys like being attacked by this spell.
I commented, smiling slightly at them. And before they could even comprehend the meaning of my sentence, I pointed my wand forward.
Ventus!
I said. And then a big and powerful jet of wind, which was even denser because of the steam, rushed towards them. And seeing my spell heading towards them, Fleur, Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately used the strongest defensive spells they knew, protecting themselves from what could only be described as a powerful gale.
Damn it, how can his Ventus be more powerful than the one the four of us cast together?
Harry thought, feeling that my spell was pushing him and his fighting companions back. And I kept up my spell for some time, pressing them harder and harder as I pushed them to the edge of the ring near the red line.
I guess that's enough.
I thought, seeing that I had managed to corner them and feeling that they were starting to give in. I then waved my wand again, canceling my spell. And after that I turned to my precious students. I noticed that they were all breathing heavily as they leaned on their knees. And I had also noticed that during the fight they were getting slower and weaker, losing strength because of exhaustion, both magical and physical and mental. And feeling that the fight was coming to an end, I decided to go for the grand finale.
Vibrare!
I pointed my wand at the floor, causing it to begin vibrating. And the tremors left Fleur and the Gryffindor trio disorientated, with them finding it difficult to stay on their feet. And it was at that moment that I canceled the spell, and while they were recovering, I pointed my wand at them.
Serpensortia!
I exclaimed, putting a lot of power into my spell. And then, from the tip of my wand came a large figure, which fell heavily to the floor, causing a slight crash. And looking at this figure, everyone realized that it was actually a long, thick snake, with its skin being black and brown with some shades of yellow and green. This snake was a python of a species native to South and Southeast Asia, and after it fell to the floor it shook its head, a little disoriented at having been summoned so suddenly. And as soon as the snake recovered, it looked forward, and its yellow eyes immediately locked onto Hermione, who was staring at it frozen. The large 5-meter python then began to crawl towards the Gryffindor girl, hissing menacingly at her with a predatory look. And upon seeing the snake advancing towards her, Hermione came out of her paralyzed state. And even though she was frightened by the appearance of the large snake and the fact that she had become its target, the girl with thick hair managed to raise her wand, preparing to cast a spell to banish the python. But before she could even say the incantation of the spell, Harry took a step forward, standing in front of his girlfriend in a defensive manner.
And stop, and
He commanded, and I noticed that his voice came out differently than usual, more sibilant and slow. And as soon as those words left Harry's mouth, the snake stopped, obeying his command as it quickly looked at the green-eyed boy.
And a speaker and.
The python exclaimed in a feminine voice, raising its head in surprise. And Fleur, Ron, and Hermione, who saw this scene happen, immediately stopped moving in shock. And after a few seconds, they slowly turned their wide eyes to Harry, who seemed completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the room. And without paying attention to the looks he was receiving, Harry continued talking to the snake, with me being the only one who understood what they were saying.
And Madam Snake, could you please not attack us, and
Harry asked the snake.
not attack you, and
The python repeated, hissing as it tilted its head to the side.
yes, and
He replied,
and we were in the middle of a fight, and the boy behind you summoned you. However, we don't want to hurt you, so if possible, could you not attack us as well, and
hearing Harry's explanation, the snake turned to look at the one who had summoned it, and when it looked at me, I simply looked at it back.
and was this boy the one who brought me here, and
The python asked, feeling a strange sensation coming from me.
And yes, it was him and…
Harry nodded before an idea came to his mind, making his eyes shine.
And oh, how about instead of attacking us, you attack him? After all, he was the one who brought you here against your will and…
He suggested. And having heard their conversation, I raised an eyebrow, surprised, or rather, impressed to see that Harry was trying to use this situation to gain an advantage in the fight against me.
And attack him and…
The snake repeated slowly, still looking at me. And noticing that the big python was looking at me, I narrowed my eyes at it, intimidating it and daring it to attack me. And my gaze was enough to make the snake back away, and I could feel its fear and caution.
And
The snake said, and there was a nervous tone in its voice. And upon hearing this, Harry blinked.
And he
asked, looking at the large and scary python with a strange look. And the snake just nodded, moving away from me a little. Man, even animals are afraid of him, Harry thought, sweating. The green-eyed boy then shook his head.
And a hum.
He offered. And hearing the boy who lives offer, the python turned to him, tilting its head to the side in thought.
And whom all right and…
The large snake said in a hiss, accepting the deal.
And great and…
Harry said, nodding in satisfaction. And after the human and the animal came to an agreement, Harry turned to the other people in the room.
Okay guys, she won't try to attack us anymore.
He said, proud of his work. But no one said anything in response, and after a while Harry noticed that everyone was strangely quiet. And it was at that moment that Harry decided to take a good look at his friends. And looking at them, the boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead saw that his best friend, his girlfriend, and his fellow champion were looking at him completely paralyzed, with their eyes wide in shock.
Why are you all staring at me like that?
Chapter 462. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Everyone was in shocked silence after seeing Harry talking to a snake, but the question from the boy with glasses was what took everyone out of their stunned state, and soon after the confusion began.
Harry mate, what the hell was that?
Ron exclaimed, wanting to get closer to his friend, but too afraid of the large snake that was still standing near him.
Huh, what are you talking about?
Harry asked blankly.
he's talking about you being able to speak Forchelang, la langue des serpents.
Fleur replied, so astonished that she began speaking in French.
Forge what?
Harry blinked in confusion.
I think she meant parcel tongue.
Hermione explained.
Parcel.
Harry repeated.
Yes, parcel tongue.
Hermione nodded, looking calmly at her boyfriend. She then began to approach him, completely ignoring the python beside him that was looking at her with its head tilted, hissing lightly. And arriving in front of Harry, she placed her hands on his shoulders.
And that said,
She asked, losing her calm demeanor and practically shouting as she shook him. And her outburst was so sudden that it caught the black-haired, green-eyed boy off guard, making him jump in fright.
I don't know.
Harry replied quickly, feeling nervous under Hermione's hysterical gaze.
and actually, I don't even know what this parcel tongue thing, or whatever it's called is.
Damn Harry, of all the abilities you could have, why did you have to have the ability to talk to snakes?
Ron said, not paying much attention to what Harry had said because he was still panicking.
We can't let the other students, or the Daily Prophet find out about this.
Hermione said, letting go of Harry's shoulders as she began to pace back and forth with a worried and distressed look. And Fleur, who was still looking at Harry in surprise, stopped when she heard what Ron and Hermione were saying, and blinking, she turned to look at them confused, realizing that they seemed to be panicked, scared, and anxious.
Huh, why do you guys look so worried?
Fleur asked, looking strangely at the two members of the Golden Trio.
What do you mean because?
Hermione asked back, stopping walking as she looked at Fleur with a frown.
Well, I just don't understand why you guys are acting like you're worried about him being a parselmouth.
Fleur replied.
Well, we look worried because we really are worried.
Ron said with a grimace.
But why?
The blonde girl continued asking, even more confused.
Why? Because Parseltongue is a dark ability, and everyone who has this ability is considered evil and bad.
And saying that, Ron turned to look at his friend with a worried and apprehensive look.
Really?
The Vila blinked in surprise.
Yes.
Hermione nodded, before looking at Fleur with a strange expression.
Wait, why do you look so surprised by this? Well, it's just that in France the ability to speak Forchalang, or parcel tongue, as you seem to call this magical ability, is something very rare and unique.
Fleur began to answer.
And because it's such a special ability, everyone considers it something incredible, and many wizards and witches would be very happy if they could have it. Huh, French wizards wish they could talk to snakes.
Yes.
Hermione nodded, before looking at Fleur with a strange expression. Wait, why do you look so surprised by this? Well, it's just that in France the ability to speak Forchalang, or parcel tongue as you seem to call this magical ability, is something very rare and unique, Fleur began to answer. And because it's such a special ability, everyone considers it something incredible, and many wizards and witches would be very happy if they could have it. Huh, French wizards wish they could talk to snakes? Hermione asked, looking at the Vila in surprise. Yes, Fleur nodded.
But I think here in Britain you think otherwise, judging by your reactions and what you said about it being a dark ability.
She said slowly.
Do you think?
Ron snorted, and there was a look of disgust on his face, and I could feel his revulsion, fear, and dislike of parcel tongue. And it seemed like he was going to say something else, but before he could open his mouth, Harry spoke, interrupting the conversation between the three teenagers.
Hey,
Harry said loudly, getting everyone's attention.
could someone here tell me what the hell this parcel tongue thing is?
He asked, looking at everyone with a frown. And hearing his question, Fleur, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other, not knowing what to say to the green-eyed boy. Fleur, after seeing Ron and Hermione's reactions, realized that parcel tongue was a sensitive subject and almost taboo in the United Kingdom, and so she knew that she would not be the right person to explain this ability to Harry. And Ron and Hermione didn't know how to tell their friend about his newly discovered ability, which was known to belong to very evil dark wizards. And looking at the four teenagers in an impasse, I shook my head, but if anyone looked at me, they would notice that there was a calculating and satisfied glint in my gaze.
All according to plan,
I thought, turning today's training into a fight against Fleur and the Golden Trio, prolonging the fight to exhaust them and then corner them, and summoning a snake when they were off guard was all part of my plan. And all of this was planned so that the green-eyed boy would reveal his ability to talk to snakes, using parcel tongue to stop the great python's attack. And it was ironic to think that it was Harry himself who had created the opportunity I had been waiting for when he asked me to train him. And ever since that day, I had been thinking about using one of the training sessions to force him to reveal that he was a parselmouth. And today I decided to follow through with my plan, and I couldn't deny that after seeing everything work out, I felt very satisfied, as if I were a master manipulator.
so this is how Headmaster Dumbledore feels.
I wondered, hiding my smirk. But shaking my head, I decided to join the conversation, knowing that at this point some things needed to be explained to Harry, and only I could do that.
Parcel tongue is the magical language of snakes, and those who can speak it are known as parselmouths.
I began, catching the attention of the four teenagers as I walked up to them. Hermione nodded, before looking at Fleur with a strange expression. Wait, why do you look so surprised by this? Well, it's just that in France the ability to speak Forchalang, or parcel tongue as you seem to call this magical ability, is something very rare and unique, Fleur began to answer. And because it's such a special ability, everyone considers it something incredible, and many wizards and witches would be very happy if they could have it. Huh, French wizards wish they could talk to snakes? Hermione asked, looking at the Vila in surprise. Yes, Fleur nodded, but I think here in Britain you think otherwise, judging by your reactions and what you said about it being a dark ability, she said slowly. Do you think? Ron snorted, and there was a look of disgust on his face, and I could feel his revulsion, fear, and dislike of parcel tongue. And it seemed like he was going to say something else, but before he could open his mouth, Harry spoke, interrupting the conversation between the three teenagers. Hey, Harry said loudly, getting everyone's attention. Could someone here tell me what the hell this parcel tongue thing is? He asked, looking at everyone with a frown. And hearing his question, Fleur, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other, not knowing what to say to the green-eyed boy. Fleur, after seeing Ron and Hermione's reactions, realized that Parseltongue was a sensitive subject and almost taboo in the United Kingdom, and so she knew that she would not be the right person to explain this ability to Harry. And Ron and Hermione didn't know how to tell their friend about his newly discovered ability, which was known to belong to very evil dark wizards. And looking at the four teenagers in an impasse, I shook my head, but if anyone looked at me, they would notice that there was a calculating and satisfied glint in my gaze. All according to plan, I thought. Turning today's training into a fight against Fleur and the Golden Trio, prolonging the fight to exhaust them and then corner them, and summoning a snake when they were off guard was all part of my plan. And all of this was planned so that the green-eyed boy would reveal his ability to talk to snakes, using Parseltongue to stop the Great Python's attack. And it was ironic to think that it was Harry himself who had created the opportunity I had been waiting for when he asked me to train him. And ever since that day, I had been thinking about using one of the training sessions to force him to reveal that he was a Parselmouth. And today I decided to follow through with my plan, and I couldn't deny that after seeing everything work out, I felt very satisfied, as if I were a master manipulator. So this is how Headmaster Dumbledore feels, I wondered, hiding my smirk. But shaking my head, I decided to join the conversation, knowing that at this point some things needed to be explained to Harry, and only I could do that. Parseltongue is the magical language of snakes, and those who can speak it are known as Parselmouths, I began, catching the attention of the four teenagers as I walked up to them. Parselmouth, Harry repeated, tilting his head in confusion. Yes, I nodded.
And in a way, Parseltongue is a magical language like Mermish and Gobbledegook, the languages of the merpeople and goblins. But if this language is similar to these two, why is it considered dark?
Harry asked with a grimace.
Well, first I want you to understand that Parseltongue really is a magical language, like the goblin and merpeople languages. But there is a difference between these languages.
I began to explain, not wanting Harry to confuse things.
And that difference is that Mermish and Gobbledegook are languages of magical creatures, while Parseltongue is a hereditary ability that only awakens in wizards and witches.
I concluded.
Huh?
Harry nodded slowly, not really understanding what I was saying, which made me roll my eyes.
Harry, Mermish, and Gobbledegook are languages like French and English, and Parseltongue is an ability like Tonks Metamorphmagus.
I explained in a simpler way.
Ooh!
And I could see Harry's eyes widen slightly in understanding. And seeing this, I resisted the urge to palm my forehead.
Man, sometimes he's as smart as Hermione, but other times he can be as slow and clueless as Ron.
I thought. But with a sigh, I stopped thinking about the workings of Harry's neurons, deciding to return to my answer.
Well, since you already know the difference between these languages, I would like to remind you that Parseltongue is considered a dark ability only in the United Kingdom, as you may have noticed from Fleur's explanation.
I said, gesturing to Fleur, who nodded.
And there is actually a plausible reason for that, and it is because of the last known Parselmouths. Last known Parselmouths, who were they?
Harry asked curiously. He then looked at his friends, wondering if they knew who the people I was talking about were. But as soon as he looked at Ron and Hermione, they both looked away, looking down with frowns, which confused and worried the green-eyed boy.
Huh, why do they look so worried?
He wondered before looking at me again, waiting for me to answer his question.
Well,
I began to reply.
One of them is someone who is very famous and well-known in the UK, and even idolized, and he is also a person of great importance at Hogwarts.
And saying that, I looked at Harry, waiting to see if he would realize who I was talking about. And the boy who lived looked at me with a raised eyebrow, and in his mind, the names and images of several famous wizards began to flash through his mind.
A very famous wizard in the United Kingdom, who is of great importance at Hogwarts.
He repeated in his mind, at the same time thinking about the things we had told him about Parseltongue, an inherited magical ability that allows a person to speak to snakes.
Wait a minute.
He blinked, feeling everything connect.
Famous.
And in the next instant, an image of a serious and dangerous man with a long white beard wearing a green and black cloak began to form in his mind. And as soon as all the pieces fell into place and the image became completely clear, Harry turned to me with wide eyes.
Salazar Slytherin.
He said aloud, completely shocked and surprised.
He was a parcel myth.
Chapter 463. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Harry stared at me open-mouthed, completely shocked to discover that he shared the same gift as the infamous founder of Slytherin House. And if before he was a little worried about having an ability that everyone considered dark, now he was completely distressed. And the reason for his bad feelings about this new information was obvious. Slytherin was the rival house of Gryffindor, the house he belonged to, and since he discovered the wizarding world, all he heard people say about Slytherin was that it was a place for all the evil people and dark wizards in training. And after 4 years at Hogwarts, he realized for himself that most of the students in that house were racist bigots, bullies, and spoiled idiots. And this made him realize that these students really had a high chance of becoming dark wizards, just like their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents who were also Slytherins. But of course, he knew there were good Slytherins, like Lily and his Aunt Andy, but they were one of the few exceptions that proved the rule. But the students, both current and former, and the bad rumors that circulated about Slytherin House weren't really what had Harry worried. Actually, what really made him feel bad was that there were rumors that Voldemort, the maniacal and cruel wizard who murdered his parents and made his life miserable, also came from this house. And now, because of an ability he only discovered he had today, a connection between the mad Dark Lord and him was created, which made him sick. And I could feel the poor boy's anxiety and distress, but I didn't know what he was thinking or that I was about to make his discomfort even worse.
Yes, Harry, Salazar Slytherin was a parcel myth.
I said, nodding as I confirmed Harry's fears.
And not just him, but also Herpo the Foul, an ingenious and evil Greek dark wizard, and I'm sure you've heard of him.
And hearing this, Harry stopped to think for a moment, remembering hearing Ron talk about this dark wizard when the red-haired boy showed him his collection of chocolate frog cards. And he also remembered reading about it in one of the books in the Grimmauld Place library, and also in a book he had taken from the Hogwarts library when he was doing research for his defense against the dark arts homework.
I've read about him, but I don't remember much other than the fact that he was a dark wizard.
Harry said. And hearing this, I nodded, before deciding to enlighten my Gryffindor friend's mind and expand his knowledge about dark wizards, explaining to him who Herpo the Foul was.
Herpo is a famous wizard in the United Kingdom, but not on the same level as Salazar Slytherin for obvious reasons.
I began to say, catching the attention of not only Harry but the other 3 teenagers.
However, his importance and impact on dark magic was far greater than any other wizard or witch you can think of.
Really?
Harry blinked in surprise.
Yes.
I nodded.
He is the one who created most of the dark magic we know today. And by magic I mean he created curses, dark items, and even deadly and dangerous magical creatures. And besides, he lived for many years, and in that time he spread terror, panic, and death throughout ancient Greece and the surrounding lands. And some books even say that he almost destroyed the city of Athens in one of his attacks, cruelly killing more than 1,000 people.
I concluded. And hearing this, Harry, Fleur, Ron, and Hermione looked at me equally horrified and impressed, understanding only now the level of danger that Herpo the Foul represented. And these were normal feelings to feel when thinking about Herpo, who managed to combine his cruelty and evil with his creativity and intelligence to create so much dark magic that was complex and dangerous.
He's basically a fusion of Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin.
I thought knowing this was more creepy than funny. And I couldn't think about it much, as I was pulled out of my thoughts by Harry.
So it's only because of Salazar Slytherin and Herpo the Fowl that Parseltongue is considered a dark skill.
He asked me.
Well, pretty much yes.
I nodded.
I see.
He said, frowning as he looked down.
So everyone considers this ability evil because of two old dark wizards who existed over 1,000 years ago. That's so stupid.
Harry thought.
And besides being stupid, this also doesn't make any sense.
And for Harry, it really didn't make sense for people to think that an ability and the person who had it was dark just because bad people also had that gift. And this was coming from the boy who hated practically everything to do with Slytherin. And even though he didn't like Salazar Slytherin, Harry knew that the founder of the House of Snakes was idolized by practically 1/4 of the population of the United Kingdom. And because of this idolatry, it would make more sense if people considered Parseltongue an incredible and special ability like in France, since it referred to a founder of the greatest wizarding school in the world. And besides, Harry also thought that Herpo the Fowl being a Parselmouth shouldn't influence the opinion of people in the United Kingdom about this ability, especially since he wasn't even British. And thinking about this, Harry began to realize that it probably wasn't because of just two people that Parseltongue and Parselmouths began to be considered bad. And reaching this conclusion, he raised his head to look at me.
Ethan, was there by any chance any other dark wizard besides Slytherin and Herpo who was also a Parselmouth?
He asked. And upon hearing his question, I blinked.
Huh, why are you asking that?
I asked.
Well, I just think that just two dark wizards aren't enough to make an entire society consider an ability evil and dark.
He began to say with a grimace.
And that is why I wanted to know if there was any other dark wizard or witch Parselmouth almost as famous as Slytherin and Herpo, and if he or she is also part of the reason why Parseltongue is considered a dark skill.
He finished his answer. And listening to his completely logical explanation, I was totally surprised, not expecting the boy in front of me to be able to think so deeply about the stigma of Parseltongue, at least not at such a stressful time for him.
Oh well.
I paused, looking at him somewhat uncertainly. And I was left wondering whether or not I should say the name of the other known Parselmouth wizard. And looking closely at Harry, I could see that he was already very stressed about the things he discovered today, and I knew that this information could shake him and make him much more distressed than he already was. But I also knew that this was information that could not remain secret for long, and that he deserved and should know about it, even if it caused him harm. And with a decision made, I sighed, deciding that I would not hide any important information about Parseltongue from him.
Harry,
I started to say, making him look at me closely.
There is actually one more wizard, who is a Parselmouth.
Harry asked.
look, no one is sure if he really is a Parselmouth, and these are all just rumors and assumptions, so don't take it too seriously.
I said, which was not entirely true, since I knew the rumors were real.
Who, Ethan?
Harry repeated the question, looking at me with a frown. And the green-eyed boy would be lying if he said he wasn't a little nervous about my next answer, because he could see my hesitation in saying the name of this other Parselmouth. And if he had looked back, he would have also seen the worried and tense looks of his friends, who were in doubt about whether or not to interrupt us before I turned Harry's world upside down. And realizing that Harry would continue to insist, I decided to answer him, knowing that prolonging this situation would only make it worse. And then I sighed, before looking seriously into the boy who lived's eyes.
The other wizard people think is a Parselmouth.
Chapter 464. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After answering Harry's question, I stared at him intently, waiting to see what the green-eyed boy's reaction would be when he heard me say the Dark Lord's name. And his reaction, unsurprisingly, was exactly what I expected. As soon as he heard the name of the Dark Lord who killed his parents and destroyed his life, Harry froze, paralyzed by shock. And then a look of complete horror and panic came over his face, as he stared at me with his mouth open and his eyes wide. And besides seeing his expression, I could also feel his feelings and emotions, and they were in a restless mess. I could feel surprise, panic, fear, anger, worry, anguish, and many other distressing emotions coming from him. And I was already expecting something like that, but that didn't stop me from being a little worried about him. And as I analyzed Harry, the boy came out of his paralyzed state, looking at me with a pained look.
Is Voldemort.
Harry asked me, and I could see in his eyes that he was begging me to say no. But I couldn't give him the answer he wanted, knowing that it would only prolong his anguish until the day he discovered the truth. And knowing this, I had to answer him honestly, but in a more cautious way so that he wouldn't be too shaken.
Well, it's just rumors and hearsay, and it hasn't been 100% confirmed.
I replied carefully. And even though my answer neither confirmed nor denied anything, for Harry I practically said a resounding yes, confirming that the crazy and cruel wizard was also a Parselmouth, just like him. And if before he thought being a Parselmouth was shocking and strange because it connected him to Salazar Slytherin, who was the founder of the house in which Voldemort studied, now he was completely disturbed because this connection became even deeper.
Voldemort is a Parselmouth.
Harry thought, taking a step back with a shaken look. And his best friend and his girlfriend, upon seeing this, promptly approached him, with Hermione holding his arm while Ron placed a hand on his shoulder, showing support for his friend.
Are you okay, Harry?
Hermione asked worriedly.
I.
Harry replied, confused about it all. And Ron and Hermione, seeing this, looked at each other with apprehensive looks, not knowing what to say to Harry to try to reassure him. And Harry continued with a frown on his face, but then he looked at his friends and saw that they were by his side, showing support for him. And realizing that he was not alone in this situation, he took a deep breath, managing to control his emotions a little, enough to be able to think rationally.
I don't understand.
Harry wondered with a grimace.
Furthermore, Ethan also said that the ability to speak Parseltongue is something hereditary, which means that it definitely came from some part of my family, probably from my father since my mother is a Muggle-born. But if that's true then, why have I never heard anyone talk about it? Was it some kind of family secret?
Harry started thinking of various assumptions and theories, but nothing seemed to make sense to him. And he was beginning to feel like he was trying to solve a complex puzzle that was incomplete. But as he pondered, a rather shocking thought came to Harry's mind.
Wait!
He thought. And Harry came to this conclusion because he realized that if the ability to speak Parseltongue was as rare and special as we said, then it was unlikely that several families had this ability without being connected. And so, it was much more feasible to believe that all the Parselmouths that existed and exist in the United Kingdom actually came from the same lineage. And he knew that some of the founders of Hogwarts had descendants, passing on their lineage and legacy, and the chances of Salazar being one of them were very high. And adding 2 plus 2, Harry concluded that some descendant of Salazar Slytherin ended up marrying someone from the Potter family, which passed on the ability to speak Parseltongue to them, and that would explain why he had this ability. But as he thought about this, a much more frightening and worrying question popped into Harry's mind, which made him freeze momentarily.
What if?
He theorized, feeling fear and horror begin to form in his chest.
What if Voldemort is some distant relative of mine?
And there were a lot of
what ifs?
But the more Harry thought about them, the more he felt they made sense, and the more he realized they were probably true. And if Harry thought calmly, he would realize that there were several flaws in his assumptions, but his mind was so troubled that he could think of nothing else other than the fact that his parents' killer was related to him.
No!
Harry thought, shaking his head as he felt his chest tighten. He then began to breathe irregularly and erratically, and I, who had been watching him since the moment of the big reveal, noticed this. And I wasn't a doctor or anything like that, but I could recognize when someone was having an anxiety attack. And seeing this, I quickly took a step forward, approaching the green-eyed boy.
Harry!
I called, placing my hand on his shoulder and making him look at me.
I need you to calm down and take deep breaths, okay?
I said, looking at him calmly. And through my hand that was on his shoulder, I cast a light healing spell that I knew on him, and this spell was used to calm and reassure very agitated patients or those who were having emotional attacks. And Harry, when hit by my spell, felt as if a cold breeze had passed through his body, leaving his mind clearer and calmer. And this helped him focus on me, and after hearing my words, he began to breathe in and out slowly, and within a few seconds he began to feel the tightness in his chest lessen. And as I felt his emotions getting under control, I nodded.
Good.
I said, taking my hand off his shoulder. And with one last long, deep breath, Harry felt a little better, and turning to his friend and girlfriend who were still holding him, he gave them a small, grateful smile, happy that they were by his side. And even though they were still worried about Harry, Ron and Hermione also smiled slightly at him, with Hermione hugging his arm while Ron gave his shoulder a light squeeze. And seeing and feeling the support of his friends, Harry nodded, before looking back at me.
Thank you, Ethan.
He thanked me.
You don't need to thank me, I didn't do anything.
I said, dismissing his thanks with a wave of my hand.
Sure.
Harry smiled slightly, knowing I had done something to help him. But I didn't pay much attention to that, because at this moment we had a much more important issue to deal with, and so I decided to get straight to the point.
But well, now that you're calmer, can you tell us what happened?
I asked, looking at him seriously.
I know that knowing that Voldemort is probably a Parselmouth wouldn't make you like this, so something else must have happened, right?
And hearing my question, Harry looked away, uncertain about whether or not he should say what he
discovered.
But he looked at all of us in the classroom, and he saw that his friends, me, and even Fleur were looking at him worriedly, and this made him realize that there was no point in lying to us. And then, with a decision made, Harry took a deep breath before starting to tell us about his assumptions and conclusions. And he explained everything in detail to us, telling us about his theories, about the points and arguments that led him to believe he was right, and finally telling us about the issue that almost caused his anxiety attack. And as soon as he finished telling us everything, a silence fell over the room, with his friends looking at him nervously and worriedly as he looked down with his hands clenched into a fist. And after hearing everything he said, I stared at him with a frown.
Damn, if he almost had an anxiety attack with just assumptions and theories, I don't even want to see what his reaction will be when he finds out the whole truth.
Chapter 465. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Listen, Harry, I understand why you think you might be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and even a distant relative of Voldemort.
I began, looking at the Gryffindor boy calmly.
However, I think you're jumping to conclusions, and not really thinking this through.
Yes, Harry.
Hermione quickly agreed with me.
Don't you think that if you were related to the founder of Slytherin, or Merlin forbid, you know who, someone wouldn't have told you about this already after all this time you've been in the wizarding world?
Not if it was a secret.
Harry replied with a grimace. And hearing that, I rolled my eyes.
You think this could be a family secret, but that doesn't make sense because no family would try to hide that they are descendants of one of the founders, even if that founder is Slytherin.
And besides, practically all important wizarding families have their family trees public, which means it would be impossible to hide if you really were the heir of Slytherin.
I finished, looking at Harry to see if he had finally understood that he was exaggerating with this whole kinship thing.
That's true.
Fleur said, joining the conversation for the first time.
I may not be from the UK, and I may not know much about the families and traditions here, but I know that in France there are some books about British wizarding families, and these books even talk about the ancestors of these families.
Well, maybe those books don't talk about my family,
Harry argued. And I sighed in exasperation, beginning to wonder if his insistence was because he really wanted to be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin.
Harry mate, I don't think those books would forget to mention your family,
Ron said as he looked at the boy next to him with a strange look.
Why do you think that?
Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Well, you may not know, but the Potter family is a very important and old family here in the United Kingdom. And after you defeated you-know-who that night, your family became even more famous around the world.
Ron replied. And upon hearing this, Harry blinked a little in surprise. But then immediately a memory came to his mind of one of the politics classes he had with Andy during the holidays, where she talked about the importance of old and ancient families for the wizarding community. And he remembered her mentioning the Potter family at some point as an ancient family, being practically on the same level as families like the Blacks and the Lestranges.
Oh well.
Harry stammered, unable to think of any other arguments to defend his theories. And seeing this, I realized that this was the ideal moment for me to use my final argument that would close this matter and put an end to all of Harry's doubts.
Look, Harry, everything you said is just crazy theories full of flaws. But the main problem with all this is that if you are a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, then half of the students from wizarding families at the school are too.
I said, which made Harry and even Hermione look at me confused.
Huh, what do you mean?
Harry asked me.
Well, before I answer your question, I need to ask you.
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
No.
He replied slowly, looking at me without understanding.
I see.
I nodded.
Maybe if you talk to Sirius, he'll know where you can find your family tree. And if he doesn't know, either you can always ask the goblins at Gringotts. And for a price, they'll do a little ritual that reveals who your ancestors and relatives are.
Oh, really?
Harry asked.
Yes.
I replied.
And I know this because I did this ritual with them when I first entered the magical world. And that's why I know I'm 100% Muggle-born. That sounds amazing.
Harry said in surprise, with Hermione nodding in agreement, and there was a thoughtful look on her face.
Should I do this ritual too?
She thought, wondering if any of her ancestors were a wizard.
But well, we're getting off topic.
I said, pulling Hermione out of her thoughts.
The point I'm trying to make is that if you, Harry, had looked at your family tree, you would have realized that the Potter family is actually connected to several other wizarding families, some of which you know very well.
Really?
Harry blinked in surprise. I nodded.
And let's start by talking about the most obvious ones, which are the Longbottom family, the Bones family, the Boot family, and even your best friend's family, the Weasley family. Wait, my family is connected to Neville and Susan's family, and even Ron's family.
Harry asked, turning to look at his friend in shock.
I knew my family had connections to other wizarding families, but I didn't know the Potter family was one of them.
Ron said as he saw his friend look at him, also being surprised by the revelation.
Well, if you stop to think about it, that's not that surprising.
Hermione commented, drawing attention to her. And when she saw that her friends were looking at her questioningly, she decided to explain.
The British wizarding community has been around for over 1,000 years, and some wizarding families date back to that time or close to it. And as this is a very closed community, these families probably ended up marrying each other, so it's normal that they are all connected.
Hermione said.
Actually, this is something that happens in the French wizarding community too.
Fleur joined the conversation.
And besides, many witches and wizards end up having relationships and marrying people from wizarding families in other countries, which means that almost all wizarding families in the world have a connection with each other, even if it is very small and distant.
And upon hearing the two girls' explanation, Ron blinked in surprise.
Wow, I didn't know that.
He said.
Neither do I.
Harry nodded.
Well, what they said is true, but actually your two families don't have a direct connection as far as I know.
I started to say.
But that doesn't really matter, since you're connected through other families. Other families? Which ones?
Harry asked me.
Well, like I said before, there's Neville's and Susan's families. But I think the most recent and strongest connection is with Sirius's family, the Blacks.
I replied. And upon hearing this, Ron's eyes widened slightly.
Oh, that's right. Grandma Cedrella was a Black before she married my grandfather.
He said, always forgetting that fact since his grandmother was someone too happy and kind to be from the Black family. And Harry beside him didn't pay much attention to what he said as he looked down with a frown.
Sirius's family.
He repeated in a whisper, feeling something in his mind telling him that he knew what I was talking about. And he continued thinking for a few seconds, but in the next instant he felt the realization hit him.
Oh yes, now I remember.
He said, looking back at me.
Sirius and Andy once told me about our families, and they said that we were actually related because my great aunt, Doria, was born a black.
Yeah.
I nodded.
And actually, your grandmother.
I pointed at Ron.
And your great aunt.
I pointed at Harry.
We're cousins, which makes you two practically related.
And when I finished saying that, Ron and Harry turned to look at each other.
That.
Ron said, smiling excitedly at his best friend.
Yes, that's fantastic.
Harry nodded, equally excited and amazed. And seeing the excitement of the two boys who were now discovering that they were almost cousins, Hermione smiled slightly, happy for them.
Yeah, that's awesome and all.
I said, interrupting their moment of brotherhood.
However, I want to remind you both that all of this means that you're relatives of pretty much everyone in the Black family, which means you're also related.
And as soon as I said that, I tried my hardest not to let a smirk appear on my face. However, the stunned and open-mouthed looks on the two boys' faces after hearing this information made this a very difficult mission for me. I nodded, and let's start by talking about the most obvious ones, which are the Longbottom family, the Bones family, the Boot family, and even your best friend's family, the Weasley family. Wait, my family is connected to Neville and Susan's family, and even Ron's family, Harry asked, turning to look at his friend in shock. I knew my family had connections to other wizarding families, but I didn't know the Potter family was one of them, Ron said as he saw his friend look at him, also being surprised by the revelation. Well, if you stop to think about it, that's not that surprising, Hermione commented, drawing attention to her. And when she saw that her friends were looking at her questioningly, she decided to explain. The British wizarding community has been around for over 1,000 years, and some wizarding families date back to that time or close to it. And as this is a very closed community, these families probably ended up marrying each other. So it's normal that they are all connected, Hermione said. Actually, this is something that happens in the French wizarding community too, Fleur joined the conversation. And besides, many witches and wizards end up having relationships and marrying people from wizarding families in other countries, which means that almost all wizarding families in the world have a connection with each other, even if it is very small and distant. And upon hearing the two girls' explanation, Ron blinked in surprise. Wow, I didn't know that, he said. Neither do I, Harry nodded. Well, what they said is true, but actually your two families don't have a direct connection as far as I know, I started to say, but that doesn't really matter since you're connected through other families. Other families, which ones? Harry asked me. Well, like I said before, there's Neville's and Susan's families, but I think the most recent and strongest connection is with Sirius's family, the Blacks, I replied. And upon hearing this, Ron's eyes widened slightly. Oh, that's right, Grandma Cedrella was a Black before she married my grandfather, he said, always forgetting that fact since his grandmother was someone too happy and kind to be from the Black family. And Harry beside him didn't pay much attention to what he said as he looked down with a frown. Sirius's family? He repeated in a whisper, feeling something in his mind telling him that he knew what I was talking about. And he continued thinking for a few seconds, but in the next instant he felt the realization hit him. Oh yes, now I remember, he said, looking back at me. Sirius and Andy once told me about our families, and they said that we were actually related because my great-aunt Doria was born a Black. Yeah, I nodded, and actually your grandmother, I pointed at Ron, and your great-aunt, I pointed at Harry, were cousins, which makes you two practically related. And when I finished saying that, Ron and Harry turned to look at each other.
That? I can't believe that.
Ron said, feeling like he was getting sick. And Harry wasn't in a better situation, as he stared straight ahead with a look of complete revulsion mixed with despair.
Ugh!
Harry commented. And Hermione was by his side, patting his back gently, consoling her boyfriend while having a look of pity on her face. And Fleur, who was seeing this, turned to me confused, not understanding why they were reacting like that.
Who the hell is Malfoy?
Chapter 466. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After Harry and Ron's last big parental revelation, the two Gryffindor boys spent 2 minutes cursing Malfoy, not knowing whether to feel disgusted or angry. And while they recovered from this
Disturbing.
news, I looked at them with a huge smile on my face. And Harry, who saw this, turned to me with a grimace.
You're having a lot of fun with this, aren't you?
He asked me,
Yes, I am.
and I nodded happily without hesitation.
Bastard.
He cursed at me mentally. And without knowing that the Gryffindor golden boy was cursing me in his mind, a mischievous gleam flashed in my eyes.
Heth, I can't wait to see what Malfoy's reaction will be when he finds out about his new relatives too.
I thought. But shaking my head, I decided to change the subject.
Well, let's leave aside Harry and Ron's blonde parental discovery for now.
I said, smiling again when I saw the two boys glaring at me. But ignoring that, I looked at Harry.
So Harry, I guess after all these explanations and revelations, you finally understood that your assumptions were wrong, right?
I asked him. And hearing my question, Harry blinked before looking away, a little embarrassed.
Well,
He began to say, which made me nod in satisfaction. But right after that, he then looked at me.
But none of the things you said explain how I have the ability to talk to snakes.
He said.
oh,
I blinked.
actually the answer to that is very simple.
I said, which made Harry and the others look at me immediately.
Really, and what is it?
He asked, and then all four teenagers began to stare at me intently, waiting for my answer.
Well, the answer is that you simply awaken the ability.
I shrugged. And upon hearing this, the green-eyed boy blinked in confusion.
Huh.
Hermione said, frowning.
What do you mean he simply awakened the ability?
Well, that's exactly what I meant. The ability was awakened in him without any external influences, like some ancestor who also had the gift or something like that.
I explained.
But that,
Hermione said with a confused frown.
Hermione, how do you think the first Parselmouth came to be, or the first metamorph magus?
I asked, looking calmly at the bushy-haired girl. And upon hearing my question, Hermione blinked, before looking forward thoughtfully with her lips pursed. She started to say. But even after thinking a lot, Hermione couldn't find an answer to my question. And with a frown, she realized that this was a question she would not be able to answer, since magical abilities were not a subject she had studied.
sigh.
She said, giving up on answering. And hearing that, I nodded.
I already expected that you wouldn't be able to answer that question, since no one actually has an answer to it.
I said. And hearing this, Hermione blinked.
What?
She looked at me without understanding. And seeing this, I decided to explain.
Well, magical abilities are one of the oldest and most complex things in the wizarding world, and the mystery surrounding their emergence and awakening is something that no witch or wizard has been able to unravel, even after thousands of years. No one knows the meaning of their existence, how they came about, what the criteria are for awakening them in a wizard, or who was the first wizard to have an ability. And as no one was able to find an answer to these questions, everyone decided by general consensus to accept that magical abilities exist and awaken in wizards randomly and without any hidden meaning, just like magic itself.
I finished my explanation. And then I looked at my four young Padawans, seeing that they were looking at me completely focused on what I was saying, just like students in a classroom listening to a lecture from the teacher. And nodding in satisfaction, I turned to Harry.
And now that you know this, Harry, I hope you don't judge your ability to talk to snakes like the fools in our community. Because what makes a person bad is not their power or ability, but what you do with it. And I also hope that you don't try to ignore or suppress your ability, because it is something as natural as your magic and is already part of you, and that's why you must use it.
I looked seriously at the green-eyed boy. And I knew that Harry having the ability to talk to snakes wasn't actually something natural, since he got it through the soul piece in his forehead. However, I disregarded this information because I wanted Harry to accept his ability, as it would be very useful in the future, and perhaps even very important depending on the situation. But unfortunately, Harry didn't know that, and even after everything I said, he still seemed to consider Parseltongue an ability that connected him to Voldemort. And looking at the boy who lived, I could see that he was still a little hesitant about his newfound ability.
Look, Ethan, I understand that speaking Parseltongue isn't a bad thing, and that this ability is special and unique. I really do. But asking me to use it is.
Harry said with a frown. And hearing this and feeling his feelings of aversion, I sighed.
Well, this is a little frustrating, but I knew from the beginning that convincing him would not be an easy task.
I thought. But I wasn't discouraged, mainly because I knew exactly what I had to do to make Harry lose his fear and repulsion of Parseltongue. And deciding to use my ace up my sleeve, I started walking towards the 4 teenagers.
Well, Harry, I understand why you refuse to use Parseltongue.
I started to say with a calm look.
Ethan, don't go near that thing. It'll bite you.
Ron warned me fearfully.
Don't worry, it won't bite me.
I said without looking back, standing confidently in front of the snake. And Ron was going to tell me something else, but in the next instant, whatever words were about to come out of his mouth got stuck in his throat, with him gasping in shock as he looked at me with wide eyes. And he wasn't the only one to react like that, as Fleur, Harry and Hermione were also looking at me completely shocked and open-mouthed, stunned by the scene that was happening in front of them.
And hello, Mrs. Snake and...
I began to talk to the large python in Parseltongue. And as soon as the snake heard me speak in its language, it looked at me in surprise.
And you are also an orator, and.
It exclaimed.
And yes, I am and.
I replied in a hiss. But then I remembered its conversation with Harry, which made me narrow my eyes.
And I hope you don't try to do something stupid, because if you do, I'll turn you into a boot.
I threatened the snake. And my threat seemed to have been effective, as I could feel the python's fear as it nodded quickly, trying to appear as humble and harmless as possible.
And good and.
I nodded. I then began to approach the snake, and when I was less than a foot away from it, I stretched out my arm, placing my hand on its head. And after that, I started patting the python on the head, as if it were a cute and docile pet. And the python didn't dare complain about the way it was being treated, just silently accepting my pats. And in fact, for some reason, the big, scary snake was actually enjoying this, and the fear it felt towards me was replaced by satisfaction as it closed its eyes and let itself be petted, bringing its head even closer to my hand. And seeing this, I snorted, and still petting the python, I turned to look back at my friends. And looking at Fleur, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, I could see the 4 teenagers staring at me with comically shocked and astonished expressions.
I think if they receive any more shocking or unexpected information today, they might end up losing their minds.
Chapter 467. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. A few seconds had passed, and Ron, Fleur, Harry, and Hermione were still staring at me paralyzed and shocked, with their minds processing what they had just seen and heard. And I, who wasn't in a hurry or anything like that, just looked at them calmly while still running my hand over the snake's head, which seemed quite relaxed with my touch.
And very good.
The python said in a slow, happy hiss, reminding me a little of Nyx's satisfied purrs when I petted her.
And I'm glad you're enjoying it, and.
I told her amusedly. And it seemed that hearing me speak Parseltongue again caused the 3 Gryffindors and the Vila in front of me to snap out of their dazed states.
You!
Ron tried to say, stuttering as he pointed at me with a shocked look on his face. And seeing this, I rolled my eyes a little.
Yes, Ron, I can speak Parseltongue.
I said, completing the sentence for the red-haired boy. And by saying this, I had confirmed to Ron and the other 3 teenagers in the classroom that what they had just seen was real. And I had said this in such a calm and disinterested way that it seemed like this was just another normal occurrence in my everyday life. And in a way that was actually true, especially if we took into account all the incredible and surprising things I had done or seen since entering the wizarding world.
But how?
Hermione said, taking me out of my thoughts and making me look at her.
How do you have this ability, Ethan? You're a muggle-born.
She questioned me with a confused expression.
Well, being a muggle-born does not make it impossible for a wizard or witch to awaken magical abilities as far as I know.
I replied with a shrug.
Well,
Hermione said with a grimace.
but that still doesn't make sense, and it shouldn't even be possible.
Hermione, I thought we were done with this discussion about what is and isn't possible involving magical abilities.
I said, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. And upon hearing this, Hermione blinked, remembering everything we had discussed in the last 10 minutes. And realizing that her question really didn't make sense and was a bit exaggerated, the bushy-haired girl looked away. Hermione said, a little embarrassed.
I always am.
I nodded cheekily. After that, I turned to look at the one who was the central point of all today's revelations, and looking at Harry, I could see him looking at me with slightly wide eyes, in complete silence. And using my empathy, I felt his feelings, which were surprise, shock, relief, confusion, and happiness.
So Harry, now we are both connected by Parseltongue too.
I said, snapping him out of his stupor.
Why yeah.
He said somewhat in wonder.
I know.
I said, smiling slightly at his excitement.
And now when you use your ability, you won't have to think about those two dark idiots anymore. Now you can think about the fact that you have the same ability as the amazing, brilliant, genius, and gorgeous Ethan Knight.
I proclaimed with a slightly cocky and arrogant look on my face. And hearing this, Harry could only nod, feeling happy and a little lighter and calmer, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. And of course, he still had a slight apprehension about using his ability to speak Parseltongue, but now he no longer felt so much repulsion and aversion towards his gift, since a friend of his also had it. And even the thought of talking to a snake no longer seemed so strange and scary to him. And I, who was looking at Harry attentively, noticed these small changes in him, which made me nod in satisfaction, happy to see that my plan had worked at least partially.
Well, I can't change his mind, and feelings with a simple snap of my fingers.
I thought. But leaving that aside, I remembered that I still had something to say to them.
Listen, I have shown you a little of my ability, and I am not afraid or worried that others will find out that I can talk to snakes.
I began to say, getting their attention again.
However, I would like you not to tell anyone about my ability since I still want to keep it a secret, at least for a little while longer.
And as soon as I finished speaking, Fleur looked at me with a serious expression.
You know, I would never tell anyone a secret of yours.
I know.
I said, smiling slightly at his excitement. And now when you use your ability, you won't have to think about those two dark idiots anymore. Now you can think about the fact that you have the same ability as the amazing, brilliant, genius, and gorgeous Ethan Knight, I proclaimed with a slightly cocky and arrogant look on my face. And hearing this, Harry could only nod, feeling happy and a little lighter and calmer, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. And of course, he still had a slight apprehension about using his ability to speak Parseltongue, but now he no longer felt so much repulsion and aversion towards his gift, since a friend of his also had it. And even the thought of talking to a snake no longer seemed so strange and scary to him. And I, who was looking at Harry attentively, noticed these small changes in him, which made me nod in satisfaction, happy to see that my plan had worked at least partially. Well, I can't change his mind and feelings with a simple snap of my fingers.
Well, I won't tell anyone your secret either.
Ron was the first to speak.
Same here, my mouth is a tomb.
Hermione said.
Yeah.
Harry nodded.
And I won't even tell Sirius or Aunt Andy.
And when he said that, I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Oh, actually, I don't mind if you tell them about it. Mainly because I think it will make things easier for you when you tell them about your own ability.
I said. And hearing this, Harry blinked.
Oh.
And nodding, I then turned to the only redhead in the room.
And the same goes for your family, Ron. You can tell them about my ability. Huh, really?
He asked.
Yes.
I nodded before thinking for a moment.
Well, practically all the redheads are fine, but I think it's best not to tell Charlie.
And hearing this, Ron snorted.
Yeah, Mr. Perfect would definitely make a fuss about that.
He said. And I snorted too, knowing that a fuss was an understatement. But shaking my head, I decided to change the subject, realizing that we had been here in this room for a long time.
Well,
I began to say.
Today's training was certainly very difficult and exhausting, with many surprises and shocking revelations, and I'm sure y'all have a lot to think about and a lot to absorb.
and that's why I think we should end our training session here, as we all deserve some time to relax and rest.
I concluded.
I agree.
Fleur nodded.
And I can't wait to get back to my room in the Beauxbatons carriage for a long, refreshing, and relaxing bath.
Same.
Hermione said, stretching slightly. But when she stretched, she felt a slight twinge of pain on her left side, making her hold it.
Erg.
She said with a pained expression.
Oh, sorry about that.
I said with a small, apologetic smile.
I think I exaggerated a little during the fight. Do you think?
She looked at me with a frown. And looking at Ron and Harry, I saw that they were also looking at me with grimaces on their faces, and even Fleur was looking at me with pursed lips. And being stared at by all of them, I decided to do what any intelligent person would do in this situation, which is a tactical withdrawal.
Well, I'm glad to see that everyone enjoyed today's training session.
I said, looking at them with a cheerful smile that irritated them.
But now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take our little snake lady here to the Forbidden Forest.
And I didn't even wait for them to say anything before I turned to the python that was standing obediently next to me, and crouching down, I took the snake in my arms.
Be careful, Ethan, that thing is dangerous.
Ron warned me.
You don't need to worry, it's harmless to me.
I said, holding the python in my arms nonchalantly.
Yeah.
Harry nodded, and I won't even tell Sirius or Aunt Andy. And when he said that, I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Oh, actually, I don't mind if you tell them about it, mainly because I think it will make things easier for you when you tell them about your own ability, I said. And hearing this, Harry blinked. Oh.
And I'm sure it has more than enough venom to kill us all if it bites us.
He said fearfully.
First, I'm sure it won't bite me.
I started to say, rolling my eyes.
Second, the most venomous snakes in the world are actually the smallest. And third, it's a python, one of the species of snake that isn't venomous. Wait, isn't it venomous?
Ron repeated, looking at the python warily.
Yes, and actually the only dangerous thing about it is that it likes to wrap itself around its prey and crush their bones slowly and painfully, before devouring their bodies entirely.
I said, completely relaxed and calm. And hearing this, Ron lifted his head to look at me so quickly that I thought I heard a snap.
And how is that better than being poisoned?
He exclaimed in alarm.
It's not, I guess.
I shrugged. And hearing this and seeing my calm behavior, the teenagers in front of me sweated. But I was no longer paying attention to them, and looking back at the snake in my arms, I saw that it seemed completely tame and docile. And then with a little effort, thank you, enhanced physical strength, I placed the large python on my shoulders, letting it crawl up my body until it found a comfortable position for itself. And it didn't take long for the snake to get comfortable, wrapping its tail around my abdomen and chest while resting its head on my right forearm.
I think having a snake wrapped around me like this makes me look more scary and powerful.
I commented out loud, looking at myself. And now I was understanding a little why Salazar and Voldemort had a fixation on the cold-blooded reptile.
I guess I can get used to it.
Chapter 468. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Next day, Sunday night. Today was a normal day, and after dinner Professor Flitwick came to me to tell me that Bagman wanted to see all the champions on the Quidditch pitch at 9 p.m. And when it was close to that time, I started heading towards the castle grounds, and halfway there I met Harry, who had just separated from his friends and was also heading in that direction. And after greeting him, we both started to go together to the Quidditch pitch. And on our calm walk, I could see that Harry was looking ahead with his lips pursed, seeming to be thinking about something.
Why the thoughtful look, Harry?
I asked him, getting his attention.
Oh, I was just wondering why Bagman wanted to meet us at night on the Quidditch pitch.
He said, somewhat confused and curious.
Well, I don't know exactly what it is, but it probably has something to do with the third task.
I replied with a shrug. And hearing this, Harry frowned.
I guess you're right.
He said before looking back forward. And I could feel Harry's nervousness and worry after he realized that Bagman was probably calling us to talk about something involving the Triwizard Tournament.
Well, those are normal feelings to feel in this situation.
I thought, looking at the Gryffindor boy.
And I'm sure Fleur and Crumb must be nervous as well.
And I knew that, at this moment, I was probably the only one of the champions who was calm and relaxed. And that was one of the advantages of knowing about the plot beforehand, since thanks to that, I didn't have to worry because I knew that Bagman was calling us just to show us the maze. But shaking my head, I pushed those thoughts aside, continuing to walk to the outside of the castle. And after walking for some more time, Harry and I finally arrived in front of the Quidditch pitch, and after passing through one of the entrances that was under the stands, we entered the pitch. And inside the pitch, we saw that Fleur, Crumb, and Bagman were already waiting for us, but neither Harry nor I paid attention to them, deciding to focus on the large walls made of leaves and roots that now filled the Quidditch pitch.
They're hedges.
Harry exclaimed in amazement, reaching out to touch them.
You're right, Mr. Potter.
Bagman said with a cheerful smile, approaching us along with the other two champions.
And they're not even fully grown yet. Give it another month and Hagrid will have them at least 5 meters tall. 5!
Harry repeated, his eyes slightly wide as he stared at the hedges that already bigger than him.
Yeah, and these hedges will cover the entire pitch.
Bagman nodded.
Oh, but don't worry, you'll have your normal Quidditch pitch after the task is over.
He added as he saw Harry turning to him with a less than pleased look.
Now, does anyone want to take a guess at what we're making here?
The chubby little man asked, looking at us with an expectant gleam in his eyes.
Maze!
I replied, stealing Crumb's original line.
You got it right, it's a maze.
He said excitedly.
And the third task will actually be very simple. The Triwizard Tournament Cup will be placed in the center of the maze, and the first champion to get their hands on it will become the winner of the tournament.
Is that all? We just have to go through the maze and touch the cup.
Fleur asked with a suspicious look.
Pretty much.
Bagman nodded.
But of course, things won't be that easy. Inside the maze, there will be many obstacles and challenges that you will have to face if you want to reach the cup. Some obstacles and challenges, like what?
Harry asked.
Well, you'll have to deal with some charms and enchantments.
Bagman replied. And Harry was finding the whole maze thing simple and easy until Batman talked about the magical creatures, and he became even more worried when he found out that his half-giant friend would be the one to choose the creatures.
Damn, I just hope there's no dragon or Cerberus in the maze.
The boy who lived grimaced. And unaware of the boy who live's thoughts, Bagman continued the briefing.
Now, you need to know that the champion who is leading the score count will enter the maze first.
He said, looking at me with a slightly forced smile, and I resisted the urge to roll my eyes at his dissatisfaction.
The first to enter will obviously be Mr. Knight, followed by Mr. Potter, then Miss Delacour, and finally Mr. Crumb.
Bagman asked, looking at us with his characteristic irritating smile. However, what he received in response was silence and 4 pairs of dry gazes staring at him, which made him sweat in discomfort.
Ahem.
He cleared his throat to get rid of the awkwardness.
Well, that's all I had to say, so if no one has anything to ask, I think we should head back to the castle since it's a little chilly out here.
He said, not so subtly changing the subject. And the chubby man didn't even wait for us to say anything before he turned around and started walking quickly towards the castle. And those of us who stood in front of the maze on the Quidditch pitch could only stare at his back as he walked away with blank stares, watching him leave the pitch in the blink of an eye.
That chubby man is strange.
Fleur commented after a few seconds of silence.
You have no idea.
Harry and I both snorted.
Why do I get the feeling you guys don't like him very much?
Fleur asked us with a small, amused smile. And hearing this, I prepared myself to respond to the beautiful villa with some sarcastic comment. However, out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Crumb, who had remained silent this entire time, was looking at the three of us, glaring at us with an irritated frown. And seeing this, I stopped, before turning to him with a questioningly raised eyebrow. And Harry and Fleur, who noticed this change in me, blinked in confusion, before also turning to look at Crumb, noticing his frown. And when he realized that the three of us were looking at him, Crumb seemed to have become even more irritated. And the Durmstrang champion, in his best friendly and sympathetic personality, continued to stare at us for a few more seconds, before realizing that no one was backing away because of his gaze. And disappointed or perhaps frustrated, he grunted, before turning his back on us. And ignoring us, and without saying anything, he began to return to the castle. Harry looked at the Quidditch star's back with a confused frown, not understanding what had just happened. And Fleur, who was also confused by the situation, turned to us. She asked while sweating.
I think maybe, just maybe it's because he really doesn't like us.
I said. And I actually knew there were a few reasons why he didn't like us. And those reasons were his competitiveness, a bit of arrogance and ego, and the fact that one of us sabotaged him on the last task.
Well, I don't think sabotage is the right word.
I thought, my lips pursed. But shaking my head, I decided not to think about it anymore, and turning to Harry and Fleur, I clapped my hands to get their attention.
Well, we've already finished doing what we had to do out here, so I think we'd better go inside.
I suggested, receiving nods from both of them.
And the quicker we get into the castle, the better, since I forgot my coat, and I'm not the biggest fan of the cold.
Fleur said, rubbing her arms to warm herself up. And the green-eyed boy in the group nodded at her words, rubbing his hands.
In that case, let's go inside.
I said before turning to leave the Quidditch pitch, with Harry and Fleur quickly following me. After that, the three of us returned to the castle, and halfway there Fleur separated from us, saying that she was going to find her sister who had stayed in the library waiting for her. And now Harry and I were alone again, and together we started to head towards the stairs that would take us up to the towers area, where the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw towers were.
I guess now is the right time for me to make that request to Harry.
Chapter 469. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Harry and I were still walking calmly towards our common rooms, and on that walk I kept looking at the boy next to me, wondering if I should make that request to him. And this request had to do with all the confusion full of revelations and discoveries that happened yesterday in our training session. And in fact, it would be more correct to say that all of that had happened because of this request. And for those who still didn't understand, the request I was talking about was about the translation of Salazar Slytherin's diaries and books. And I didn't know what the contents of these diaries were, but they belonged to one of the founders of Hogwarts and were kept in one of his most secret places, and so I was sure that there would be something very important written in them.
Well, in the end, I'll only be able to find out what's written in those diaries and books if I can read them. And for that, I'll need the help of the trouble magnet next to me.
I thought, finally making my decision. And now that I had made up my mind about what to do, I turned to Harry, who was looking straight ahead without paying attention to his surroundings.
So Harry,
I began to say, starting the conversation and making the golden boy look at me.
before you go to your common room, there is something I would like to talk to you about, or more precisely, I have a request for you.
What request?
He asked curiously.
Well, I need and wanted your help to translate and decipher the texts of some diaries and books that I found.
I replied, which made Harry blink.
Do you want my help translating texts?
He looked at me with a strange expression.
Yes.
I nodded.
And you'll understand why I'm asking you this when you see the diaries and books?
I said, looking around and noticing that there were some portraits in the corridor we were in.
Oh well, then why don't we go to the classroom on the 5th floor where we do our training?
Harry suggested.
That is a good place, but I know another place that is more private and much more comfortable.
I said, and Harry looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
Really, what is this place?
He asked me curiously.
You'll see when we get there.
I replied, which made him snort. And then I turned to start walking towards the place I was talking about, but after taking 2 steps I stopped, before turning to Harry, who was following me.
Oh, and don't worry, I'm sure you'll like it there.
I said, looking at him with a small mischievous smile.
Oh,
And hearing this, Harry looked at me confused. Sometime later, Harry and I didn't have to walk far to reach our destination, mainly because we were already heading in its direction since the moment we left the Quidditch pitch. And to end all the mystery, the place I was talking about was obviously the Ravenclaw Tower. And after we arrived in front of the entrance to the tower, I answered the riddle of the bronze, eagle-shaped knocker. And after answering the riddle, the passage that led to the Ravenclaw common room opened, and I wasted no time before entering, with Harry hesitating a little before following me. Harry asked, looking around the Ravenclaw common room with an anxious expression.
Don't worry, no Ravenclaw will try to kick you out of here or anything.
I dismissed his concerns with a dismissive wave of my hand.
I don't know, Ethan.
The green-eyed boy argued.
Well, Gryffindor might have a problem if a student from another house entered their common room, but Ravenclaw is different.
I said.
Really? Yeah, and if we didn't want students from other houses to come in here, our password wouldn't be a simple fucking riddle.
I replied with pursed lips, still thinking this was one of Rowena Ravenclaw's stupidest ideas.
Well,
Harry nodded slowly. However, even after I said that, he still continued to look nervously at the ravens in the common room, only to notice that most of them weren't even paying attention to him. And those who noticed the boy who lived's presence in the common room only glanced at him once before ignoring him and going back to what they were doing.
I guess they don't really care about me being here.
Harry thought before shrugging and continuing to follow me. And then I continued to guide my Gryffindor friend through the Ravenclaw common room, and arriving in front of the stairs that led to the male dormitories, we began to climb it, heading towards my room. And arriving in front of the door of my room in the 4th-year dormitory, I turned to Harry.
Well, Mr. Potter, welcome to my incredible, mysterious, and fantastic lair.
I said, opening the door and gesturing into my room dramatically.
Wow,
Harry blinked, entering the room and looking around.
it's big and quite spacious here.
He commented, somewhat impressed.
Thank you.
I said, entering the room as well.
It took me a little over an hour to get it like this, but in the end, the effort was worth it.
And hearing this, Harry turned to me.
Were you the one who decorated your room?
Yes,
I nodded, and you'll understand why I'm asking you this when you see the diaries and books.
and I was also the one who increased the size of the room to make it more spacious and comfortable.
Wait, and you're allowed to do that.
He looked at me strangely.
I guess so, since I've been doing this since my first year and neither Professor Flitwick nor Headmaster Dumbledore have complained about it yet.
I shrugged.
I see.
Harry said before looking around again. And now that he knew that I was the one who decorated and organized the entire room, he found the place even more impressive. And paying more attention to the details of the decorations, the furniture, and even the objects in the room, he realized that everything had a touch of magic. And looking at the ceiling, he saw that it was enchanted to look like the night sky, just like the ceiling of the Great Hall, which made him blink in wonder.
You know, what you've here is amazing, and I wish I could do the same in my dorm.
He commented.
Well then, why don't you do it?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
I would do it, but I share a room with the other boys in my year, and I don't know if they'd like that.
Harry replied, grimacing.
Look, I don't think your roommates will complain if you decorate your side of the room, since they can do the same with theirs too.
I said, making Harry look at me. And listening to what I said, he stopped to think for a moment, nodding as he realized I was right.
And about Professor McGonagall.
I said again, taking the boy with glasses out of his thoughts.
I really don't think she'll try to stop you from decorating your room, but if that happens, I can try to convince her to let you do it.
I finished.
Really, you would talk to her?
Harry asked.
Yeah, no big deal.
I shrugged. But for Harry this was a big deal, as he immediately started smiling.
Thanks, man. I can already imagine what my room will look like after I finish it.
He said excitedly.
Don't get too excited. I haven't spoken to Professor McGonagall yet, so we don't know if she'll allow it.
I said, looking at him strangely.
Yeah, true.
Harry nodded, but there was still a smile on his face.
As if Professor McGonagall would refuse a request from Ethan. Everyone at school knows he's her favorite student.
The green-eyed boy thought. And I didn't know what Harry was thinking, but for some reason I felt like it was about me, which made me narrow my eyes at him. But shaking my head, I decided to put that feeling aside, focusing back on the reason why we were in my room.
Okay, let's leave this decoration talk for later. We have a more important matter to discuss right now.
I said, seeing Harry nod at me. I then approached the table that was in the corner of the room, and putting my hand inside my shirt, I took out my shrunken suitcase that was on the chain around my neck. And placing the mini suitcase on the table, I canceled the shrinking spell that was on it, making it return to its normal size.
Well, now I just hope Harry is actually able to read what's written in those diaries and books.
Chapter 470. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After placing my hands on the suitcase locks, I unlocked them, and recognizing my magic, the locks opened with a clicking sound. And now that the suitcase was no longer locked, I opened it, and with the suitcase open, I could see that it was already in the compartment I wanted, which in this case was the compartment where my personal library was.
So Harry, these are the books and diaries I want your help translating.
I said, stepping aside to let the boy with the scar on his forehead approach while gesturing to my open suitcase. And Harry, hearing this, approached the suitcase, and after looking inside it, he made a confused face.
I don't see any books or diaries here, just a hole that seems to have no bottom.
He said, turning to me with a strange look. And looking at his confused face, I snorted lightly.
You don't know how a magic suitcase works, do you?
I asked.
Magic suitcase?
Harry repeated, tilting his head to the side.
Yes, a magic suitcase.
I explained slowly.
Oh,
And upon hearing my explanation, Harry nodded with slightly wide eyes, looking back at the suitcase. And seeing his surprised and amazed expression, I shook my head a little amused, before taking my wand from my holster. And now with my wand in hand, I tapped the suitcase twice, and as soon as I did that, the suitcase shook slightly. And Harry, seeing this, brought his face closer to the suitcase, curious to see what was happening. But before he could get any closer, I grabbed the back of his coat and pulled him back, and before he could ask me why I had pulled him, the suitcase shook more violently. And then, in the next instant, several books and diaries shot out of the suitcase like an erupting volcano, before starting to fly all over my room. And that surprised and frightened Harry, causing him to jump back and reflexively assume a defensive position.
Looks like our training sessions are paying off.
I thought with a snort as I looked at the wary boy. I then raised my arm with my wand, and shaking it lightly, a small and brief blue light flashed at the tip of my wand, which caused all the books and diaries around us to freeze in midair.
And these, Harry, are the books and diaries I was talking about.
I said, looking at the green-eyed boy who was looking around curiously. And looking at the books and diaries in the air, Harry realized that they looked very old, and he couldn't recognize any of the books by their covers or titles, which seemed to be in a different language.
Where did you buy these books?
He asked me, reaching over and picking up one that had a dark green cover with black detailing on the edges.
Oh, I didn't buy them. I found them abandoned in a secret place in the castle.
I replied.
Abandoned, secret place.
Harry looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
Yes, but we can talk about that another time.
I said, ignoring the young boy's questioning look. I then approached Harry, and taking the book that was in his hands, I opened it, before handing it to him again.
Now I would like to know if you can read what is written in this book. Ahem.
Harry looked at the open book in his hands, seeing that it was in an unknown language, full of strange letters and symbols.
Strain.
He thought, frowning. When I asked Harry for help translating some books and diaries, the Gryffindor golden boy was initially confused, wondering why I thought he would be able to read anything written on them when even I couldn't. But now that he had a book in his hands and was looking at the texts on its pages, he felt an abnormal sense of familiarity, almost as if he had a connection with the words that were written in the book.
Why am I getting this feeling?
Harry wondered, grimacing slightly. And the Potter heir then decided to focus his full attention on what was written in the book. And after some time looking at the letters and symbols in front of him, he began to notice that they seemed to become more understandable to him with each passing second. And I, who was in front of him, just stood there waiting to see if my guess was right. And looking at Harry, I could see his look of concentration, and after a few seconds of him staring at the open pages of the book, he paused, pulling his face away from the book and blinking in confusion.
Huh.
He tilted his head with a strange look before looking back at the book.
What's wrong, Harry?
I asked, approaching Harry curiously. But the defeater of the Dark Lord did not answer me, completely immersed in the book.
An SS Shaws.
Harry tried to read, feeling the text slowly become strangely more legible to him.
An SSS.
And as soon as Harry finished reading this short paragraph from the book, he stopped, before his eyes began to widen slightly, with a glint of surprise appearing in them.
How?
He said, stopping reading and looking at me in complete amazement.
How what?
I raised an eyebrow.
How am I able to read this book?
He asked.
Oh, you are able to read this book because it's in a language you understand.
I replied. However, my answer did not end the Gryffindor boy's confusion, who continued to look at me with a grimace.
A language I understand, but I only speak English and this book is not in English.
He said, showing the book to me.
And in fact, I don't even know what language it is.
Actually, you do know what language it is, and you just need to think a little more to find out which one it is.
I said, not giving him an answer directly. And upon hearing this, Harry frowned, not knowing what I was talking about. But he trusted and believed in me, and so he began to think of all the languages he knew, trying to figure out what language the book was written in. And as Harry looked down with a thoughtful look, I leaned back at my table, and looking at the poor boy, I could feel his neurons firing feverishly. And after a few seconds of thinking, something in Harry's mind clicked, and he remembered that there was actually another language he could speak, a very rare and unique language. And thinking about that language, his eyes widened in realization, making him quickly lift his head to look at me.
Wait!
He started to say, looking at me with a shocked look.
This book is in parcel tongue.
He asked.
Yes,
I nodded.
and not just the book in your hands, but all the other books and diaries around us as well.
Really?
Harry started looking around in surprise, looking at every book and diary that floated near us.
And it's because they're written in parcel tongue that I need your help translating them for me.
I said, which made Harry turn to me.
Why do you need my help translating them for you? You also speak parcel tongue.
He looked at me without understanding.
Actually, my ability to talk to snakes isn't exactly the same as other Parselmouths.
I replied.
What do you mean?
He looked at me confused.
Well, for starters, my ability is much more complex than it seems, and it allows me to talk to more than just snakes.
I began to explain, before being interrupted by Harry.
Wow, wait a minute.
He asked me in surprise.
If you didn't interrupt me and let me talk, you would have your answer.
I said with pursed lips, which made the green-eyed boy look away a little embarrassed.
I'm sorry. I was just a little surprised by what you said.
He said, scratching the back of his neck with a small, apologetic smile.
You can continue. I won't interrupt you again.
I hope you don't.
Chapter 471. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
But well, as I was saying, my ability goes far beyond simply speaking parcel tongue. It actually gives me the ability to understand and speak magical languages.
I began to say, seeing that Harry was completely focused on my words.
But it's not like I can already speak every magical language that exists in the world without a little effort. Actually, for me to be able to speak a magical language, I need to have a basic understanding of it. And in this case, that was how I learned parcel tongue.
I explained.
So that's how you did it.
Harry muttered with a hand on his chin.
Yes.
I nodded.
But there is also another easier and faster way for me to learn a magical language, and that is to hear that language at least once, and then I will immediately understand it and know how to speak it.
And hearing this, the green-eyed boy looked at me in wonder.
Man,
He said.
I know.
I smiled slightly.
however, my ability isn't perfect.
Harry asked curiously.
What problem? Well, I can speak and understand when someone speaks in magical languages, and it's pretty much instantaneous, but I can't read or write in them.
I replied.
And because all these books and diaries are in parcel tongue, you can't read them.
Harry guessed, understanding my problem.
Yes, and because parcel tongue is a very ancient and powerful magical language, I don't have the necessary materials to study it, which made it impossible for me to learn to read this language. But I wasn't discouraged by that because I had an assumption that since it was a real Parselmouth who wrote these books and diaries, then only another real Parselmouth would be able to read them, and in the end that assumption proved correct thanks to you.
I said, looking at my Gryffindor friend with a small smile.
So you weren't sure I could read these books and diaries either?
Harry asked me.
No, I wasn't sure.
I see.
Harry nodded.
So now that we both know I can read them, you must want me to translate them for you, right?
Well, that was my request from the beginning, so yes.
I replied, getting another nod from the black-haired boy. Harry then began to look around at the floating books and diaries, counting in his mind how many of them there were.
I think it'll take me a while to read and translate them all.
He said with a slight grimace.
Oh, you don't have to translate all of them.
I said, making him look at me.
Like I said before, I just didn't learn to read parcel tongue because I didn't have the necessary materials to study that language. But if you translate at least 2 books and make a simple guide to help me, then I'll be able to study them and learn the rest on my own.
Oh, I guess that works.
Harry blinked, and I could feel the relief coming from him.
Heh, and that's why he's not a Ravenclaw.
I thought, amused. And without knowing my thoughts, Harry looked back at the books and diaries around us, and this time he seemed to be looking at them more closely.
Now the question is.
He asked aloud, placing a hand on his chin with a thoughtful look.
Well, since I don't know what these books are about, I won't be able to help you choose. But I suggest you avoid the ones with titles that are.
I said, glancing at some books and diaries that I could tell were dark just by the magic they emitted.
Good suggestion.
Harry said with a grimace. He then continued walking around my room, looking at all the books and diaries carefully, analyzing them in detail as if this were the most important choice of his life. And in the end, after analyzing all the books and diaries, he decided to choose the book with the dark green cover he had picked up at the beginning, and besides it, he also picked up another book that had a dark red cover.
I'll take these 2.
He said, turning and showing the books to me. I nodded after looking at the 2 books with my magic vision, seeing that neither of them had any traces of dark magic in them.
The book with the dark green cover has a slightly different magic, but it's not dark, and I've seen books with even stranger magic in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library.
I thought with a shrug.
Well, I don't know when I'll finish reading these books, but don't worry, Ethan. I promise I'll try to finish this task as soon as possible.
Harry said, taking me out of my thoughts.
You don't need to rush or stress about this.
I said with a nonchalant wave of my hand.
I know my request will take some time to complete, And besides, I've had these books and diaries for almost 2 years. Waiting a little longer to be able to read them won't be a big sacrifice. Oh, all right then.
Harry said. Harry nodded. So now that we both know I can read them, you must want me to translate them for you, right? Well, that was my request from the beginning, so yes, I replied, getting another nod from the black-haired boy. Harry then began to look around at the floating books and diaries, counting in his mind how many of them there were. I think it'll take me a while to read and translate them all, he said with a slight grimace. Oh, you don't have to translate all of them, I said, making him look at me. Like I said before, I just didn't learn to read Parseltongue because I didn't have the necessary materials to study that language. But if you translate at least 2 books and make a simple guide to help me, then I'll be able to study them and learn the rest on my own. Oh, I guess that works, Harry blinked, and I could feel the relief coming from him. Heh, and that's why he's not a Ravenclaw, I thought, amused. And without knowing my thoughts, Harry looked back at the books and diaries around us, and this time he seemed to be looking at them more closely. Now the question is,
In that case, after you finish reading these books, I can lend you some others to read.
I offered.
I'd like that, thank you.
Harry said with a small smile.
You're welcome.
I said, smiling too. I then looked at the clock on my wall and saw that it was already very late, and knowing that we had an early class tomorrow, and that Harry needed to go back to his dormitory in Gryffindor Tower, I decided it was time to end our conversation.
Well, it's already pretty late, so I think we better end our conversation here, especially since you need to get back to your common room.
I said.
I agree.
Harry nodded, looking at the clock as well.
And I'm sure Ron and Hermione must be worried about me, since I should have returned from our meeting with Bagman by now.
He grimaced, already imagining the barrage of questions his overprotective friends would throw at him when he got back to the Gryffindor common room.
Man, thank goodness I'm not you.
I huffed, receiving a frown from Harry. But ignoring his gaze, I began to put all the books and diaries back into my suitcase. And after putting everything away, I closed the suitcase and shrank it, before attaching it again to the chain around my neck. After that, Harry and I then left my room and went down to the common room, and arriving there, we both started heading towards the entrance. And as soon as we stopped in front of the common room entrance, I turned to Harry.
So Harry, do you want me to accompany you to Gryffindor Tower? The castle corridors are very dark and scary at night.
I offered, looking at him with a playful smile.
Thanks for the offer, but I'm not afraid of the dark and I can handle myself.
Harry said dryly.
Of course, no one doubts that, oh great boy who lived.
I said as I bowed slightly. And seeing this, Harry's left eye twitched.
I hate that title.
He said with a frown.
I know that.
I smiled even wider, which only made the Gryffindor boy angrier. But shaking his head, he decided to ignore me, and approaching the entrance to the common room, he opened it, seeing a dimly lit corridor appear in front of him. And after opening the entrance, Harry turned to me.
Well, see you tomorrow in Transfiguration class, Ethan.
He said, saying goodbye to me.
See you tomorrow.
I nodded at him. After that, the boy with glasses turned around again, preparing to return to his house tower. But before he could take a step out of the Ravenclaw common room, he heard an annoying, mocking laugh from a poltergeist very familiar to the castle's residents. And Harry realized that this laughter was coming from somewhere on this floor, close to where we were, and it made him freeze momentarily.
Harry!
I looked at him confused. And my voice snapped him out of his paralyzed state, and he then began to turn towards me slowly. Harry said, looking at me with a slightly tense and worried look. And hearing this, I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Are you serious? I thought you said you weren't afraid of the dark.
First of all, I'm Harry. Sirius is the bearded guy who lives in Grimmauld Place.
Harry said, making me purse my lips at the damn pun.
And secondly, I'm not afraid of the dark, but I also don't want to have to deal with Peeves and his pranks. And you're the only person besides the headmaster and the bloody Baron that damn annoying poltergeist is afraid of.
He explained. And hearing this, I reflected for a moment, before shrugging my shoulders.
Okay.
I said, preparing to leave the common room as well. And upon seeing this, Harry sighed in relief before starting to follow me.
HMPH, the House of Courage is my ass.
Chapter 472. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. A few days later. Today was a Tuesday, a normal school day, and after afternoon classes my friends and I decided to go to a quiet place with fresh air to rest and talk. And after walking around the castle a bit we found a place, which was the clock tower courtyard, and now my friends and I were relaxing while enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the late afternoon.
Man, the teachers really aren't kidding.
Terry commented, sitting down on one of the stone benches in the courtyard with a tired look.
Yes.
Stephen nodded with a frown, sitting down on another bench next to Lisa.
And I don't think in the 3 years I've been at Hogwarts I've ever had to do as much homework and essays as I have in the last 2 weeks.
If you think it's bad now, then you might as well start getting ready, because the teachers are going to give us double and triple the amount of homework when we get to our 5th year.
Sue said, drawing attention to her.
And how do you know that?
Terry asked with a raised eyebrow.
Sabrina from our house, who is in the 7th year, told me.
Sue replied with a shrug, being one of the people in our group who socialized the most with our other housemates.
Oh, and she also told me that the lessons and homework are going to get even harder and more numerous in 6th and 7th year, and that we should make the most of our school days while we have time.
Sue continued, and now even she couldn't help but grimace slightly.
Ugh.
Stephen groaned, receiving nods of agreement from Terry and Anthony.
You know, if the other Ravenclaws saw you acting like this over simple homeworks, they would definitely call you heretics and fake Ravenclaws.
Michael commented with a disdainful snort.
HMPH, those Ravenclaws can take all their precious homework and essays and shove it deep up their A.
Stephen started to say irritably, only to be cut off by Padma.
Language, Stephen.
She said, looking at the muggle-born boy with a frown.
What? I was going to say their trunk.
Stephen defended himself, but from his expression it was obvious he was lying.
I still don't understand why you guys are complaining so much.
Lisa said, joining the conversation while looking at the boys with a strange look.
Sure, I can't deny that the teachers are giving us a lot of homeworks, but it's not like they aren't also giving us plenty of time to finish them. They know that, Lisa, but they're complaining because they're all lazy slobs who let their homework pile up, only to have to finish it all in a hurry on the last day before it's due.
Sue said, looking at Terry, Anthony, Stephen, and even Michael with a look of disdain.
Hey, that's not true.
Anthony exclaimed.
Yeah, we're not lazy slobs.
Stephen said with a grimace.
We just don't do our homework early because we have much more important matters to attend to.
Oh yeah.
Sue looked at him with a raised eyebrow as she crossed her arms.
Like what?
Stephen began to say, stuttering because he knew he had no good answer to give Sue, and anything he said would only confirm his title as a lazy. And Sue, upon noticing Stephen's silence, realized that she had won this battle.
That's what I figured.
She said with a snort, looking at him smugly.
Hey, why does it seem like you girls are against us today?
Terry asked, looking at the girls with a strange look.
With you three acting like this, I'm starting to think you support teachers giving us hundreds of homeworks.
We are not against you, and we also do not support teachers giving us too much homework, but we think you're overreacting about all of this.
Lisa said with a shrug.
Yeah, you guys are being way too dramatic, and besides, your complaining is starting to get annoying.
Sue rolled her eyes.
We're not exaggerating or being dramatic. It's just that you still don't understand how bad it is for us to not have time for anything because we have to spend all day studying and writing essays.
Terry complained with a frown on his face.
And look, even Ethan, who always does his homework in advance, looks stressed and exhausted with all this.
He said, pointing at me. And the others, upon hearing his words, turned to look at me, seeing me sitting on another stone bench next to Luna in a strange silence. And they noticed that besides me being very quiet, I was also looking down with a tired expression, yawning slightly as I made a small effort to try to keep my eyes open. And this was strange and surprising to them, because I had always been the most energetic and lively person in the group, and they had never seen me truly tired.
I regret not using History of Magic class to take a nap.
I thought, not even paying attention to the discussion that was happening in front of me. Contrary to what my friends were thinking, I wasn't tired because of the lessons and homework the teachers were giving us, as I found them boring and easy for the most part, even preferring them to be a bit more creative and challenging. I was actually tired because I spent the whole last night awake, reviewing my memories about everything I knew about the third task and Riddle's resurrection, creating plans and countermeasures for when the moment came. And I knew that my body was strong and resilient enough for me to go a day or two without sleep, but using occlumency to delve into my mind caused a lot of effort and mental exhaustion. And while my body was able to recover quickly from physical exhaustion, the same could not be said for my mind, which was why I looked so tired and exhausted right now, because I had not yet recovered mentally.
Are you okay, Ethan? You seem a little distracted.
Luna, who had also been quiet throughout the entire discussion, asked, looking at me with her head tilted. And even though her voice was calm and curious, I could feel her concern for me.
I'm fine, I just didn't get a good night's sleep last night.
I replied, stifling a yawn with my hand.
Oh,
Luna nodded, frowning slightly. After that, the peculiar girl looked down, a worried and thoughtful look appearing on her face.
Ethan looks really tired.
She thought, glancing at me and seeing that the cheerful, lively boy who always made her feel happy and cared for didn't look so good.
I wish I could do something to help him.
She bit her lower lip. Luna then started thinking about what she could do to help me, and her ideas ranged from giving me some chocolate pudding, because for her pudding always managed to cheer people up, to making me a new necklace to keep the Raxperts away. And as she continued thinking, she suddenly remembered a conversation that some Ravenclaw girls were having yesterday in the common room, and that she had overheard by accident. And in this conversation, the girls were talking about a column in Witch Weekly magazine that was published last week, and this column talked about ways to make the boy they liked happy. And one of these ways was precisely about what to do if the boy was tired. Luna played with her hands, hesitating as she wondered whether she should do what the Witch Weekly column suggested or not. And as she thought about this, the blonde girl continued to look at the ground, hesitant and restless. But Luna decided to look at me again out of the corner of her eyes, and seeing me with my shoulders slumped and eyes tired, she began to feel her hesitation disappear, replaced by determination. And with that change, she finally made her decision. Then, gathering her courage, Luna raised her head, looking directly at me.
Ethan, would you like?
She asked, feeling her cheeks flush completely. And I, who was wondering whether I should go back to my room to get some sleep, nodded absently to her offer. But in the next instant, her words finally hit me, and when they did, I stopped, blinking before quickly turning to Luna.
What?
I asked, losing some of my earlier tiredness.
Did I hear wrong? Did Luna just offer me a lap pillow?
I wondered, confused and somewhat shocked.
I asked if you would like to lie on my lap, since that way you could rest a bit before dinner.
Luna repeated, looking away as she began to feel embarrassed by her bold offer.
I think my dried berry necklace is wearing off.
Chapter 473. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After Luna repeated her offer again, I stared at her with slightly wide eyes, realizing that I hadn't actually heard her wrong. But her offer of a lap pillow was so unexpected and sudden that I was speechless for a moment, trying to understand where it came from. And when she noticed my silence, Luna began to fidget restlessly, wondering if she had crossed the line and if she had been too forward with her offer.
I guess I made him uncomfortable.
She thought, biting her lip. But even though she thought she had messed up our friendship, she was still worried about me, and that's why she decided to try to break this strange silence.
Ethan.
She called out to me, feeling a little anxious. And upon hearing her voice, I blinked, coming out of my dazed state.
I
I started to say as I looked at her, before pausing, not really knowing what to say to her and her offer. But even though I was still surprised and a little confused, I started to think about it.
I
I thought, and I didn't even know why I was taking this matter so seriously. And looking at Luna, I could see that she was a little nervous and shy, but she was still determined as she waited for my answer, which I found quite cute and warmed my heart.
Well, it doesn't hurt to accept the offer of someone who just wants to take care of me, especially since that person is my dear friend.
I thought, finally having my answer to Luna's offer.
Well,
I started to say, catching Luna's attention, who looked at me intently.
I think I'll accept your offer, Luna.
I said, smiling slightly at her. And hearing this, Luna blinked her big, dreamy eyes, but then when she finally understood what I said, a small, happy smile appeared on her face, with her nodding slightly at me. After that, she settled herself on the bench we were sitting on before patting her thigh a few times, trying to remove any dirt that might be on her pants. And as she did this, I could see that her movements were a little clumsy, as if she didn't know what she was supposed to do. And when she finished getting ready, she turned to me, and from her slightly shy look, I could tell she didn't know what to do next.
she's so cute.
I thought somewhat amusedly. But wanting to ease some of her embarrassment, I decided not to keep her waiting any longer. I then laid down on the stone bench we were on, and slowly and carefully I approached her, before resting my head on her lap. And now that my head was on Luna's soft thighs, I looked up, staring at Luna's face with a small smile, starting to feel a little shy too. And she, who was looking at me, also smiled shyly, but I could feel her satisfaction and happiness, as if she had completed an important mission. And I thought about talking to Luna a little more, but lying on her lap I felt so relaxed and calm, and that made my tiredness finally catch up with me. And the last thing I felt before closing my eyes completely and surrendering myself to the kingdom of Morpheus was the softness where my head was, and the light, sweet smell of plums and wet leaves of the kind and cheerful girl who was one of the important people in my life. And Luna, who noticed that I had fallen asleep, smiled slightly before starting to run her hand through my hair gently, looking at me with a loving gaze. And the scene of a boy sleeping peacefully with his head on the lap of a girl with a gentle smile looked so peaceful and happy that anyone who saw it would definitely say that it could be turned into a beautiful painting. And upon seeing this scene, the girls who had been silent since the moment Luna offered me her lap celebrated silently, happy for Luna's relationship progress while also thinking about how cute Luna and I looked. And the boys, oblivious to the thoughts of the female part of our group, could only stare open-mouthed at the scene taking place in front of them, feeling that they had missed something.
Why do I have the feeling that something is going on here?
They thought as they looked at each other, confused and surprised. Later, sometime before dinner starts. After I woke up, which was a short time ago, I had realized that only Luna and I were left in the clock tower courtyard, with our friends having already left some time ago to do other things. I had also realized that it was already night and that it was almost time for dinner. And so after thanking Luna and telling her that I would meet her in the Great Hall for dinner, I headed towards one of the castle's bathrooms, wanting to splash some water on my face to get rid of my remaining tiredness. And now I had just come out of the bathroom and was heading towards the Great Hall, feeling much more refreshed than before.
I have to say, that afternoon nap was really nice and satisfying.
I said as I stretched slightly. My little nap was only 2 hours long, but that time was more than enough to rest my mind and replenish my energy. And I didn't know why, but I felt much calmer and more comfortable sleeping on that bench next to Luna than in my bed in my room.
Sigh, I just wish that stone bench was as comfortable as Luna's thighs.
I muttered before realizing what I said, causing my cheeks to flush slightly.
Damn, what am I thinking?
I shook my head to get rid of those thoughts. And to my relief, it was at this exact moment that a family trio of lions, known for their tendency to always get into trouble and unusual and problematic situations, decided to reveal their presence.
Ethan, we were looking for you.
Rome said, with him, Hermione and Harry coming towards me in quick steps as soon as they saw me.
Where are you?
I looked at them with an eyebrow raised in curiosity.
Yes.
Hermione nodded, stopping in front of me as she looked at me with pursed lips. And looking back at her, I could see that she seemed upset about something, but her feelings also showed that she was surprised, excited, and curious. And this set of emotions, along with her expression, left me confused, and I started to open my mouth to ask her what was going on. But before I could even say anything, the studious girl immediately spoke.
Why didn't you tell us you had books in parcel tongue? And why did you only show them to Harry?
She asked, crossing her arms as she glared at me with a pout.
Yeah, and why didn't you tell us that your ability allowed you to talk to other animals too?
Ron joined the conversation, standing next to Hermione.
Oh.
And I, who wasn't expecting the sudden questions, blinked in surprise. I then looked away from Ron and Hermione and looked at Harry, who was behind them. And seeing my gaze fall on him, Harry gave me an apologetic smile.
Sorry, Ethan, they found out about the books you lent me, and because of that I had to explain the whole situation to them. Oh, I see.
I nodded, already expecting something like this to happen. And Harry, seeing that I didn't react negatively to it, felt relieved.
Luckily, Ethan wasn't mad at me.
He thought, knowing that the existence of those books was something I would want to keep secret. But unfortunately for the green-eyed boy, his friend and girlfriend Hermione seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to finding interesting books.
I swear this must be some kind of special ability she has.
Chapter 474. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
So, Ethan, why didn't you show us those books too?
Hermione repeated her question, and it was obvious to anyone that she was upset at being left out of something so interesting and important. And of course, the subject being about books and studies, something she likes and worships almost like a religion, has no connection with why she was so angry and anxious. And knowing the personality of the girl in front of me, I knew she would continue to insist with her questions, so I decided to answer her right away.
Well, Hermione, I didn't show you the books or the diaries because, first, the books are in parcel tongue, and since you don't speak that language, you wouldn't be able to help me translate them. Second, only Harry was with me at the time, and picking you up would have delayed us and also caused suspicion among the other students, who might think we were up to something if they saw the three of you accompanying me so late at night. And third, and most importantly, I knew Harry would end up showing and talking about the books to you guys, so I just left the job of explaining everything to him. It wasn't like I didn't want you guys to know about the books.
I finished my answer, shrugging calmly.
Oh.
Hermione said, nodding in satisfaction after hearing my explanation. And seeing that she accepted my answer so easily, I couldn't help but look at her with an ironic look. For someone who seemed so upset and sad at first, it was really easy to calm her down, I thought, shaking my head slightly.
But Ethan, I'm curious to know.
Hermione asked, looking at me curiously. And being pulled out of my thoughts, I looked at her, and I could tell she was really interested in this question. And not just her, but Ron and Harry too, with the green-eyed boy having that question in mind since the day I asked for his help. And looking at the three of them, I wondered if I should tell them where and how I found those books and diaries.
Well, it's not like this is supposed to be a big secret.
I thought. I never told anyone about the Chamber of Secrets because I still intended to use the place as a secret base, and also because I didn't want anyone bothering me with questions about how I found the place and what was there. However, I didn't see much of a problem if my friends and family found out about the Chamber of Secrets, and I myself intended to tell them about the chamber at some point in the future. And besides, there were currently only 3 people who could open the passage to the Chamber of Secrets, and one of them didn't even have a real body currently.
Meh, I trust them enough to know that they won't spread this information around, and besides, sooner or later they would end up finding out about the chamber.
I shrugged, deciding to tell the Golden Trio the truth.
Well, I will answer your question, Hermione. However, I expect you 3 to keep what I am going to say a secret and not tell anyone without my permission, okay?
I looked at them seriously.
Yeah, I won't tell anyone.
Hermione said, with her two friends nodding in agreement.
Good.
I nodded at them. But before I told them where I found the books and diaries, I started looking around, noticing that we were in the middle of a corridor where anyone could see and hear us. And not wanting this information to leak, I thought about taking the three Gryffindors somewhere more private. But after thinking about it for a while, I realized that this wouldn't be necessary. And then, taking my wand, I raised it before circling it above my head, and a semi-translucent purple dome appeared around us before turning invisible.
What was that, Ethan?
Hermione asked as she looked around, curious about the spell I cast.
Just a privacy spell.
I replied, and seeing that her curious eyes were still on me, I decided to explain a little.
This spell creates a dome around the caster and those near him, and anyone outside will not be able to hear those inside it. Oh, that sounds like a very useful spell.
Harry said as Hermione looked around again with interest.
Yes, it is.
I nodded before returning to the main topic.
But well, now that no one can hear us, I'll tell you where I found the books that Harry showed you.
I said, drawing the three's attention to me again.
The place where I found all the books and diaries is here inside the castle, and it was built more than 900 years ago by one of the founders, completely in secret from the other three because of a fight they'd had, caused by their different ideals. And ironically, the existence of that place is known by many people and is even documented in the Hogwarts history books. But even knowing that this place exists, the location of its entrance remains a mystery and a secret to everyone.
I said, briefly explaining the history of the Chamber of Secrets. And I confess that I didn't immediately reveal the location because I wanted to create an atmosphere of mystery and suspense, which seemed to be working. And while Harry and Ron stared at me intently, completely caught up in my words, Hermione looked down with her brow furrowed thoughtfully.
This place is in the castle. It was built by a founder who fought with the other three. It's documented in the books, and the location is a secret.
Hermione began to reflect, going over all the important points of what I said in her mind. And you didn't need to be the smartest person to know that the founder I was talking about was Salazar Slytherin, and with this information, Hermione little by little began to solve the puzzle. And then in her mind suddenly came a chapter from her favorite book, Hogwarts, a history where the author mentioned a chamber built by Slytherin to hide some dangerous and deadly creature. And with her eyes slightly widened, Hermione quickly raised her head and looked at me with a surprised look.
The Chamber of Secrets.
She said, not paying attention to the two boys beside her who turned to her in fright at her exclamation.
Ding ding, you got it right.
I said, smiling slightly at Hermione.
The place where I found all the books and diaries in Parseltongue was in Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Amazing!
And even though Hermione already knew this, my confirmation still left her stunned. And even Harry was looking at me with wide eyes.
The Chamber of Secrets.
He muttered in shock.
Huh, what's the Chamber of Secrets?
Ron asked, looking at us in confusion. And to my surprise, the one who answered him was not Hermione, but Harry.
As Ethan said, the Chamber of Secrets is a secret room that the founder of Slytherin House built hidden in the castle after an argument he had with the other three founders. And according to legend, Salazar Slytherin sealed the chamber so that no one other than his own true heir could open it. And furthermore, the legend also says that when this heir arrived at Hogwarts, he would open the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the monster that lies dormant within it, causing terror and purging the school of all those who, in Slytherin's view, were unworthy of studying magic.
And as soon as he finished his explanation, Harry nodded to himself, satisfied and proud for having remembered this information. However, a few seconds after he finished speaking, Harry realized that no one was saying anything, causing an awkward silence to fall over the group. And confused, the boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead looked at us, noticing that Hermione, Ron, and I were staring at him with our mouths open.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Harry asked, looking at us with a frown. And his question snapped us out of our stupor, and Ron was the first to speak.
Dude, how the hell did you know about all this?
The red-haired boy asked, looking at his best friend as if he was some abnormal magical creature.
Oh well.
Harry replied with a shrug.
Wait, you did some research on something. On your own.
Hermione asked, positively surprised.
Yes, I did.
Harry frowned, starting to feel offended by our surprise. But what he didn't notice was that after his explanation, Hermione started looking at him differently. And feeling the feelings of the only girl in the Golden Trio, I glanced at her, seeing the passionate way she was looking at Harry. And she was looking at him with a glazed look and flushed cheeks, as if she was seeing the most attractive and incredible being in the world. And seeing her expression and feeling her emotions, I started to feel a little uncomfortable.
Man, it's times like this when I wish I could turn off my empathy.
Chapter 475. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the big revelation that Harry read something more than just Quidditch magazines, and that he was studying and researching Salazar Slytherin on his own, Hermione started asking them a lot of questions, wanting to know everything he found out about the founder. And Harry didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, he even seemed pleased, as if he was happy to be able to show off his knowledge to his girlfriend. And I think he was so distracted answering Hermione's questions that he didn't even notice her red cheeks and glazed look in her eyes. And looking at the young Gryffindor couple happily chatting in front of me, I grimaced, feeling that the atmosphere between them was starting to get a little too weird and passionate. And looking at Ron, I noticed that there was an identical grimace on his face, and he even looked a little disgusted.
Well, Harry and Hermione are their best friends, almost like family, so it's normal that he feels uncomfortable seeing them flirting in front of him.
I thought, giving the youngest Weasley boy a sympathetic look. But shaking my head, I realized we were getting off topic, which wasn't good since we still had to go to the Great Hall for dinner, and I still had things to explain to them before then. And knowing this, I decided to call their attention.
Ahem.
I cleared my throat, interrupting Harry and Hermione's moment and making the three Gryffindors look at me.
Well, Harry, I'm glad to hear that you've been doing your own research, and even happier to hear that you're trying hard to understand your ability.
I began to say, seeing the green-eyed boy smile proudly at my words. I then turned to Ron and Hermione.
And now, after Harry's explanation, I don't think it will be necessary for me to tell you too what the Chamber of Secrets is, right?
I asked, looking at the boy and girl in question.
No.
Hermione replied, with Ron shaking his head.
Great!
I nodded.
So now that the main explanation is out of the way, I'm sure you have plenty of questions for me.
I said, feeling the Golden Trio's curious gazes on me. And as soon as I finished speaking, it was as if I had given the green light for Hermione to begin her questioning.
So, Ethan, where is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? How did you find it? What was in there?
She launched her barrage of questions at me, not even pausing to take a breath.
Calm down, Hermione. Leave some questions for the others.
I joked, making her blush slightly. And seeing her excitement to ask these questions, I smiled in amusement, and I was sure that if we had given Hermione some time, she would have made a list of questions to ask me. And actually, now that I thought about it, I started to get a little worried, since it was quite likely that if I didn't answer all her questions today, she would come looking for me tomorrow with this list ready.
Maybe I should avoid her for a while after today.
I thought, sweating, before shaking my head and focusing on the present moment.
Well, Hermione, to answer your questions.
I began to say, gaining the full attention of the bushy-haired girl and the two boys beside her.
And as for its entrance.
And before I could continue answering Hermione's questions, I was interrupted by a surprised exclamation.
The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' bathroom.
Ron asked, looking at me in shock. And Harry and Hermione were also looking at me in shock and open-mouthed disbelief at this new information.
That was my reaction when I found out about this too.
I snorted, remembering the first time I watched the second movie and my reaction when they revealed where the entrance to the chamber was.
The chamber is.
Hermione repeated in a whisper, trying to process this revelation. She then turned to me, and I could see a strange look on her face.
Why, how?
I don't know.
I shrugged.
but probably the location of the entrance hasn't always been there. And I think that over time the former headmasters must have changed and rebuilt some places in the castle. And in the end, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets ended up becoming the girls' bathroom.
I actually knew how the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets ended up becoming the second-floor girls' bathroom, but that was information that I had no way of explaining how I knew it, so I decided to speak as if it were just my assumption.
I still can't believe it.
The book-loving girl shook her head.
Yes, right under our noses.
Ron nodded before pausing.
Well, it was actually under the girls' noses. I'm sure if the entrance was in the boys' bathroom, we would have discovered it a long time ago.
What do you mean by that?
Hermione turned to him with a frown.
Oh, I mean, ouch.
Ron bent down to rub his shin, turning to Harry with a pained, confused look.
Why did you kick my leg?
But Harry ignored the red-haired boy's question, looking at Hermione and noticing that she was still staring at Ron in irritation. And realizing that an argument between his two friends could still happen, he decided to focus their attention on the questions about the chamber again, and so he turned to me.
Ethan, you already told us where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is, but how did you find it? And how did you manage to open it when it was only supposed to open to the heir of Slytherin?
Harry asked.
Well, to begin with, I became interested in the Chamber of Secrets after reading about it in a book. And as I was very curious to know more about that place, I started researching about it in old books and newspapers. And while I was looking for information about the Chamber of Secrets, I found out about an incident that occurred decades ago involving it. And after some time investigating that incident and looking for more information, it didn't take long for me to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. And actually, after my investigation, I realized that it wasn't difficult to find the chamber's entrance, especially if the person already has an idea of where and what to look for.
I replied, and I was obviously lying, since from the beginning I knew where the entrance to the chamber was. And I also didn't go into too much detail in my answer, nor did I talk much about the incident that was actually Myrtle's murder, as I knew that this would spark the interest of the three Gryffindors. And I didn't want them to ask me about the incident because it involved Hagrid, our half-giant friend, and young Voldemort before he lost his nose and hair. And if they got involved in this matter, which they obviously would, I would end up being pulled into this mess too, which at the current moment would be very uncomfortable. But shaking my head, I decided to answer his second question, wanting to change the subject quickly.
And now about your other question, in fact, opening the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is a problem, since, as you said, it can only be opened by the heir of Slytherin.
Harry said, realizing that this shouldn't be all that surprising. And thinking about it, he realized it should have been obvious that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, built by Britain's most famous Parselmouth, could only be opened by someone who spoke Parseltongue.
With Ethan's explanation, I realized that it really doesn't seem that difficult to find the Chamber of Secrets, and even opening its entrance seems more like a situation of opportunity and luck.
Hermione said, rubbing her chin.
You're right.
I nodded to her.
But you only think that because I told you where the chamber is and how to open it. To most people, all of this must be nothing more than a legend and a myth, and those who believe that the chamber really exists must still find it impossible to find and enter it. And in fact, I think these people must think that it is necessary to solve dozens of mysteries and complex riddles while embarking on dangerous adventures in order to find the Chamber of Secrets. But that's a bit too extreme and even a bit stupid.
I commented with a strange grimace, getting a small snort from Hermione and an amused smile from Harry. And Ron, a pureblood who has always lived in the wizarding world and has never been very interested in the Muggle world, blinked in confusion when he heard what I said.
What the hell is Indiana Jones?
Chapter 476. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Well, now that your questions and doubts have been answered, I think we better head to the Great Hall, or else we might end up missing dinner.
I said, wanting to end our conversation that had already gone on for too long. And as soon as Ron heard that we would miss dinner, he immediately became alarmed.
What? Are we going to miss dinner?
He repeated in panic before turning to his friends.
Guys, let's go quickly. I'm starving, and if I don't eat anything in the next 10 minutes, I feel like I might end up starving to death.
And hearing the red-haired boy's words, Hermione rolled her eyes while Harry sighed in exasperation.
You're being very dramatic, Ron. And is it possible that all you can think about is food?
Hermione asked, looking at the Weasley boy as she crossed her arms.
Of course not, but dinner is the most important meal of the day.
Ron said, nodding as if stating an important fact.
That's what you said about breakfast and lunch, too.
Hermione said with a dismissive snort.
That's because all 3 meals are very important.
He shrugged. And Hermione pursed her lips at this, as this was a statement made by a rude glutton, but in a way he was not wrong.
Sigh.
She muttered, giving up on arguing much to Ron's satisfaction.
Well, since that's all settled, then let's get going.
He said with a big smile, turning around and preparing to head to the Great Hall.
Oh, wait a minute.
I said, stopping Ron in his tracks as he turned to me with a frown. And ignoring the impatient look from the red-haired boy, I looked at Harry.
Before we go to the Great Hall, I wanted to ask Harry 2 questions.
I said, making the green-eyed boy look at me.
2 questions.
He repeated as he tilted his head with a curious look.
What questions? Well, have you read the 2 books you took from me? And if so, was there anything interesting written in them?
I asked, genuinely interested in this question.
Oh, I actually read a few chapters of that book with the green cover, and if there was anything interesting in it.
Harry started to answer, before pausing with a slight grimace on his face.
What was written on it?
I asked, frowning a little worriedly. From the traces of magic I had felt coming from that book, it shouldn't be about black magic or something so dark and dangerous.
The book talks about rituals, blood pacts, and sacrificial offerings. And in the first chapter, the book teaches you how to create a ritualistic altar step by step.
He said with an apprehensive frown. And after hearing Harry's answer, I blinked, feeling my body relax.
Oh, is that it?
I asked, relieved.
Wait, you're not worried about this?
Harry asked me in surprise.
Huh, not really, because I was already expecting something like this to be written in those books.
I replied with a shrug. And that shouldn't even be a surprise, since these books once belonged to a dark wizard like Salazar Slytherin, I thought.
But...
Ron exclaimed, joining in the conversation as well.
Well, not exactly.
I said before explaining.
Rituals, pacts, and offerings are closely tied to magic in general, and we even learn some subcategories of them in our classes. And just like spells, they only become black magic if the intention and the way they are used is truly evil and vile. Really?
Harry looked at me in surprise.
Yeah.
I nodded.
And that's why I hope that, when you read these books, you don't judge them as dark or evil, but rather as just another book you would find in a normal library.
Harry said after a few seconds of thought. He then looked at me, and there was an anxious expression on his face.
But are you sure it's safe to leave these books with me?
He asked.
You're worried that someone will try to attack you to steal them from you.
I asked, looking at him with a raised eyebrow.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Harry shook his head before pausing, thinking for a moment.
Well, actually, that's what I'm worried about too.
And why do you think that?
I tilted my head in confusion.
Because they contain information and magic that is dangerous and powerful.
He replied, looking at me as if the answer was obvious.
I understood this.
I said, feeling my right eye twitch.
What I don't understand is why you're worried about it. It's not like anything bad is going to happen just because you have the books, right?
Well, no.
Harry said with a frown on his face. And as soon as he said that, I finally understood what the real issue of this whole matter was. It wasn't about the books being in the wrong hands, it was about Harry not trusting himself to keep them and not do something bad. And realizing why Harry was worried, I could only stare at him blankly, which made the boy slightly uncomfortable. And after a few seconds of looking at him in silence, I finally spoke.
Harry, would you try to benefit from the information you have in the books and diaries, even if it means doing something criminal or immoral?
I asked, making him look at me confused at the sudden question.
No.
I continued asking.
No.
He replied with a strange expression.
Would you use the magics written on them to try to hurt or harm someone?
And as soon as I asked that question, Harry immediately shook his head.
No, I would never do that.
He replied with a resolute look.
Well, if you wouldn't do any of those things then, that means you're not evil. And if you're not evil then, it's okay for you to keep reading the books and diaries.
I said, shrugging nonchalantly. Huh? And hearing what I said, Harry blinked, stunned for a moment. But then he frowned, looking down thoughtfully. Harry couldn't understand how I could act so calm and relaxed about such an important matter. But he also couldn't think of any counterarguments to what I said, realizing that I had raised a very strong point and that it made a lot of sense. And I, who saw that my words were having an effect on him, decided to end this matter and put an end to all his doubts and uncertainties.
And besides, Harry, I don't trust you just because of something like, he wouldn't do anything bad, so he's not bad.
I started to say, pulling him out of his thoughts.
I trust you because I'm a very good judge of people, and my instincts tell me that you're a good person. And trust me, my instincts are always right.
That.
Harry tried to say, but the conviction and certainty in my words left him speechless.
It seems Harry's trust issues haven't completely gone away even after all our talks. His friends.
Help and his time living with Sirius, I mused. But thinking about it, maybe having a better, more comfortable, and more affectionate life was what made these problems come to the surface and become so prolonged. Before, he had to live with his abusive relatives and suffer from the pressure of the wizarding world for being the boy who lived, without having anyone to lean on. And because of that, he had no time or a safe haven to think about his own feelings and stuff.
Whenever one problem is solved, another one arises soon after.
I thought, shaking my head a little sadly at that. And I knew it would be tiring, time-consuming, and difficult to solve this problem, especially since it was about Harry's mental health. But he was my friend, and I had no intention of seeing him suffer like that without helping him. And so I started thinking about how I could help him, and fortunately I knew I wouldn't be alone in this, because Harry now had many people who liked him and who would do anything to help him. And while I was thinking about the current situation of the Gryffindor Golden Boy, Harry finally finished reflecting on what I said.
I guess you're right.
Harry said to me, snapping me out of my thoughts. And looking at him, I could see that my words had the intended effect on him, as I could feel that he was lighter and more relieved.
I know.
I said with a small, smug smile.
And you know, with how many times you guys say I'm right, I'm almost thinking about making that phrase my slogan.
I joked, trying to lighten the mood a little. And Harry, who realized what I was doing, looked at me gratefully, but he wasn't going to miss this chance to make fun of me.
An arrogant phrase as a slogan. What are you, Lockhart?
Harry asked, smirking as he saw my smile freeze.
Ugh.
I said, grimacing. And Harry and Ron, who knew of my hatred and contempt for Lockhart, laughed when they saw my disgusted look. And Hermione next to them also grimaced, remembering the time when she was a fangirl of the peacock in the form of a man.
Those were dark times.
Chapter 477. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After my conversation with the Golden Trio finally ended, the four of us headed towards the Great Hall, and as soon as we arrived there we split up, with them going to the Gryffindor table while I went to the Ravenclaw table to have dinner with my friends. And as I ate my dinner, I kept thinking about the conversation I had with them, wondering what they would do now that they knew where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was and how to open it. In canon, they left the chamber untouched and abandoned after Harry killed the basilisk and defeated the fragment of young Voldemort's soul, and only returned to visit the place at the end of the 7th book and 8th film because they needed another basilisk fang to destroy the Horcruxes. However, their lack of interest in the chamber could also be described as a type of repulsion or trauma, since what led them to find the place was a sequence of unpleasant situations. It all started with strange voices coming from the walls, followed by an attack on Mrs. Norris and a frightening message talking about purging the school of muggles. After that, the students found out about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, making them realize that there could be a monster loose in the school, and then the public revelation about Harry being a Parselmouth occurred, which led his classmates to be afraid of him and isolate him. Soon after this, more attacks occurred where people ended up completely paralyzed, and Hermione, a member of the trio, ended up being one of the victims. And when everyone thought it couldn't get any worse, Ginny was kidnapped, which led Harry and Ron to have to enter the Chamber of Secrets to rescue her. In concluding this sequence of unfortunate and frightening events, Harry had to fight a deadly and bloodthirsty ancient snake, but not before discovering that the cause of all the problems was in fact the same man who ruined his life, or rather, a fragment of his soul when he was still just a student. And I was sure that if it were anyone else having to go through these situations, they would definitely be so traumatized that they would even consider leaving Hogwarts, and maybe even the wizarding world. That is, if they didn't end up in some psychiatric ward or mental institution. Stress, fear, anxiety, worry.
If we put aside the disgusting, humiliating, and slightly embarrassing part of the situation, it was actually a pretty smart move to hide the entrance in a random bathroom.
I reflected, not being able to deny that there was a certain amount of shrewdness involved in it. And I don't remember which of Salazar's descendants changed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, or whether he put it in the girls' bathroom on purpose, but I think that either way, he deserved due congratulations for his.
Genius!
But putting those thoughts aside, I shook my head, going back to thinking about what Harry, Hermione, and Ron would do from now on with the knowledge about the Chamber of Secrets. But after thinking about it for a while, I realized that it really didn't matter what they did. The most they could do would be to enter the chamber, and that wouldn't be a problem since I had already collected everything that was possibly dangerous and lethal in that place, and even the dead body of the basilisk was already safely stored in my suitcase. So the only thing left for them to do there would be to explore the place, which wasn't dangerous or risky, thanks to the lack of a XXXXX class creature lurking in the pipes, or rather, crawling in them. And maybe in the end, they don't even spend much time inside the Chamber of Secrets, since without all the interesting things, the place was nothing more than a big chamber that looked more like a sewer. And besides, with Ron's fearful personality, plus his contempt for everything Slytherin, and Hermione's caution and common sense, they might not even enter or get close to the chamber. The only person of the Golden Trio who would be interested and curious enough to try to enter the Chamber of Secrets, even to the point of insisting on it overcoming any common sense and survival instinct, would be Harry, for quite obvious reasons.
Well, then I guess it will all depend on whether Ron and Hermione can get the idea of entering the chamber out of Harry's head, or whether Harry will be insistent enough to convince his two friends to join him in this exploration through Hogwarts underground.
I thought with a snort. And of course, these are all just my assumptions considering what I know about them and their personalities. Perhaps the thought of entering or even approaching the Chamber of Secrets is not even crossing their minds. And thinking about it, that was the most likely option, especially since they had more important things going on this year that required their full attention.
They're actually not the only ones.
I thought with pursed lips.
Now that the Triwizard Tournament and the school year are almost over, things are going to get even more stressful and dangerous. And that also means I'm going to be quite busy until it's all over.
And thinking about what would happen at the end of the third task, I couldn't help but feel tense and worried.
Sigh, I just hope everything goes as planned, or at least I hope I can protect Harry and Fleur in the maze, and then get out of that graveyard with Harry alive and unharmed.
And that was my main concern, but I knew that thinking about it wouldn't do any good. The only thing I could do to increase the chances of my plans working out and also increase our chances of survival was to prepare myself, improving my strengths and skills before the big event. A few days later, June. It had been a few days since my conversation with the Golden Trio, and in those days that passed I did almost nothing, just training and improving my skills. Just as I said, I started preparing for the third task, and knowing the challenges that awaited me, I created an intense training schedule for myself. And following this schedule, I remained in the room of requirement almost most of my time, training incessantly. And I was so focused on that I even put aside my personal projects and studies a little. Of course, I still spent time with my friends and attended Nick and Penny's classes, knowing that they would be worried about me if I completely isolated myself. And I also used some of my time to continue teaching and training Fleur and the Golden Trio, as well as occasionally showing up at my study group sessions. But when I wasn't doing any of those things, my day could basically be summed up as training, eating, and sleeping. And following this logic, today should be another day of training for me, but actually I wouldn't do anything too exhausting or stressful for my body today, just intending to rest and relax. And the reason why I wouldn't do anything and just rest was because today was Friday, but not just any Friday. Today was the penultimate Friday of June, which meant it was the eve of the third task of the Triwizard tournament. And since there was only one day left before the start of the third task, I decided to give my body a break, since pushing it too hard would end up having the opposite effect to what I wanted, especially so close to an event that would require great physical effort from me. And well, now I had the whole day free for myself, and I just needed to think about what to do to pass the time, since I didn't want to just lie in my bed lazily.
I could call my friends over to play some games, or maybe I'll take a walk through the forbidden forest.
I thought before shrugging.
Meh, I still have a lot of time to decide.
Chapter 478. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Nick and Penny's room. Today was my
Day off.
And after thinking a little about what to do to pass the time, I ended up deciding that I would spend some time with the people important to me before tomorrow's task. And the first people I decided to spend time with weren't my friends, but the family I had at Hogwarts right now. And this family I was talking about was obviously my adoptive grandparents, the French immortal alchemists Nick and Penny. And at this moment, I was already in their room, sitting across from Nick on one of the sofas in their living room while I waited for Penny to finish preparing our drinks and snacks in the kitchen that was in their room. Bedroom, living room, kitchen.
Here it is, my special blackberry tea with lemon essence.
Penny said, walking out of the kitchen while 3 cups and a plate of cookies and cupcakes floated behind her. And arriving in front of us, she placed the cups of tea and the plate with cupcakes and cookies on the table in front of us, before sitting next to me on the sofa. And as soon as Penny sat down, she immediately started the conversation.
You know, it's been a while since we've spent any time together like this.
She commented, turning to me. And looking at her, I could see that she was looking straight at me with a little pout on her face, and feeling her emotions, I could feel that she was a little upset, sad, and disappointed. But along with these feelings, I could also feel her happiness, delight, contentment, and affection, which showed that even though she was sad that I hadn't spent much time with her these past few days, she was still happy that I had decided to show up here today.
I'm sorry, Penny. I couldn't visit you these days because I was very busy.
I said to her with a small apologetic smile.
Humph, no one is so busy that they can't even take a few minutes out of their day to spend time with their grandmother outside of classroom.
She said, crossing her arms and giving me a reprimanding look, which made me lower my head in embarrassment. And unfortunately, I didn't have a counterargument or an excuse for it, because I knew she was right. Even if I had gone into a training frenzy, I still could have used at least a few minutes and even an hour or 2 of my day to talk to her outside of enchantment and ward classes, which were basically the only times we interacted these past few days.
I really am a terrible grandson.
I thought with a sigh, feeling like a selfish idiot. And at this moment, I had made a promise in my heart that until the school year was over, I would try to spend as much time as possible with Nick and Penny, even if it meant skipping some classes and my practices. And coming out of my thoughts, I looked back at Penny, who was still staring at me.
I'm sorry.
I said, in a resolute tone of voice that also showed the sincerity in my words. And upon hearing my promise, Penny narrowed her eyes at me as if she was trying to see the truth of my words. And after a few seconds of staring at me, I could see the upset look that was on her beautiful face disappear as if it had never been there, being replaced by a soft and happy look, with a small smile appearing on her face.
Sai, I really can't pretend to be mad at you.
She said, looking at me lovingly. And I knew from the beginning that she wasn't really upset with me and was just making a little drama as a joke, but hearing her say that still made me sigh in relief.
Well, I always keep my promises, and you know I would love to spend more time with you too.
I said, smiling too. And Nick, who didn't participate in our conversation, just kept looking at us with an amused look.
They both look so alike, and have such a strong connection between them that it's hard to believe they're not biological grandmother and grandson.
He thought, smiling softly as he sipped his tea. And as he looked at Penny and me, he couldn't help but feel happy, realizing that we looked like a real family. And this warm and fuzzy feeling of having a family was something he hadn't gotten used to yet, but he was sure that this was one of the best things that had ever happened to him and Penny. And this certainty came from the good and wonderful feelings he always felt when he was with Penny and me, and even with my parents and Seal. Feelings he had felt only a few times in his long life. But shaking his head, Nick pushed his sentimentality to the back of his mind, deciding to start a new conversation.
So Ethan, are you worried about tomorrow?
The French immortal asked me, causing Penny and I to turn to him. And hearing his sudden question, I looked at him with a confused expression.
Worried about what?
I asked Beck.
With the third task, obviously. It won't be as simple as the others, and because it's the last and decisive one, it'll be more difficult and challenging, especially because it'll take place in a living maze.
He replied, and hearing that I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
You have an idea of my capabilities and abilities, so I thought you already knew that this tournament poses no danger to me.
I said, completely unconcerned.
Are you sure about this?
And this time it was Penny who asked me.
The last few days you seem to be a little stressed and distressed.
My adoptive grandmother said, looking at me carefully. And hearing that I blinked, not expecting her to have been able to notice these feelings coming from me, since I kept my emotions under control using my abilities and my occlumency.
Apparently I underestimated Penny's instincts and perception.
I thought, resisting the urge to grimace. And I should have expected that someone over 600 years old, who has had to deal with cunning and greedy politicians, selfish witches and wizards, and people trying to take advantage of her for most of her life, would be able to read people well. And thinking about it, I realized that if Penny noticed my uneasy and apprehensive emotions, then Nick noticed too, and that was probably why he asked that question.
Maybe my mistake wasn't even underestimating their perception, but rather overestimating my control over my own emotions.
I sighed. I then realized that I had been lost in my thoughts for some time, and coming out of them, I turned my gaze to Penny, seeing that she was looking at me with a glint of concern in her eyes because of my long silence. And not wanting her to suspect that something was wrong or to start an interrogation, I decided to answer her initial question.
I think you must be imagining things, Penny.
I said to the alchemist witch, waving my hand dismissively.
I have no reason to be worried or anything like that. And in fact, it is quite likely that you have confused these feelings with my anticipation and excitement for the third task. Anticipation and excitement.
Nick repeated with a raised eyebrow.
Yeah.
I nodded.
It may not seem, but I'm really excited to face the challenges of the maze in the third task. And I'm also looking forward to showing everyone how amazing Ethan Stephen Knight is.
I finished, smiling confidently with my characteristic arrogant look.
I see.
Nick nodded in understanding, believing what I said as it fit my adventurous and daring personality. But even though my answer convinced Nick, it didn't convince Penny, who continued to stare at me, now with a thoughtful look on her face.
I don't know.
Penny reflected, and her feminine and maternal instincts began to stir.
A boy like Ethan being so nervous and worried can only mean one thing.
Chapter 479. If you want to support me and read ahead. Padaron com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
You know, I think I know why you seem so distressed and worried. Ethan.
Penny began to say, looking at me with narrowed eyes. And hearing this, Nick and I turned to her in surprise.
You know.
We both asked at the same time, with him looking at her curiously while I made a slight face.
Yes, I know.
She nodded before bringing her face closer to mine, which made me very nervous and tense. And seeing how she looked at me as if she was seeing through my emotions and words, I started to sweat, feeling a slight sense of danger.
There's no way she could have found out what's going to happen tomorrow, right?
I wondered, a little uncertain about it.
I'm sure I didn't leave any clues or traces that could reveal my plans, and I'm also sure that Penny doesn't know what will happen at the end of the third task, so there's no need for me to worry, right?
And I was starting to get anxious, because I had already underestimated Penny's ability to read people, so I wasn't so sure anymore if she hadn't figured something out in these few minutes we spent together. And unaware of my internal dialogue, my immortal grandmother continued to stare at me, with a sparkle in her eyes.
Hi.
She said, nodding to herself. And Nick, who was watching Penny's eccentricities, could only roll his eyes.
Honey, stop being mysterious and tell me why our troubled grandson is so worried.
He said, feeling his curiosity increase with every second.
Oh, can't you see? Even though it's so obvious.
She turned to Nick, asking him in a condescending tone.
No, honey, I can't see it.
He replied with a sigh.
Whatever it is you're seeing.
He thought, picking up his cup of tea to take a sip from it. And at his answer, Penny shook her head.
Of course you wouldn't be able to see it. The only person between the two of us who can understand our grandson so well is me.
She thought, looking at Nick smugly. But putting her superiority as a grandmother aside, Penny decided she would enlighten her husband's small, oblivious mind.
Well, Nick.
Penny began.
Our dear, sweet grandson is actually worried because he is having relationship problems.
And hearing what she said, Nick, who was drinking his tea, choked on it, coughing as he looked at his wife in disbelief.
Seriously, is that what you think is worrying him?
He thought, not knowing if Penny was joking or not. But knowing her, he realized that she was probably serious, and that she really thought I was having relationship problems. And knowing that his wife was usually never wrong when it came to these matters, Nick turned to me, looking at me strangely but with a touch of curiosity. And unaware of Nick's thoughts, Penny turned to me as well.
Well, aren't I right, Ethan dear?
She asked me, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. And faced with her question, I just remained silent, without doing or saying anything to Penny. And I was quiet like that because I had frozen the moment Penny told me why she thought I was worried. And thinking about what she said, I felt all my nervousness disappear, but this feeling ended up being replaced by confusion and disbelief.
How the hell did she come to the conclusion that my worry is because I'm having problems with girls?
I asked myself in shock, looking at my grandmother strangely. And Penny, not knowing that she had made an assumption that was not even close to the truth, continued to look at me intently, waiting for my answer. But after a few seconds, she noticed that I was still quiet, so she decided to accept my silence and shocked look as confirmation of her suspicions. And with that she nodded, a satisfied look and a smug smile on her face, happy that her guesses were correct.
Well, my beloved grandson, I understand that it is normal for young boys your age to have relationship problems, but now you won't have to worry about that anymore.
Penny began to say, taking me out of my dazed state.
It may not seem like it, but your grandmother here is an expert in romantic relationships, and I know very well what a boy must do to capture a girl's heart. And I will use all my knowledge to help you in any way possible, so that you can win over the girl of your dreams. You can be sure of that.
She promised, placing her hand on her chest as she raised her head proudly. And upon hearing this, I blinked without reaction, and I didn't know what to say because this promise of hers was even more shocking and unexpected than her assumption about why I was worried. But apparently Penny wasn't waiting for me to say anything anyway, because she started talking again in an excited and expectant tone of voice. And she began to say out loud all the methods and strategies she knew that would be effective in winning over a woman, also talking about what a man should say and do and what he shouldn't. And Penny was so lost in her own world, making plans for my future romantic relationship, that she even forgot that Nick and I were in the same room with her. And seeing her so excited like that, I couldn't help but sweat.
Penny, weren't you the one who was upset because I didn't spend as much time with you anymore? Why are you ignoring me now? Where is my loving and affectionate grandmother?
And looking away from her, I looked at Nick, wanting to ask him what we should do now that Penny was in her Cupid mode. And Nick, who felt my eyes on him, turned to me, and seeing my look, he immediately understood its meaning. But he just shrugged at me with a wry smile, meaning there was nothing we could do now that Penny had awakened her natural feminine matchmaking instinct.
Ugh!
I thought before a slight grimace appeared on my face.
And why do I feel like this is going to end up becoming a headache for me?
I wondered. And it was at this very moment that Penny decided that I, as the main part of all her plans, should have my mind enlightened by her precious teachings. And with no way to escape this cruel fate, I could only remain obediently beside the Sage of Love, also known as my grandmother, listening to her talk about everything she knew about romantic relationships, while she also told me the plans she was creating to help me win the heart of the
Girl I was in love with.
And while this was happening, Nick was looking at the two of us intently, and he didn't know whether he should find my situation amusing or feel sorry for me. But since he knew he couldn't help me and didn't want to get involved in Penny's plans, he just decided to continue drinking his tea calmly.
Penny's teas are wonderful, but I still prefer a strong cup of coffee.
He thought, nodding to himself. Sometime later,
I guess it would have been better if Penny had found out that I'm planning to face a Dark Lord tomorrow.
I thought with a tired sigh after leaving Nick and Penny's room. During that time when I was staying with my grandparents, I ended up receiving a 2-hour lecture from Penny about love and romantic relationships. And when she wasn't talking about that, she was questioning me, or rather, interrogating me to try to figure out who the girl I was interested in was. And while I did know a few girls who I was physically attracted to, or who I thought would make good girlfriends, I had no romantic interest in them. However, Penny was so convinced that I was in love that she didn't believe me when I said it, thinking I was just being shy. And because of that, she said she would make it her mission to find out who the girl was, and remembering how excited and thrilled she was about it, I felt a headache coming on, and I didn't even want to imagine the crazy things she would do to try to prove she was right. But not wanting to think about it anymore, I shook my head, deciding to leave all this confusion for the future Ethan to resolve. And then, with one last sigh, I turned and started walking towards the library. And I was heading there because I knew my friends would be there getting ready for another session of our study group. And I was looking for them because, as I said before, I intended to use the whole day of today to spend time with all my friends and loved ones before the third task. And of course, in the meantime, I also intended to use this time to fully recover my physical and mental energy. However, I didn't know if this would be possible, because after leaving my grandparents' room, and even before that, I could feel that my body was reacting in a strange way. Today was supposed to be a day for me to rest and enjoy my time with my friends, but my body was abnormally tense, and it couldn't just sit still and do nothing. It was begging for some kind of action. And I knew this was happening because my body was already very used to performing arduous, heavy, and exhausting tasks practically every day. However, in addition to that, my body was also reacting this way because of my abilities, or more specifically, my instincts, which knew that something important and dangerous was going to happen tomorrow. And as my instincts were sensing the crisis and threat in the air, my body began to react unconsciously, becoming agitated and alert, as if it were entering a state of preparation for the fight that was to come. And unfortunately, this was something I couldn't control or suppress completely, so the only thing I could do was try to ignore these feelings and my inner turmoil. The only problem was that it was easier said than done.
Well, I also feel a certain anticipation for tomorrow's challenges, so in a way I wasn't lying to Nick when I said I was excited for the third task.
Chapter 480. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. June 24th, Saturday. June 24, 1995, the last Saturday of the month. That was today's date. And this could seem like any other date, a normal day like any other. However, for everyone at Hogwarts, today was a very important and long-awaited day. And not just for the people at Hogwarts, but for many people throughout the wizarding communities of Europe, particularly those in Britain, France, and Norway. And putting an end to all the mystery, today was the day that the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament would take place, the most anticipated and exciting event of the year. And to be more exact, the third task would happen in about 2 hours, and I, as a champion and one of the main parts of this tournament, was in my room getting ready. I was wearing my best equipment, which consisted of my combat and stealth clothes, which contained various enchantments and spells. And looking at my outfit, I realized that it needed some minor adjustments, because even though it was almost unnoticeable, it still had some small cuts and holes, the result of my latest adventures. And besides, I knew that soon it would no longer fit me because I was growing too fast, and not even growth enchantments would solve that. And even though this outfit had several self-repair and protection enchantments on it, it was already quite worn out, which was normal since no spell or enchantment was infallible and lasted forever. And these clothes being worn out was no surprise, since I had already used them to face Quirrellmort in the Forbidden Forest in my first year, fight and kill the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets in my second year, infiltrate the Ministry of Magic during Sirius and Pettigrew's trial in my third year, and also to hunt Death Eaters in the Quidditch World Cup final in the last summer vacation.
I think considering all the troublesome and dangerous situations I get myself into, maybe I'd better change this outfit for a new and better one instead of just making some adjustments to it.
I thought with a snort.
Well, when this school year ends and summer vacation arrives, I'll look for a clothing store that makes and sells clothes made entirely from dragon leather.
I reflected, finally finding a use for the giant snake corpse that was in my suitcase. But shaking my head, I decided to leave this subject for another time. And looking at the mirror in my room, I checked myself to see if I was properly prepared and protected. My outfit were still the same, being pants, a long-sleeved shirt, leather and iron boots, and fingerless gloves. But now, instead of being completely black, my clothes had some details in turquoise blue, navy blue, and white on it, as well as having the Hogwarts crest printed on the back of my shirt and the Ravenclaw house crest printed on my right sleeve near my shoulder. And of course, I wasn't wearing my jacket either, much less my white mask or my cloth mask that covered the lower part of my face. And I had made these changes to my outfit because I knew that it was very likely that someone would recognize me as the mysterious killer who
attacked
the camp on the day of the Quidditch World Cup final if they saw me wearing my full outfit.
Note to self, prepare combat clothes of different styles and colors, so I have more options of what to wear.
I thought, knowing it would be bad to rely solely on my stealth outfit. But coming out of my thoughts, I looked back at my reflection in the mirror, and seeing that everything was okay, I nodded to myself before turning to leave my room.
Meow.
And Nyx, who had been lying lazily on my bed all this time, saw me heading towards the door, and she then got up and started following me out of the bedroom. And Nyx, who had been lying lazily on my bed all this time, saw me heading towards the door, and she then got up and started following me out of the bedroom. "Hey girl, are you going on another one of your walks?" I asked with a smile to the cat walking next to me. Meow, Nyx meowed, looking at me as she moved closer to my feet. And seeing her approach, I tilted my head a little confused, and with my empathy, I could feel Nyx's concern and nervousness directed at me. I blinked, not understanding the reason for these feelings of hers. But after thinking about it for a bit, I remembered that animals' instincts, especially felines, were sharper than humans, and that made me realize that Nyx was probably worried about me because she could sense that something dangerous was going to happen today. And coming to that conclusion, I couldn't help but smile softly as I looked at Nyx. And Nyx, who had been lying lazily on my bed all this time, saw me heading towards the door, and she then got up and started following me out of the bedroom. "Hey girl, are you going on another one of your walks?" I asked with a smile to the cat walking next to me. Meow Nix meowed, looking at me as she moved closer to my feet. And seeing her approach, I tilted my head a little confused, and with my empathy, I could feel Nix's concern and nervousness directed at me. Huh, I blinked, not understanding the reason for these feelings of hers. But after thinking about it for a bit, I remembered that animals' instincts, especially felines, were sharper than humans, and that made me realize that Nix was probably worried about me because she could sense that something dangerous was going to happen today. And coming to that conclusion, I couldn't help but smile softly as I looked at Nix. "Come here, you lazy little thing," I said, bending down and picking up the black cat in my arms. And as soon as I picked Nix up, she turned to me and patted my arm with her paw. "Meow," she meowed, offended by the nickname.
Oh, we both know that's true.
I said with an amused look. And in response to that, Nix just frowned, not trying to deny what I said.
Heh, I can win an argument even against a cat.
I thought arrogantly. And taking me out of my thoughts, Nix stirred in my arms, and looking at her, I could see what looked like a pout on her feline face.
Meow.
She meowed, and I could feel her feelings of concern and care.
Yeah, I know, I'll be careful out there.
I said, immediately understanding what she meant. And to show that everything was okay, I started to caress her lightly. And I didn't know if it was my promise or the fact that I was scratching behind her ear, but Nix snuggled into my arms and I could feel her calming down. And after calming my cat's emotions, I continued to walk towards the common room, where my friends were waiting for me to wish me good luck before the third task began.
Hey guys!
I said as I finished walking down the stairs of the boys' dormitories, seeing my friends sitting on the couches in the common room.
Oh, the prom queen finally decided to please us with her presence.
Terry said with a mocking smile, getting some snorts and laughs from the other boys. And if I wasn't holding Nix, I would have shown them my middle finger, but since my hands were full, I had to settle for just looking at them dryly.
Don't mind them, Ethan. They're just jealous because you're going to be the center of attention tonight.
Lisa said, smiling at me.
Yeah, especially with that outfit of yours. It makes you look really handsome.
Sue said, looking me up and down appreciatively.
You know you guys saying that makes it sound like I really am a prom queen, right?
I asked with a slight twitch of my lips.
Well, Sue isn't wrong. That outfit really suits you.
Padma said, joining in the conversation as well. And the boys who heard the three girls' praise and comforting words to me immediately started laughing, which caused the twitch on my lips to turn into a grimace.
Could you three please stop trying to help me?
I thought, looking at Sue, Lisa and Padma, who just shrugged their shoulders with innocent smiles. And shaking my head, I decided to ignore them, before turning to my only ally in this room, someone I knew would support me and cheer me up in any situation. And turning to Luna, I saw her sitting in my armchair, with her being the only person I allowed to do this.
So Luna, are you excited to watch today's task?
I asked, smiling at the blonde girl.
Hi.
She nodded, staring at me, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Good.
I nodded.
But well, unfortunately for you, you won't be able to participate in the task this time since the labyrinth won't need a hostage.
Hi.
She nodded, staring at me, her cheeks slightly flushed. Good, I nodded. But well, unfortunately for you, you won't be able to participate in the task this time since the labyrinth won't need a hostage, I joked, remembering that Luna had found it fun and exciting to be a hostage in the second task. And Luna nodded again, still not taking her eyes off me. And hearing the dreamy girl's almost mechanical responses, I blinked. And looking at Luna, I noticed her abnormal state, which made me look at her strangely.
Pudding is horrible.
Sigh, it seems I can't even count on my faithful friend.
I thought, sighing in exasperation. I then looked up with a solemn look.
Are these the friends who said they would be here to wish me good luck?
I wondered. After saying goodbye to my weird friends, I left the common room and started heading towards the Great Hall, or more precisely, the room that was next to it. And I was going there because Professor Flitwick had told me today at breakfast that my parents and Seal would be waiting for me there in the late afternoon. That is, now, for the meeting of the champions with their families. And I was very excited to see my family, and so I was walking faster than usual as I took some shortcuts in the secret passages of the castle, wanting to get there as quickly as possible.
I think I really need to spend some time with my family, both because I miss them and to calm down a bit before the task. And when all this is over, maybe I'll take Seal to the Forbidden Forest to show her the unicorns there, just like I promised.
Chapter 481. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After arriving at the Great Hall, I went directly towards the door that was next to the staff table, and stopping in front of this door, I could feel that there were several people inside the room. And I recognized most of the magical signatures of the people who were inside, and among those magical signatures, there was one in particular that was very familiar to me. And knowing who this magic belonged to, and knowing that she would be accompanied by two other people, I immediately smiled before opening the door and entering the room without hesitation. And as soon as I entered the room, I looked around, seeing that all the champions were already here alongside their families. However, I didn't pay much attention to them, as my focus was completely on the two adults and a child who were next to Nick and Penny, talking to them. And these 5 people, upon hearing the door open, immediately turned to me, and realizing that it was I who entered the room, happy smiles appeared on their faces.
Ethan!
Seal exclaimed happily, running up to me and hugging my waist.
Hi, little princess.
I greeted my little sister, ruffling her hair affectionately.
Hey.
She laughed happily, before lifting her head and looking at me.
Where's my gift?
She asked, her eyes shining. And hearing this, I felt my lips twitch.
I knew that your happiness in seeing me could only mean that you wanted something from me.
I said with an ironic look.
She spent the last 2 weeks talking about what gift you were going to get her.
I heard my mom's amused voice say, and looking ahead I saw her and my dad coming towards me.
Hi dear, how are you?
She asked me, opening her arms for a hug.
I'm fine, Mom.
I said, wrapping my arms around her. And after breaking the hug with my mom, I shared a hug with my dad too.
It's kind of your fault that Seal always asks you for a gift when she sees you.
My dad said, finding my situation amusing and ironic.
Yes, but what can I do? It's hard to resist when she keeps staring at me with those puppy eyes of hers.
I sighed, looking at Seal, who was still staring at me expectantly. And others might not know my sister as well as I did, but I knew she was quite intelligent and cunning, and so sometimes I got the feeling that she knew how powerful her puppy dog eyes were, and that she used them on purpose to get what she wanted.
You're definitely going to be a Slytherin.
I said with a snort, making Seal blink at me in confusion. But even saying that, I still put my hand in my pants pocket, and from it I took out a simple and delicate necklace that still looked quite beautiful. This necklace had a thin chain made of silver, and its pendant was a bright pink gem carved into a heart shape on a silver ornament. And I had made this necklace myself about 2 months ago, and it was the birthday gift I had prepared for Seal, who turned 7 on the 6th of this month. And now that I was able to meet my little sister again, I was finally able to give it to her.
Here is your gift, you greedy little fox.
I said, showing the necklace to Seal. And looking at the necklace, Seal couldn't help but be amazed.
So beautiful.
She murmured, picking it up carefully.
I'm glad you found it beautiful.
I began to say with a satisfied look.
But know that this necklace isn't just for looks.
I smiled mysteriously. And hearing this, Seal looked at me with her big eyes blinking in surprise and curiosity. And not wanting to prolong the mystery, I took the necklace from Seal's hands, before placing it around her neck. And as soon as I properly fastened the necklace around Seal's neck, I felt its magic connect to hers, and then I rubbed the pink gem on the pendant 3 times. And right after I did that, the necklace lit up with some bright lights coming out of it, and those bright lights that looked like glitter spread across Seal's clothes, which started to light up as well. And then, magically, as if she were Barbie in another one of her films about fairies and princesses, Seal's clothes began to change. And as soon as the transformation was over and all the shine and light disappeared, Seal looked down, looking at her clothes that were now different. Before, she was wearing a simple outfit, consisting of light denim overalls, a white t-shirt with red stripes and beige sneakers. But now she was wearing a stunning, delicate light pink ball gown with white and darker pink embroidery in the classic Disney princess style. She was also wearing white ballet flats and white gloves that went up to her forearm, and in her hair that was now in a more elegant hairstyle was a princess tiara made of silver with a pink gem just like her necklace. And as soon as Seal finished inspecting herself, she raised her head, looking at me with her mouth open.
I'm a princess.
She said in a surprised tone, still processing what had just happened. Seal then turned to our parents, who were also looking at her transformation in surprise.
I'm a princess.
She repeated, this time in an excited exclamation, as her eyes began to sparkle.
Yes, honey, you are a princess.
My mom said with a smile after getting over her initial surprise.
Now, why don't you thank your brother for the gift?
She gestured to me.
Hi.
Seal nodded before turning to me.
Thanks, big brother.
She said, hugging me again with a big, sincere, happy smile. And I hugged her back, smiling slightly.
You're welcome, and happy belated birthday.
I congratulated her. And as soon as our hug ended, I moved away from Seal a little to look into her eyes.
And remember, Seal, this necklace is very special and magical, so don't ever take it off. Keep it with you even when you go to sleep, understand?
I said, speaking calmly and clearly with a somewhat serious expression on my face. And even though Seal didn't understand why I made this request, she still nodded, holding the necklace firmly in her small fist.
Okay, brother, I promise I will never take it off.
She said resolutely. And hearing this, I nodded in satisfaction, feeling a certain relief and tranquility. And I had made this request to Seal because this necklace was not just an enchanted item to change her clothes. It was actually also a protective amulet and a portkey, and I think it was more than obvious why I had given such an item to her. And as soon as my parents, Nick and Penny, heard my request to Seal, they immediately understood what this necklace was and what its function was.
Now I know why Ethan kept asking me those questions about enchanted amulets last month.
Penny muttered. And Nick, who was the only one close enough to her to hear her mumbling, nodded.
It seems he wanted to know about it because he was preparing to make this necklace.
And after saying that, the two of them looked back at the necklace around Seal's neck, analyzing it with their magic insight. And as they looked at Seal, they couldn't help but smile at how happy and excited she was, twirling around as she showed my parents her dress.
It's funny and kind of ironic, isn't it?
Penny suddenly commented, causing Nick to turn to her with a raised eyebrow. And seeing her husband's confused look, Penny began to explain.
Many witches and wizards spend years and years studying and researching about enchantments to reach an acceptable level of proficiency in the subject. And here is our 15-year-old grandson, making enchanted items just to give as gifts to his little sister.
Penny said, unable to hide her proud smile as she looked at me. And hearing this, Nick let out a small laugh.
Hey, yeah.
He said, looking at me too.
It must be very frustrating for these wizards and witches to be less talented and capable than a teenager.
Definitely.
Penny chuckled in amusement. And even though the two of them were a little far away from the rest of us and were talking quietly to each other, I could still hear what they were saying. And listening to their conversation, I couldn't help but smile slightly, wondering what their reaction would be upon discovering that I had actually prepared many other items enchanted with the same protective spells and enchantments as Seal's necklace. And two of these enchanted items I planned to give to my parents when summer vacation came. And I had even prepared two to give to Nick and Penny, even though I knew they didn't need it, being able to defend themselves and even make better enchanted items. And in fact, my intention in preparing all these enchanted items was to give one to each person important to me, wanting to protect them in the best way possible, especially when we consider all the things that will happen in the next few years.
I may not be able to protect them from all dangers and attacks, but that doesn't mean I can't at least try to prevent or stop some things and situations from happening.
Chapter 482. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. My family and I continued talking and joking for a while longer, with me showing them that Seal's necklace allowed her to change her outfit into more than just a princess dress. And I also told them about some of the basic functions of the necklace while explaining how I had enchanted it, earning surprised and proud looks from Nick and Penny. And the six of us were so involved in our family moment that we even forgot about the other people who were in the room with us, watching us intently. However, this didn't last long, as someone decided to interrupt our moment.
Your sister really does look pretty in that dress.
A mature female voice said, causing me to turn around. And looking back, I saw Fleur Gabai, a man with a diplomatic look, and a beautiful and elegant blonde woman coming towards us. And the person who spoke was the woman, who was looking at me with a friendly smile. This woman had a beautiful appearance that was almost ethereal and unnatural, and as soon as my gaze focused on her, I could feel a type of magic reaching my senses, trying to infiltrate my mind. However, this magic was one that I had become quite familiar with this school year, and so I was able to ignore and block it without any problems. And considering this magic that was quite unique and characteristic of a certain group of magical beings, and the fact that this woman was accompanying my Bobaton's champion friend, I easily deduced who this woman was.
Hello, Mrs. Delacour, Mr. Delacour.
I greeted the two adults, Fleur and Gabai's parents.
Oh, you know who I am.
The older Vila asked, a look of surprise on her face. And Fleur's mother wasn't surprised that I had guessed who she was. Actually, she was surprised that I was still acting normally even after looking at her.
Even though he's so close to me and looking directly at me, his expression and body language didn't change.
She looked at me impressed.
It seems Fleur wasn't exaggerating when she said he was resistant to our allure.
Mrs. Delacour already knew that I could ignore the magic of Vila allure because Fleur had told her so, but she thought that faced with the allure of a fully mature Vila, I would have reacted at least a little, blinking in confusion or even being a little dazed.
Not even Jean, who has been married to me for years and is the person I know who has the greatest resistance to our allure, can completely ignore it.
Mrs. Delacour thought, looking at me more intently as she felt her interest in me grow. And I didn't know what she was thinking, but I could feel her surprise and her growing interest in me. But I didn't think much of it, as I thought those feelings were because she had realized how young I, the champion with the most achievements in the Tri-Wizard tournament, was. And without knowing that I was wrong, I began to answer Mrs. Delacour's question.
Well, yes, I know who you are because Fleur already told me a little about you too.
I replied, taking Fleur's mother out of her thoughts.
Oh, I see.
And Mrs. Delacour, who had easily overcome her surprise and managed to keep her emotions from showing on her face, nodded before continuing.
Well, even though you already know who we are, I still think we should introduce ourselves.
She said, and after saying that, she took a step forward.
I am Apolline Delacour, and this is my husband, Jean-Pierre Delacour, and we are Fleur and Gabrielle's parents.
She said, gesturing to Mr. Delacour, who nodded at me in a friendly manner. And he didn't seem at all bothered by his wife not letting him introduce himself, and in fact, he even seemed used to it and amused by it. And when she finished introducing herself and Fleur's father, I prepared to introduce myself too, but Mrs. Delacour didn't give me a chance to do so as she continued talking.
And you must be Ethan Knight, Hogwarts champion and the boy my daughter talks about so much, right?
She asked me, smiling mischievously as she stared at me. And hearing that, I blinked for a few seconds, before looking at Fleur, who seemed to have frozen at her mother's question. And even though I was also a little surprised by her question, I quickly recovered.
Well, if what Fleur said about this Ethan Knight was something good, then yes, I am him.
I replied with a nod.
Oh, what if what she said about him was something bad?
Fleur's mother asked with a raised eyebrow.
In that case, I have no idea who he is.
I said, unable to stop myself from smiling mischievously.
I see.
Mrs. Delacour chuckled lightly.
But well, rest assured then, Mr. Knight, everything my daughter has said about you is nothing but good. Mom,
And Fleur, who had recovered from her paralyzed state, looked at her mother in shock with her cheeks flushing red.
what? I didn't lie.
Mrs. Delacour shrugged, unfazed by her daughter's glare. And Mr. Delacour, not wanting his eldest daughter to be further embarrassed in front of us, decided to come to her rescue.
So, Mr. Knight,
He began to say, trying to change the subject. But before he could continue, I raised my hand to interrupt him.
please call me Ethan. Mr. Knight is the old man behind me.
I pointed at my father with my thumb, who looked at me with a frown.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Delacour said, before continuing what he was saying before.
Well, in any case, Ethan, I'm glad I was able to meet you today.
Are you?
I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Yes.
He replied,
And in fact, I have been looking for an opportunity to meet you and talk to you for some time now, as I would like to thank you for helping my daughters in the second task.
he said,
Oh, you don't need to thank me for that. I did it because I wanted to, and because I'm friends with Fleur and Gabai.
I said with a shrug, dismissing his thanks.
A noble and loyal boy, I see.
He nodded at my words. Mr. Delacour then began to look at me thoughtfully, as if he was analyzing me.
You know, I've read about Hogwarts, and I know a little about the 4 houses that the students are separated into. And from what I've learned about you, I'm surprised that you're in Ravenclaw.
Huh, what do you mean by that?
I looked at him blankly.
What I mean is that someone with your characteristics and personality should be in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff.
He replied, before seeming to remember something.
In fact, considering everything you've done so far in the tournament, makes me believe you really should be in Gryffindor.
And hearing this, I felt my lips twitch.
I understand how you came to that conclusion, and the Sorting Hat had actually considered sorting me into Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. But why did hearing you say that not sit well with me?
And I didn't know what to say to Mr. Delacour, but that wasn't necessary because a new person decided to join the conversation.
Gryffindor, huh?
Sirius said with a sarcastic smile, walking towards us with the rest of his group following him. And his group was made up of Andy, Dora, Ted, Remus, and obviously Harry. It seems the Weasley family didn't come to this meeting, I thought as I noticed the absence of a group of red hair. And I knew that the Weasleys weren't here because they weren't invited or didn't know about this meeting. Since with Molly's personality, if there wasn't a reason or something stopping her, she would definitely have come here to show her support for Harry, even though Sirius was already here.
You know,
Andy started to say, breaking me out of my thoughts.
While I agree that Ethan would make an excellent Slytherin, why do I feel like you said that in an offensive way?
She asked, frowning at her cousin. And Sirius, who had forgotten that his cousin was a proud Slytherin, began to sweat under her gaze.
well,
He began to stutter. And seeing him acting like this, Dora and I couldn't help but mock him.
scared dog.
We said, with her coughing into her hand to disguise her speech, while I looked disdainfully at the dog man. And being mocked so directly and in front of so many people, Sirius felt his eye twitch.
You.
He looked at both of us with a grimace, and he only didn't take out his wand and start jinxing us because he was under the watchful and frightening eyes of Andy and my mom. And the 2 Delacour adults were not surprised by the intrusion of Sirius' group because they knew that my family knew them, since they had arrived here at Hogwarts together. And looking at our exchange and our jokes, Mr. and Mrs. Delacour could not help but smile, finding us a very amusing and peculiar group.
I think I'm starting to understand why Fleur seems to like this place so much.
Chapter 483. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After Sirius's group arrived, the conversation became even more lively, with mine, Harry's, and Fleur's families talking and having fun together, as if they were all old friends. And it was even a little impressive how easily Fleur's parents got used to us, even with all our peculiarities and weirdness, And even more impressive was how quickly they became friends with everyone. Mr. Delacour easily managed to engage in conversation with the other adult men in the group, showing that he was quite approachable and a great speaker, something he must have developed thanks to his work as a politician. And Mrs. Delacour, or Apolline as she asked to be called, didn't even have to make an effort to form a friendship with my mom, Penny, and Andy. As soon as Apolline thought of starting a conversation with them, the three adult women immediately pulled her into their group, and then as if they were close friends who had known each other for a long time, the four of them began to chat, gossip, and laugh. And at some point, even Crumb's mother and him joined us, making the large group that was in the room even larger. Of course, Crumb didn't seem too pleased about having to participate in the conversations, especially since Harry and I were nearby, but he held his tongue and lessened his frown for the sake of his mother, who unlike her son seemed quite friendly. And since all the adults were divided into groups of men and women, and were talking to each other, Dora, Harry, Fleur, and I also decided to form our own group. And the four of us then started talking about random subjects and various typical teenage topics, and in the meantime we also watched Seal and Gabby, who were playing together in front of us. And that's how time passed, with me and my fellow champions spending some more time with our families. And before we knew it, the afternoon came to an end, and with the end of the afternoon and the arrival of night, we heard the bell ring, signaling that the task was about to begin and that everyone should head to the Quidditch pitch. And realizing that the meeting time was over, my parents, Seal, Nick, and Penny came to give me one last hug, wishing me luck in the third task. And after we, the four champions, said goodbye to our families, we separated from them. And all of our families headed to the Quidditch pitch to get their seats in the stands, joining all of the other guests, students, and school staff. And meanwhile Harry, Crumb, Fleur, and I also went towards the Quidditch pitch, but we took a different path that led us to a tent prepared for us that was next to the pitch. And walking outside the castle towards that tent, I noticed that it was getting dark, and that the stars were already starting to appear in the sky along with the moon, which shone fascinatingly.
Tonight, really, is a perfect night to do a macabre ritual.
I thought, feeling the tension and danger growing in the air. And I couldn't tell if I was feeling this because of the emotions of the hundreds of people who were here to watch the tournament, or if this was the magic itself reacting and warning me of today's dangers.
Actually, maybe I'm just feeling my own feelings.
I sighed before shaking my head and continuing to walk, seeing a large tent appear a little further ahead. After Fleur, Harry, Crumb, and I arrived in front of the tent, we were greeted by Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey, with the matron immediately taking us inside to give us a quick medical checkup. And while this medical evaluation was taking place, Professor McGonagall began to explain some things to us, talking about the basic rules of the task and what we should expect from it. And she also told us that teachers would be patrolling outside the maze ready to help us if needed, saying that we would just need to cast a spark or firework spell in the sky and someone would appear. And even after Professor McGonagall's explanation ended and Madame Pomfrey finished her medical assessment, we still had to wait in the tent for a while longer. And after about 5 minutes of waiting, when everyone had arrived at the Quidditch pitch and taken their places in the stands, and the tournament organizers had finished preparing everything, we were finally allowed to go to the Quidditch pitch as well.
I don't think I've ever seen this place this crowded before.
Harry commented as we entered the Quidditch pitch, looking around at the stands full of people with a surprised and apprehensive look. And I, who was also looking around, nodded.
There are probably twice as many people here as there were in the last two tasks.
I said. And this was not supposed to be a surprise, since among the 3 tasks this was the most important, both because it was the last one and because it was the one that would decide which champion and school would be the winners of the tournament. Furthermore, because this was the decisive and final task of the tournament, the headmaster Dumbledore decided to open the gates of Hogwarts, allowing anyone who wanted to watch the tournament to enter the castle. And it was for these reasons that the stands were full, because in addition to the students, school staff, and important guests, there were also students' parents, photographers and journalists, wizards and witches from all over Great Britain, and even some wizards and witches from France and Norway.
Tell me, I'm not the only one among us who's feeling nervous with all these people staring at us, am I?
Fleur asked with an anxious look as she pursed her lips.
You can be sure you're not the only one.
Harry replied with a snort that didn't hide his nervousness. And I didn't answer because I didn't really care or mind the stares from the people in the stands, and Crumb didn't say anything either because
Don't worry about people staring at us.
I started to say, causing Fleur and Harry to look at me.
We are the champions chosen by the Goblet of Fire, which means that magic itself chose us, among dozens of students, to represent our schools in this competition.
And if even magic recognizes that we are the best witches and wizards of our generation, then we should not care about other people's looks, opinions, and expectations. So, knowing that, I want you guys to just focus on what you have to do and try to do your best on the task, okay?
I finished calmly, looking at my two friends. And hearing my words of encouragement, the boy who lived, and the French Vila felt feelings of confidence and determination rise up within them. And deciding to follow what I said, they nodded at me, before looking forward and taking a deep breath, now focused only on completing the task. And I could feel that after that their troubled and distressed emotions had calmed down, at least a little. And even Crumb, who pretended not to hear me but was paying attention to what I said, was less nervous.
It's amazing how just a few words can bring someone's confidence and courage back.
I thought with a small, satisfied smile as I looked at Fleur and Harry, who had determined looks on their faces while their steps were more confident and steady. And it was with this more positive feeling that we crossed the rest of the Quidditch pitch and arrived in front of the entrance to the maze, where Bagman was waiting for us.
And here they are, the brilliant, brave, daring, and incredible champions of the Triwizard Tournament.
Bagman announced as we stopped in front of him, with the people in the stands cheering and shouting excitedly. And knowing that now would be the moment when Bagman would put on a great show for the audience, I decided to ignore him, returning my attention to the maze.
Bagman wasn't kidding when he said the hedges would grow taller with a little more time.
I thought, looking up at the walls of hedges that reached heights of over 10 meters. But as I looked up at the top of the walls, I noticed something shining above the maze.
Oh, what's that?
I wondered as I narrowed my eyes. And using my enhanced vision, I could see that this shiny thing was actually a small, fist-sized mirror that was reflecting the lights from the stands. And actually, it wasn't just one mirror, but several small mirrors that were floating, scattered throughout the maze.
Why the hell are there mirrors floating above the maze?
Chapter 484. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I was still staring blankly at the mirrors floating above the maze, wondering why these reflective objects were here. But luckily, I didn't have to think about it too much, as Bagman decided to answer my unspoken question.
Some of you might be wondering what those mirrors floating above the maze are, right?
He began, gesturing to the objects in question and drawing everyone's attention to them.
Well, these mirrors are actually two-way mirrors. And for those who don't know, two-way mirrors are enchanted magical items that are usually found in pairs. And they allow one person to communicate with another through images and sounds, no matter the distance or location, as long as each of them has one of the mirrors in the set. And that's the basic description of a normal two-way mirror. But the mirrors you're looking at have actually been modified and improved, and now they all connect to these big mirrors here.
And with that, Bagman took out his wand and pointed it upwards. And then, under the surprised gaze of many people, 4 mirrors approximately 10 meters high and 17 meters wide suddenly appeared in the sky, floating high above the maze in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. These 4 mirrors then spread out in the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, before stopping a few meters away from the stands, facing the audience.
Hi.
I thought, staring dazedly at the giant mirrors.
We received some criticism about how bad it was that you couldn't see what was happening at the Black Lake during the second task.
Bagman began speaking again, pulling me out of my thoughts.
And because of that, we, The tournament organizers started working on a way to solve this problem so that you could watch the third and final task in the best way possible. And let me tell you, finding a solution to this problem was a very difficult task.
Bagman joked, receiving a few laughs and snorts from the people in the stands at his pun.
But luckily for us, someone came up with a brilliant idea. And that idea was to use the two-way mirrors to broadcast to all of you what would be happening in the task inside the maze. And in addition to suggesting this idea, this person was also the one who, so generously, decided to sponsor us with these new and improved two-way mirrors, designed and created by himself. And so I would like to ask for a round of applause for the one who made all this possible, Lord Sirius Black.
And as he finished this sentence, Bagman pointed to the main stand, where the most important people were. And in the middle of all these people was Sirius, sitting with his family and my family. And when he saw people applauding and thanking him, he got up from his seat and started nodding politely at them. And after a few seconds of nodding to people, Sirius sat back down.
I didn't know you were involved in preparing this task.
My dad said, raising an eyebrow at Sirius as he sat down.
Well, after you and Sarah made a point of highlighting the stupidity of the tournament organizers in preparing the second task to those watching, I realized that something had to be done so that the third task wouldn't be equally disappointing, so I decided to help them.
Sirius said with a shrug, answering my dad's unspoken question. And he didn't want to comment on the fact that the two actually called not only the tournament organizers stupid, but also most wizards in Britain.
Not that they're wrong in saying that.
He thought with a wry smile.
What Sirius isn't saying is that this whole thing was actually his idea.
Remus began, joining the conversation as he rested his hand on Sirius' shoulder.
If he hadn't stepped in and used his influence as Lord of House Black to make this change to the tournament organizers wouldn't have done anything.
Wait a minute.
My mom raised her hand in a stop gesture, looking at the two with a frown.
So you mean that if Sirius hadn't talked to the tournament organizers and hadn't helped them, we would have had to stare at the walls of the maze without knowing what was going on inside?
She asked.
Well,
Remus nodded.
Unbelievable.
My mom shook her head.
If they had no intention of doing anything about it, why did they continue with the idea of doing the third task challenge in a maze with giant walls? Are they stupid?
well,
Remus nodded. Unbelievable, my mom shook her head. If they had no intention of doing anything about it, why did they continue with the idea of doing the third task challenge in a maze with giant walls? Are they stupid? Well,
you know, I'm starting to think it was a terrible choice to leave the organization of the tournament to these wizards.
my dad said.
Well, you won't see anyone here disagreeing with that.
Andy snorted dismissively, receiving nods of agreement from the others in the group. And they all didn't notice or pretended not to care about the frowning looks they were getting from some people a few seats away from them. And these people were precisely some of the stupid wizards and witches they were criticizing and mocking. And these wizards, even listening to everything that was being said about them, just decided to remain quiet without saying or doing anything, because they knew that arguing with Sirius or his friends would be a bad decision, since it could invoke the wrath of Lord Black. But luckily for these wizards, they no longer had to listen to the mockery of my family and Sirius group, as Bagman began to speak again, drawing everyone's attention to him.
But well,
The Bagman began to say as soon as the people in the stands calmed down.
now that the explanation about the mirrors and the thanks to Lord Black are out of the way, let's get back to focusing on the task, which is what everyone here are eagerly waiting to see.
And after saying that, Bagman began to explain what the third task would be like, talking about its rules and what the champions should do.
As you may have noticed, the third task will take place in the hedge maze behind me, and within this maze, the champions will have to face several challenges, such as dangerous magical creatures, traps, horrible weather, and even the maze itself. The goal of the champions in this task will be to overcome all the challenges and dangers of the maze and then reach the end of it, where the tournament cup will be waiting for them. And for a champion to win the task, he or she will have to be the first to touch the cup, And once that happens, the task and the tournament will come to an end, and that champion and his or her school will then become the winners of the 94 out of 95 Triwizard Tournament.
And the end of that sentence was the signal everyone was waiting for to start cheering, with most people applauding and shouting the name of their favorite schools and champions.
Yeah, I know, everyone is excited to see who will be the winning school and champion.
Bagman said, causing the cheering of the people in the stands to die down.
But well, back to the task.
And for those who don't remember, this is the current score of the champions. With 95 points in first place is Mr. Knight, in second place with 85 points is Mr. Potter, in third place with 80 points is Miss Delacker, and in fourth place with 74 points is Mr. Crumb.
The first champion to enter the maze will obviously be the one with the highest score, followed by the second place, then the third, and finally the fourth.
And after finishing his explanation, Bagman turned to the four of us.
Now, I would like to ask our champions to come forward and position themselves in front of the starting line.
He gestured for us to take a few steps forward. And following his instructions, Crumb, Harry, Fleur, and I went to the area where the starting line was marked, stopping next to each other.
Good, now when the whistle blows, the Hogwarts champion, Ethan Knight, will be able to enter the maze, thus beginning the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament.
Bagman said before looking at me.
Are you ready?
He asked.
Yes.
I replied with a nod, before looking at the entrance to the maze in front of me with a focused and serious gaze. And seeing this, Bagman nodded.
Okay, then I'll start the countdown.
He said, bringing the whistle close to his mouth before starting to count.
Okay, Ethan, now is the decisive moment.
I took a deep breath as I assumed a running stance.
3.
You know what's going to happen, and you know what you have to do.
I felt my magic strengthening and energizing every fiber and muscle in my body.
2.
You just need to focus on protecting Harry, beating up some Death Eaters, and getting out of that graveyard alive.
1.
I smiled mischievously.
Go.
Chapter 485. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as Bagman blew the whistle, I immediately ran towards the entrance of the maze, without even paying attention to the cheering and shouting of the people in the stands for me. And already inside the big living maze made of vines and hedges, I started running, using all my senses to guide me around the place. I went through many paths, curves, and passages, easily avoiding some traps that were along the way. And after 1 minute of running without interruption, I stopped, feeling that I had gone deep enough into the maze.
Okay, I guess I'm far enough from the entrance now.
I thought, looking back the way I came. And I tried to feel Harry and Fleur's magic at the entrance to the maze, but I could only feel a very weak trace of their magic that was lost among the magic of the other people who were on the Quidditch pitch. But the main reason I couldn't sense their magic so accurately wasn't because of all the witches and wizards around me, but because of the maze. The magic of the maze itself, of the traps and spells, and of the magical creatures were completely filling and saturating the place, and it confused my senses.
The magics inside the maze are stronger and denser than I expected.
I thought with a grimace, feeling an overload of information hit me. I've been to other places with a high concentration of magic before, but unlike the maze when I was in those places, I didn't keep my senses on all the time or use them at full power. And I knew that it was because I was using my senses to their full strength that it was reacting so intensely to the magic around me. And understanding this, I decided that instead of feeling the magic of everything and everyone on the Quidditch pitch, I would just focus on what was around me. I then decreased the range and sensitivity of my magical sensory ability, and after doing so, I felt a lightness and tranquility pass through me, as if all the sensations that were tormenting me had disappeared.
Much better now.
I sighed in relief, now much more relaxed and attentive. And fortunately, this overload problem only hindered my ability to sense magic. My other more physical senses, such as smell and hearing, and my empathy were still working normally, and therefore I did not need to control or suppress them. And that was good because those senses of mine were the most important and strongest ones I had, and I knew I was going to need them today.
Well, now that everything is okay and I'm truly ready, I can get on with the task.
Whistle. And just as I was preparing to continue through the maze, I heard Bagman's whistle sound again. And I knew that sound meant my 2-minute lead was over, and that Harry had entered the maze too.
He'll probably try to go straight for the cup.
I thought, ignoring the fact that I was the only champion who had no intention of doing so. I then frowned.
I know Harry has a high chance of reaching the cup before Fleur and Crumb, but I'm worried because I'm sure Barty Crouch Jr. will interfere in the task to make that happen. But even if I'm sure of his intervention, I still don't know what this fanatical Death Eater will do, or even if he has already done something to facilitate Harry's arrival at the cup.
I knew that Barty Jr. wasn't going to use Crumb to attack the other champions like he did in canon, because before the task began I used my magic vision to see if the Bulgarian boy was under the Imperious curse. And upon my inspection I saw that he was not bewitched, and this, instead of reassuring me, actually made me quite tense and alarmed. And I wasn't feeling that way because I was worried about myself. In fact, I was actually worried about Four, and to some extent about Crumb too. They, like me, would also be targets of Barty Jr. and whatever he had planned for us, but unlike me, they wouldn't be expecting outside interference or a surprise attack. And I knew that anything Barty Jr. would do to try to stop us from reaching the cup would be much more lethal and dangerous than the maze challenges.
Tusk, I knew I should have done more than just have Nick spy on him.
I clicked my tongue, irritated with both the situation and myself. But shaking my head, I decided to push that feeling and my worry for Fleur to the back of my mind, and so I returned my attention to the maze. And looking around I noticed for the first time the spot where I had stopped, seeing that I was in a somewhat open circular area. And in front of me, I could see that there were 3 paths that led to different directions of the maze.
Okay.
I thought, quickly analyzing the situation. And in my mind, I began to consider my options, reflecting on which path I should follow.
Well, it doesn't really make that much difference which path I choose. I can feel that all paths will lead me to the end of the maze somehow.
I thought, feeling a little calmer.
And besides, it's not like I actually want to win the tournament.
And after doing that, we will both have to touch the cup at the same time to be teleported to the graveyard. And there I will be able to continue with my mission and true objective.
And after going over my plan in my mind, I nodded. And looking back at the 3 paths in front of me, I decided to choose one of them at random, and the path I chose ended up being the one to my right.
Well, until I find out what Barty Jr. has prepared for me, and until I accidentally meet Harry, I'm going to have to spend some time wandering around the maze.
And what better way to spend my time here without looking like I'm not trying to win the task than by facing the dangerous and deadly creatures of the maze?
I thought, a small smirk appearing on my face. This smile of mine then began to turn into a wild smile, with me feeling anticipation and excitement growing inside me. And just the thought that I would have some fun and action facing magical creatures made my blood boil.
I guess it's time for me to release all the energy and tension my body has been accumulating these past few days.
I thought, feeling my body and instincts screaming for release. And then, knowing what I had to do and without wasting any more time, I ran in the direction of the path I had chosen, continuing my run through the great maze of hedges. And now that I was moving through the maze again, I started heading towards the closest magical signature I was feeling. And after running for a few seconds, I saw a curve appear in the path a few meters in front of me. Crossing this distance in a few steps, I prepared to turn at this curve, but before I did so, I felt a horrible and disgusting odor reach my nose. And along with this foul odor, I heard the sound of air being cut off, and that sound was approaching me faster and faster until I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of something coming towards my face. And reacting on instinct, I immediately ducked, which turned out to be the right decision, as that something was actually a large wooden club that whizzed past just inches from my head, with enough force to break a brick wall. And after dodging this club, I threw myself forward, rolling on the ground before stopping half-crouched but already in a fighting position, facing my attacker.
Hagrid really didn't hold back when choosing which magical creatures would be placed in the maze.
I thought, looking at the creature that was in front of me. The creature that had tried to attack me was a large, ugly adult mountain troll, who was as robust as the others of his species and stood a little over 3 meters tall. And this troll, after realizing that he hadn't managed to hit anything with his club, looked at it confused, before turning around, looking back and seeing me completely unharmed.
Grrr.
The troll grunted, looking at me with a confused yet very angry look. And looking at this troll, I couldn't help but think that fate was playing a game with me.
Of course, the first creature I'll have to face in the maze is the same species as the first creature I faced and killed when I entered the wizarding world.
Chapter 486. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After realizing that his first attack had failed, the irate and irrational troll ran towards me with his club raised, snorting and growling like a wild animal. And seeing the fat, ugly creature coming towards me like an out-of-control truck, I raised my wand, preparing to cast a spell on him.
Centum Secere.
I waved my wand in an X, casting the spell silently. And as soon as I did that, everything that was 10 meters in front of me was cut and sliced into hundreds of pieces, and in this case, the only thing that was in that range of my attack was the mountain troll. And when my spell hit him, some cuts and tears appeared on his skin and on the dirty rags he used as clothes. And obviously these cuts were not enough to kill the troll, since its skin was very tough and resistant. However, my spell was not completely ineffective, as it also hit his club, cutting it into several small pieces. And besides destroying his weapon, my spell also hit the troll's eyes, which were one of the few sensitive parts of his body, not being resistant to damage and magic.
RGH.
The troll growled in pain, dropping what was left of his club as he brought his hands to his bleeding eyes. And the pain and lack of vision caused the troll's furious advance to turn into a confused, disoriented sprint. And even blind, the big creature continued coming towards me, and in just a few steps he was already in front of me. But to avoid him, I just took a step to the side, seeing the creature trip over its own feet, falling violently to the ground with a grunt. And before the troll had a chance to recover, I raised my wand and pointed it at him again, aiming for the back of his neck.
Irasintegra.
I cast the spell, which when it hit the troll's head practically disintegrated it. And with that, I took the life of the irrational creature, ending our fight that lasted less than 10 seconds.
Mountain Troll 0, Ethan Knight 2.
I joked, twirling my wand between my fingers. And as I stared at the large dead body at my feet, I felt a stirring in my senses, with my magic radar picking up a disturbance beginning to emerge in the maze. In stopping, I focused on my senses, trying to figure out what was happening. When I did this, I felt several magical signatures moving wildly through the maze, and I realized then that all this commotion was actually being caused by the magical creatures that were coming towards me.
It seems like all the noise that my fight with the troll caused caught the attention of the other magical creatures nearby.
I thought, feeling like the creatures were approaching my location quickly. And knowing that they would arrive in this area of the maze in a short time, I decided to start moving again, mainly because it would be stupid to remain in this place where it would be easy for all the creatures to gather and corner me. But instead of running away to get away from the magical creatures, I decided that I would go directly towards them.
Well, I was already going after these creatures anyway, but now they're just making my job easier by coming to me.
I thought, shrugging nonchalantly. I then turned and looked ahead, focusing on a certain point in the maze as I saw something that was not possible to see with the normal eyes or vision.
Hey, looks like I found my next victims.
I smiled, using my magic vision and senses to see through the hedge walls. And now that I had found my new targets, I began my hunt again, with the intention of showing these creatures who was the real predator and who was the prey in this maze. In the stands with my family. As the tournament continued, Everyone in the stands and outside the maze were watching the task through the large mirrors floating in the sky. And in the main stands, a very peculiar and eye-catching group was attentively watching the scenes that were playing out in the large two-way mirrors, focused on seeing everything that was happening with two specific champions who were from the same school.
I knew Ethan was a talented wizard, but looking at him, now, I don't even have words to describe how impressive he is.
My mom commented in wonder, watching me defeat another dozen magical creatures.
Yes, he looks like a magical warrior, defeating all those monsters.
My dad said with an excited glint in his eyes. And Penny, who heard the two, couldn't agree more with their words.
Heth, my grandson really is amazing, and he also knows how to put on a good show.
She said with a proud smile.
Yes.
Nick nodded amused.
And it looks like he's decided. He's not going to hold back this time like he did in the other tasks.
And hearing Nick say this, Ted and Andy looked at each other, blinking in confusion. He was holding back on the other tasks? They thought in shock before turning to the immortal Frenchman. But before any of them could ask Nick what he meant by that, their metamorphmagus daughter began to speak, interrupting them.
Well, Ethan may be putting on a show and all, but I still think he's pretty unlucky to be running into all these magical creatures.
Dora said, biting her lip in worry as her blue hair turned orange.
I wouldn't exactly say he's unlucky.
Remus began to say, drawing attention to him.
Ethan hasn't faced any creature that really posed a danger or even a challenge to him so far, and any traps or spells he encountered in the maze weren't enough to stop him. And from what I've noticed and seen so far, he seems to know what he's doing and knows where he's going, so I think he has everything under control.
And Nick, who knew me better than Remus, nodded at his words.
Wait,
He said. And everyone in the large group, with the exception of my parents, Penny and Sirius, were surprised to hear this. Ted started to say with a strange look.
Ethan has no reason to do that since he is in a competition and has a task to complete. And besides, he wouldn't be crazy enough to go hunting the creatures in the maze, would he?
He asked, looking uncertainly at the other people in the group. And hearing his question, everyone who knew me at least a little looked at him with blank faces, as if this had been the stupidest thing they had ever heard.
Look, Ethan is full of mysteries and he is also very unpredictable. But if there is one thing I know and understand about this boy, it is that he is completely and irrecoverably crazy.
Sirius said with a serious face.
Yeah, he's right. Ethan is not sane at all. Totally insane.
And even my parents were agreeing with everyone's answers.
Everything they said is true.
My dad said, with my mom beside him nodding. And the reaffirmation that I wasn't the most sane and balanced person in the wizard and muggle world put an end to everyone's doubts about Nick's assumption, making them realize that he was probably right about my goal. And seeing that practically everyone in the group, and even my family, thought I was crazy, Ted just sweated.
What the hell has this kid done or been doing to make everyone thinks that about him?
He wondered, not sure if he wanted to know the answer to this question. And seeing her husband's look, Andy snorted, before shaking her head and looking back at the large mirror in the sky.
Well, whether Ethan is hunting those magical creatures or not, he is still the champion who has faced and defeated the most creatures so far.
She said.
It's more like he's the only one who actually found them.
Sirius said with a snort.
Indeed.
Nick began to say.
So far no other champion, be it Harry, Miss Delacour, or Mr. Crumb, has encountered or faced any magical creature.
He finished, scratching his goatee with a thoughtful look.
What do you mean? Is there something wrong with the creatures? Is Ethan in danger?
My mom asked, frowning.
Well, I don't know.
Nick replied, calmly analyzing the situation.
The only thing I can say for now is that something is attracting the magical creatures in the maze to Ethan, and that something could be the noise of the fights, the smell of blood from the dead creatures, or something else. And because of that, he will probably continue to face many creatures until the end of the task, especially if he continues to go after them like I think he is. But well, even if he faces 10 or 100 more magical creatures, I still think we shouldn't worry too much, since he's more than capable of handling it with ease and safety.
Nick concluded with a shrug, completely trusting in my magical abilities.
Yeah.
My dad nodded slowly, but the tone of his voice showed that he didn't seem to be so sure. However, Nick's explanation alleviated the concerns of everyone else in the group a little, and after that, everyone looked back at the mirrors, deciding to pay attention to what was happening in the maze. And my mom, who was watching me closely, saw me effortlessly defeat one creature after another, and this made her feel a certain relief, seeing that I could actually take care of myself. But even though she knew I was powerful and had confidence in me, that still wasn't enough to completely calm her anxiety and worry.
Come on, Ethan. Stop playing with these magical creatures and grab that cup so this task can finally be finished.
Chapter 487. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Back to the maze,
Petrificus totalis.
I said, casting the spell at an imp and paralyzing it. I then created a shield, protecting myself from a large rock thrown at me by a troll. And looking at this troll, I saw it preparing to throw another rock at me, but before it did that I pointed my wand at it, and from its tip, a cloud of toxic and deadly gas came out, heading towards it. I cast the bubblehead spell on it, causing the toxic gas to be trapped inside a bubble around the troll's head, forcing it to inhale the gas completely. And without paying attention to the troll that started to convulse, I threw myself to the side, dodging a ball of web thrown at me by an acromantula. And waving my free hand, I used my telekinesis magic to levitate this acromantula, before throwing it in front of the troll who began to fall. And the disoriented acromantula could only stare desperately at the troll's large body as it fell on top of it. Bang! And the impact of the troll's body hitting the ground caused everything to shake, and seeing that the creatures around me were trying to maintain their balance, I took the opportunity to attack them. And my first target was a boggart, who was hidden in the shadows while trembling and looking at me, unable to transform into what I feared most.
Ridiculous repulso.
And I easily got rid of it. I then turned around, and seeing a group of spiders, I cast a bombarda into their midst. And as soon as the spell hit the ground between them, a small but strong and concentrated explosion occurred, with its impact dismembering or killing the magical spiders. And after doing so, I spun around nimbly, casting a quick and silent flipendo at a pixie that was sneaking up behind me, before casting a stupefy at an angry ghoul that appeared right after. And I thought these were the last creatures I had to defeat, but before I could take a break to rest or breathe, I felt some magical signatures approaching me from above. And looking up, I saw 3 more acromantulas emerging from the top of the maze walls.
I'm already getting tired of all these stupid giant spiders.
I said, scowling at the acromantulas that were glaring at me, ready to attack. And I wasn't complaining, because I was having to fight magical creatures.
I've already made up my mind. After all this tournament and graveyard confusion is over, I'm going to make a quick and explosive visit to Aragog's nest.
I muttered. And without waiting for the acromantulas to attack me, I made the first move.
Glacius!
I attacked them, trying to freeze them in place. However, the acromantulas showed that they had excellent reflexes, as 2 of them jumped to the ground, dodging the spell, while the last one was hit in 2 of its 8 legs.
His!
The stricken acromantula screamed in pain, trying to free its legs from the ice. And as it tried to get out of this cold situation, its 2 friends started going on the offensive.
Arania exumi.
I cast at the nearest acromantula. The spell then hit it hard, throwing it away. However, that was the only thing that happened, and in a few moments the spider recovered and attacked me again.
I've always wanted to try that spell, but it's pretty much useless.
I sighed as I shook my head. But leaving my disappointment with this classic spell aside, I continued attacking the acromantulas, casting more powerful and lethal spells at them. Defindo bombardatria, electron pulsa expurgo, flammy. And with this sequence of spells, the 2 giant spiders didn't have the slightest chance to attack me or even defend themselves, and in a few seconds they were completely destroyed.
I think I exaggerated a little with the violence.
I thought, looking at the dead acromantulas.
It seems upset about its friends.
Deaths. The stricken acromantula screamed in pain, trying to free its legs from the ice. And as it tried to get out of this cold situation, its two friends started going on the offensive. Arania exhume, I cast at the nearest acromantula. The spell then hit it hard, throwing it away. However, that was the only thing that happened, and in a few moments the spider recovered and attacked me again. I've always wanted to try that spell, but it's pretty much useless, I sighed as I shook my head. But leaving my disappointment with this classic spell aside, I continued attacking the acromantulas, casting more powerful and lethal spells at them. Defindo bombardatria, electron pulsa expurgo, flammy. And with this sequence of spells, the two giant spiders didn't have the slightest chance to attack me or even defend themselves, and in a few seconds they were completely destroyed. I think I exaggerated a little with the violence, I thought, looking at the dead acromantulas.
I finally have a few seconds to breathe.
I said, feeling a little tired after so many fights. I then stretched lightly, in an attempt to relieve the tension and stress that my body and muscles had accumulated. And while I was doing that, I decided to look around, and when I saw the state this part of the maze was in, I couldn't help but widen my eyes slightly.
Good thing there are repair magic, or else the Quidditch teams would try to burn me alive for turning their Quidditch pitch into a war zone.
I said with a slightly embarrassed look. But shaking my head, I decided to focus on something else, and so I looked at the dead or stunned creatures around me.
I think I've lost count of how many creatures I've defeated.
I muttered. It had been at least 20 minutes since I began my wild hunt through the maze, and in that time I had encountered and faced many magical creatures. And some of these creatures were very dangerous or were creatures of darkness, and so I made a point of not holding back against them, exterminating them as soon as I saw them. However, the other remaining creatures did not pose such great dangers or were not as vile and despicable, and so I simply stunned them or took them out of combat, not wanting to take any more creature lives than necessary. However, now that I looked around, I saw that there were more corpses on the ground than stunned beings. And I realized that not killing too many creatures would be a very difficult mission, since it seemed like most of the creatures in the maze were those in the
Kill without remorse.
category.
Well, I've already defeated many magical creatures, perhaps even more than necessary, so I think I'll avoid any more confrontations with those creatures from now on. And besides, I've been here in the maze for quite some time now, so I think it's time for me to start my plan and start looking for Harry.
I thought. And with that, I decided to expand my senses a little more, wanting to track Harry's location in this great maze. And as I prepared to look for the green-eyed boy, my senses picked up some magical signatures approaching the place I was, and I knew that this was the next wave of magical creatures arriving.
Looks like my search for Harry will have to wait a little longer.
I sighed. And with that, I prepared myself for the fight that would follow, maintaining my focus while letting my magic flow along with my senses. But just as I used my senses to feel everything around me, I noticed an abnormality in the maze and the creatures in it.
Why are the walls of the maze moving so suddenly? And why does it seem like this wave of magical creatures has more creatures than the other times?
Chapter 488. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The maze walls moving was not surprising, as they were made from a living magical plant that was chosen precisely because of this ability, with the intention of making exploration through the maze even more challenging. But the walls should move one at a time in a medium time interval, and they should also do it randomly. However, this time almost all the walls near me within a 10-meter radius were moving, and I could feel that they were arranging themselves in a way that would eventually trap me in this part of the maze. And if the maze going crazy wasn't enough, I could feel many creatures of various species that should have been violent and predatory running in groups towards me, when actually they should have been attacking each other.
Okay, this is getting weird.
I said, realizing something was wrong. And now that I had stopped to think about it a little more carefully, I realized that things had been strange almost from the moment I entered the maze. All the chaos caused by my fights would obviously end up attracting the attention of other creatures and attracting them to me. But now I had realized that after a while in the maze, I started to encounter many more creatures than expected or normal.
That doesn't make sense.
I thought grimly.
The maze is huge, so the sound caused by my fights shouldn't reach the furthest parts of it, nor should it attract the attention of the magical creatures that were in those places. But now it seems that all the creatures in the maze, and I mean all of them, are either close to me or coming towards me.
And realizing the strangeness of the situation, I felt like cursing.
Something is happening in this area of the maze, and I know that whatever is happening, I am the target. And I'm also pretty sure I know who's behind this.
I narrowed my eyes. And as I thought about how to prove whether my suspicions were correct, I felt a vile and disgusting sensation overcome my senses. Soon after, a magic signature that I had become quite familiar this school year entered the range of my magic radar. And this magic seemed to bring a disturbing and chaotic energy, causing me to immediately become alert.
Damn, I knew it.
I thought, turning to look back at the long maze path. Because of the distance and the fog that covered the maze, it was almost impossible to see anything. But with my good vision, I was able to see the figure of a person at the end of this path. Step asterisk. Thud. Step asterisk. Thud. Step asterisk. Thud. Step asterisk. Thud. This person was walking calmly and slowly towards me, with me only hearing the sound of his irregular footsteps that were quite characteristic, and the sound of the roars and grunts of the creatures in the maze in the background. And while this was happening, I stood where I was, looking at him completely attentive and alert, holding my wand tightly. And even though he was moving slowly, it didn't take long for him to reach me, stopping 5 meters in front of me. I already knew who this person was from the moment he entered the range of my senses, but I still wanted to confirm his identity with my own eyes. And now that he was close to me, I could finally get a clear look at his appearance, seeing an old, scarred face that all the students in the Dada class were used to.
Professor Moody.
I said, looking at the imposter in front of me with disdain and coldness. And hearing me say,
His
name, False Moody smiled.
Hello, Mr. Knight.
He said, in a friendly, casual tone that failed to hide its malice and cruelty from me. And hearing my name come out of his mouth, I narrowed my eyes at him, with a frown appearing on my face as I entered a combat stance, ready to initiate an attack if necessary. And seeing this, Barty Jr. just smiled even more, and his smile seemed somehow almost maniacal and insane. In the stands. Pav third person. At the same time that all this was happening in the maze, something strange was also happening outside of it, causing a commotion in the stands.
Oh, what happened? Where is the champion knight? Are the mirrors defective? Why can't we see the maze anymore?
Practically everyone in the stands was feeling confused or upset, yelling, complaining, or looking around trying to see if there was anyone who could tell them what was going on. And the reason for all this fuss was because the mirrors that were showing Hogwarts' main champion, which in this case was Ethan, suddenly stopped transmitting images. A few seconds ago, everyone was seeing Ethan standing in the middle of a maze area full of magical creatures he defeated, and the next instant everything went black. And this bothered a lot of people because until now the only champion who was doing something really interesting and exciting was Ethan, who was on a frantic hunt for the creatures of the maze. And now that they had lost their source of entertainment, everyone couldn't help but complain and feel dissatisfied.
What's going on? Why aren't the mirrors that were showing Ethan working anymore?
Sarah asked, confused and worried. And Joshua beside her looked at Sirius, the creator of mirrors, with an anxious look.
This wasn't supposed to happen, was it?
He asked.
No, it wasn't.
Sirius replied as he frowned. He then looked at an area near the entrance to the maze, where there was a group of people from the ministry who were in charge of the equipment that controlled the mirrors. And this group made up of 3 wizards and 2 witches seemed to be as confused as the people in the stands, looking with panic at the control equipment, which was a stone tablet with various symbols and runes that glowed slightly.
Psst, what's going on?
Bagman, who had paused in narrating the task, asked them in a low voice.
We don't know.
One of the wizards replied, waving his wand frantically over the stone tablet.
We suddenly lost connection with the mirrors in that area of the maze. And you can't get the connection back to them.
Bagman asked, starting to feel nervous.
We are trying, Mr. Bagman, but it is proving difficult.
Another wizard replied this time.
Yeah, and even if we are able to do so, it will probably take some time.
The first wizard added. And hearing this, Bagman cursed under his breath.
Damn!
He said, before turning to look at the audience in the stands, seeing that they were already starting to feel dissatisfied and irritated. And hearing the complaints of several important and influential people who were watching the task, Bagman began to sweat with nervousness, and then he looked back at the wizards and witches in charge of the control equipment.
But what about the other mirrors in the maze? Those who are monitoring the other champions?
He asked hopefully.
Yes, sir, they are still working normally.
A short witch nodded. And with the confirmation that the other mirrors were still working, Bagman sighed in relief.
Great, so while you guys try to solve the problem with the mirrors in Mr. Knight's area, start transmitting the images from the mirrors that are monitoring the other champions.
He said. And hearing his order, the 5 ministry officials nodded, before turning to the control equipment again. And not a second after that, the 4 large mirrors that previously showed nothing, but the reflection of the audience began to transmit the situation of the other competitors in the maze. Even though the audience was still a little upset about not being able to watch Ethan in action, at least now they could go back to watching the task, and that made almost everyone's complaints lessen. And seeing now that things have calmed down, Bagman felt calmer.
Luckily, the problem was partially solved.
He thought, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. But while Bagman felt relieved that the problems were being resolved, those close to Ethan felt their worries and anxieties increasing with every second that passed without information about the amber-eyed boy. Pav Ethan. Back in the maze, I continued to stare at the dark wizard in front of me, alert for any sign of suspicious movement from him.
This motherfucker, I knew he was the one behind all these strange things happening in the maze.
I thought, mentally cursing the one who had stolen the face of the old Auror Mad-Eye. And without knowing that I was cursing him in my mind, Barty Jr. started looking around at the area of the maze we were in.
Well, you made a big mess here.
He commented, looking at the defeated creatures and the destroyed place. And after inspecting everything around us with his normal eye and magical eye, both of his eyes fixed on me.
Now I see you're more impressive than I thought, my boy.
He said, looking me up and down.
Heh, and I'm sure that's very frustrating for you, isn't it?
I said, looking at him mockingly.
Having an impressive, 14-year-old boy messing up your meticulously laid plans must suck.
And hearing this, moody. Chapter 489. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After hearing my accusation,
Moody!
froze for a moment, feeling the shock of my words hit him as he blinked in a daze. However, this only lasted for a few seconds, and after recovering from the shock he looked at me, trying to pretend he wasn't surprised by what I said.
I don't think I understand.
Barty Jr. began to say, with a fake look of confusion on his face.
Why would I be frustrated, and what plans are you talking about?
And listening to his questions I snorted, because I could tell he was trying to look calm, but I could feel that internally he was panicking.
I don't know. What about the plans that involve putting Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire and forcing him to participate in the tournament?
I asked back, looking at him disdainfully. And again my words shocked him.
Mr. Knight, I don't know what you're tell.
He started to speak again, but I cut him off, not letting him finish his sentence.
Enough with the acting, Professor Moody.
I said, looking at him coldly.
We both know you're here for a reason, And that reason isn't to tell me how awesome I am, so let's get down to business.
And after I said that, Barty Jr. closed his mouth, remaining silent as he looked at me intently. And I could tell by the calculating, cautious way he was looking at me that he was trying to analyze me and the situation. The silence between us continued for a while longer, and with my empathy, I could feel Barty Jr.'s agitated emotions slowly calming down.
Hey.
And after a few seconds of silence, Barty Jr. suddenly started laughing, making me blink in confusion.
Hey.
And then his light laughter quickly turned hysterical and maniacal, making him look like a real madman, which in a way he was. And now it seemed like he wasn't even bothering to try to look like Moody anymore, and this change made me wary because I knew things were going to get serious now.
Ha ha ha, amazing.
He said between his slowly fading laughter.
It's no wonder that practically everyone considers you the most talented wizard of this generation. Well, thanks for the compliment.
I said, looking closely at Barty Jr., who was calming down from his Joker moment.
But actually, all of these people are wrong. Oh, are they?
Barty Jr. asked, smiling curiously.
Yes, they are wrong because I am not only the most talented wizard of this generation.
I replied, shrugging as if this were a true fact. And my arrogant and bold answer didn't anger the Death Eater, and he didn't even mind it or think I was joking. In fact, after hearing me say that, he just looked at me with a thoughtful look before nodding.
Well, maybe you're right, and that's what makes you so different and special compared to others of your.
He said, saying the last part with a certain contempt and disgust.
Oh, sure. Obviously, the racist would have to talk about the mudbloods and filthy muggles he hates so much.
I rolled my eyes.
Come on, man. Don't you Death Eaters have anything else to do besides complain and cry like a bitch? Because you're being surpassed by people with no magical heritage and new to the wizarding world.
I asked, not hiding the mockery in my tone. And what I said probably would have made Barty Jr. angry or offended, but he didn't pay attention to anything else I said after I said two specific words.
Death Eaters.
Fake Moody repeated, his eyes widening slightly.
How do I know you're a Death Eater?
I interrupted him, completing his question for him.
Well, that's a secret for me to know, and for you to never find out.
I smiled mischievously. And hearing this, Barty Jr.'s right eye twitched in irritation. Cheeky brat, he thought. And without knowing his thoughts, I continued.
But well, what I can tell you for now is that it wasn't that hard to find out that you're a Death Eater.
I said. And hearing this information, false Moody blinked for a moment.
So you know about it too.
He muttered, nodding to himself. After that, he looked back at me, and I could see that there was a glint in his eyes.
Well, since you already know that I'm not the crazy old Auror, then I have no more reason to continue hiding my identity. Oh!
I raised an eyebrow. And under my gaze, Barty Jr. began his introduction.
My name is Bartemius Crouch Jr., a Death Eater of the Dark Lord's inner circle, being his most loyal and faithful follower until the day of his sudden disappearance and my arrest. And well, you probably don't know me, but I'm pretty sure you know my late father, someone important in the ministry, known, respected, and feared by many people, and who was also one of the main organizers and judges of this tournament.
Oh, and I can't forget to say that he was also the one who locked me up in Azkaban and illegally got me out of there, before being killed by my own hands.
Barty Jr. finished, with a madly happy smile on
His
scarred face. And while smiling, Barty Jr. also looked at me, staring at me expectantly as he waited for a shocked reaction from me. But contrary to what he expected, I showed no reaction to his admission of murder. In fact, after hearing what he said, I placed my hand on my chin, with a thoughtful look as I pretended to reflect on who his father was. And with the tips he gave, I pretended to think for a few seconds, before my eyes widened slightly in realization.
Oh, your dad's bagman.
I said, pretending to be happily surprised. And as soon as I said that, Barty Jr.'s smile froze, before being replaced by a frown.
No,
He quickly denied.
my father isn't that fat, loudmouth idiot. My father is Bartemius Crouch Sr.
he said, glaring at me. He might not like his father for abandoning him, imprisoning him, and keeping him in forced confinement being watched over by a house elf for years, but being related to Bagman was something much worse and much more offensive to him than that. And after this surprising revelation, I dropped my fake expression of surprise, just looking at Barty Jr. with an almost bored look on my face. And seeing that I had no reaction to his paternal secret being revealed, Barty Jr. blinked, feeling his irritation being replaced by confusion.
Huh?
He said after a few seconds, making a confused face.
And why would I be?
I asked.
Because I just reveal that I, a Death Eater, am the son of a respected ministry official who was once the head of the DMLE, captain of all Aurors. The same one who had a record of arresting dark wizards almost comparable to Mad Eyes, and who also almost became the Minister of Magic.
He replied, looking at me strangely.
Yes, and
I raised an eyebrow.
At least try to show some reaction to this information. That bored look of yours makes people discouraged.
He said, sighing in disappointment.
well, I would have shown some reaction if you had told me something I didn't know.
I shrugged.
So you knew who I was and who my father was before I told you.
He asked me in surprise.
That's obvious.
I said, waving my hand dismissively.
If I could figure out that you were just an imposter and not the real Moody, then I could obviously figure out your true identity as well.
Barty Jr. nodded, not having considered this. Come to think of it, he even knew I was a Death Eater, so it shouldn't be a surprise that he knew my identity, he mused.
But you know,
I started speaking again, pulling him out of his thoughts.
you seem pretty relaxed for someone who is revealing so many secrets and crimes committed while attacking a champion on a live broadcast for hundreds of people to see.
I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
Really?
He asked with a half-playful look.
Yes, really.
I nodded slowly.
Aren't you worried about the Aurors storming the maze at any moment to arrest you?
I asked.
Oh, not really, mainly because I already took care of that.
He said.
Have you taken care of that?
I repeated, confused.
Yeah.
Barty Jr. nodded.
I just needed a simple spell there and a little sabotage here, and now no one will be able to see what's going on in this area of the maze.
He smirked. And hearing this, I frowned.
So he did something with the two-way mirrors.
I thought, before using my magic vision to look at the mirrors, seeing that there really was a different magic interfering with them.
Apparently, he had this ambush planned for some time.
Chapter 490. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
You're pretty quiet now, Knight.
Barty Jr. spoke again, pulling me out of my thoughts.
What happened? Has the cat got your tongue? Or have you finally realized the gravity of the situation you're in?
He asked, looking at me with sadistic glee as he waited for me to get worried or nervous. But unfortunately for him, his mocking question wasn't very effective, and I continued to look at him calmly.
Oh no, I actually was silent because I was impressed with how meticulous and careful you were with your plans.
I replied, waving my hand in a casual manner. And with that answer, Barty Jr. nodded.
Well, thank you. Sometimes I too.
He started to speak, only to be interrupted by me for the third time, much to his irritation.
But you know.
I continued.
Unfortunately for you, all these plans are useless.
And as soon as I said that, Barty Jr. felt his mind go blank for a moment, trying to process my words. And after a few seconds of silence, Barty Jr. finally came out of his dazed state, looking at me as if I was an abnormal being.
How the hell does he know that too?
He wondered, realizing for the first time that perhaps things weren't so much under his control. And he couldn't understand how I knew about his master's involvement in this tournament, something that should have been his biggest secret.
This kid.
He frowned, looking at me cautiously. And seeing Barty Jr.'s silence, I smiled maliciously, realizing that I had managed to wipe that despicable and irritating smile off his face.
You're pretty quiet now, Barty. What's wrong? Has the cat got your tongue?
I asked, repeating his sentence with a totally smug look on my face. And hearing my mockery, he felt irritation rise within him, but he quickly calmed down, knowing that losing control of his emotions in this situation could be a fatal mistake.
You seem to know a lot of things, Knight.
He said, narrowing his eyes at me.
Nah, I know just enough to stop you from completing whatever you and your noseless master have planned.
I said, waving my wand lightly in warning. Barty Jr. muttered, dropping his casual tone and looking at me more seriously.
In that case, then I think it's time we end our conversation here.
Well, for the first time, I find myself agreeing with you.
I said as I nodded. After that, I dropped my playful attitude as well, looking seriously at Barty as I got into a fighting stance. I then turned to stand on my side, lightly holding my wand as I pointed it downwards, controlling my breathing while maintaining focus. And Barty also prepared himself for the fight, taking his wand and holding it at chest height. After we got into combat stance, we both stared at each other, analyzing the situation and waiting for someone to make the first move. And as I looked at Barty Jr., paying attention to even his smallest movements and gestures, I noticed that his posture didn't seem entirely correct, as if he wasn't used to using it.
Strain!
I thought as I narrowed my eyes, keeping this information in the back of my mind. I then went back to focusing on the fight, and I did so at just the right moment, as Barty Jr. got tired of waiting and decided to go on the offensive, immediately casting a spell at me.
Avada Kedavra!
And the first attack he cast on me was the killing curse, showing that he wasn't holding back. And I, who had been expecting his attack since the moment I saw the muscle in his wand arm twitch, easily dodged the spell by jumping to the side.
Heh, looks like you're not playing around anymore.
I said, looking at the burned area on the ground where the killing curse had hit, feeling the vile magic of the spell still in the air.
I've underestimated you enough, boy, and I won't repeat that mistake again.
He said, looking at me with a deadly glare. And hearing this, I smiled coldly.
Great, maybe this way you can survive for more than a few seconds.
And instead of saying anything, Barty Jr. just narrowed his eyes before continuing his attack.
Bombarda Maxima!
He exclaimed.
Pratigo Absor!
I protected myself from this explosive spell, using a shield that absorbed its impact. And after protecting myself, I decided to get off the defensive and started attacking him as well.
Depulso Glacius! Pratigo!
And this time, it was Barty Jr.'s turn to defend himself. And then the two of us entered into a fierce and dangerous battle, with him casting several dark spells at me while I responded with equally dangerous spells.
Defindo Flipendo Sectum Sempra!
I cast a sequence of spells. And seeing these various attacks coming towards him, Barty Jr. once again cast a Pratigo to defend himself. However, he was not expecting that the spell created by Professor Snape would be more powerful than his shield, which gave way after containing 2/3 of the spell's magic.
Arg!
He grunted in pain, immediately placing his hand on the cut that the Sectum Sempra spell made on his thigh. And looking down, Barty Jr. saw his blood starting to stain his clothes and his hand.
Damn, that spell was a dark curse.
He cursed mentally, feeling a slight numbness take over his leg. And Barty Jr. realized too late that he should have dodged my spells instead of trying to defend himself from them. But luckily for him, my spell grazed him and wasn't at full power, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use that leg anymore.
Looks like I'm not the only one who isn't playing around anymore.
He said to me, grimacing in pain as he cast healing spells on his leg, trying to stop the bleeding and close the cut.
Well, I don't see the point in playing around with a dead man anymore.
I said, shrugging calmly. And I didn't try to stop him from healing because I knew that what he was doing was practically useless, since injuries caused by dark magic could only be healed with specific healing spells or proper medical care. And after hearing my arrogant words, Barty Jr. snorted coldly.
You speak as if you have already won the fight. And you speak as if you have any chance of defeating me, especially in this state.
I retorted.
Don't underestimate me, Knight. I'm not one of the Dark Lord's top Death Eaters for nothing.
He said.
And besides, my mission here is not to defeat you, but to delay you. That's obvious.
I rolled my eyes.
But you don't have the power to stop me from leaving here. Perhaps that is true.
Barty Jr. nodded.
However, it seems you have forgotten that we are not alone in this maze.
And hearing this, I paused for a moment, and before I could ask what he meant by that, he took something out of his pocket, before quickly throwing it at me. Looking at this something, I realized that what he threw at me was actually a small leather bag, and acting on instinct, I cast a spell to destroy it. And as soon as my spell hit this little bag, it exploded, releasing its contents, which was a fluorescent purple powder with a strong and disgusting odor. And not wanting to be hit by this unknown powder, I took a step back, shaking my hand and wandlessly casting a wind spell, which pushed this powder away from me and spread it throughout this area of the maze.
What the F?
I started to say, before I felt the ground start to shake. And realizing that there was something strange going on, I focused on my senses, and when I did so, I felt several non-human magical signatures around me. And feeling these magics, I immediately understood what was happening.
Damn it, the creatures from the maze.
I cursed, realizing that I had been so focused on Barty Jr. that I had forgotten about the wave of magical creatures that was coming towards me. But I knew it was too late to think about that now, as the creatures were already less than 25 meters away from me, running quickly towards the area I was in. I then prepared myself to face these creatures, and at that moment I felt their anger, madness, ferocity, and other turbulent emotions with my empathy.
What happened to make these creatures so angry?
I wondered, frowning in confusion.
Heh.
I then heard Barty Jr. laughing, causing my attention to turn to him.
You shouldn't have destroyed that bag.
He said in cruel smile.
What do you mean?
I asked. But instead of answering me, Barty Jr. asked his own questions.
Have you ever wondered why you encountered so many magical creatures since you entered the maze, even though it was huge?
Haven't you thought about why the creatures are walking and attacking in packs, instead of killing each other like they normally would?
Did you not find it strange the fury and savagery that creatures, even the calmest ones, showed upon seeing you?
And after hearing these questions from Barty Jr., I grimaced, understanding the insinuations behind them. So he really was the one who did something to the magical creatures in the maze. Chapter 491. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After reflecting a bit on Barty Jr.'s questions, I looked back at him, seeing that he had used this break in battle to recover a bit from his injury. But I didn't worry too much about it, as there was a more important matter on my mind now.
So you were the one behind these strange things happening in the maze?
I said, not asking but stating a fact. And laughing again, Barty Jr. nodded.
Of course.
I thought, feeling something click in my mind at the word. And I didn't have to think about it for long, because soon after Barty Jr. decided to answer my unspoken question.
And well, as it happens, the leather bag you just destroyed contained all that was left of that solution, and the amount in it was enough to affect even an adult dragon. And unfortunately for you, by destroying the bag you ended up spreading the solution throughout this entire area of the maze. And now this place has become a large and attractive lure for all the crazed magical creatures in the region.
He concluded, with a sparkle in his eyes as he smiled creepily at me. And after hearing this information, I couldn't help but frown before I began to look around carefully. Looking at the area around me, I saw that the fluorescent purple powder, which I now knew was some kind of deadly aphrodisiac, was spread all over the place, almost completely covering the ground and hedge walls. And with my senses and my magic vision, I could see the magic of this solution activating and starting to act now that it was in contact with the air. The unpleasant and strong odor that I had felt before coming from this solution became even more noticeable and potent, and even though I wasn't a magical creature, I could feel its effects trying to confuse and control my heightened senses.
Fuck!
I cursed mentally, a frown on my face. And not wanting to be affected by the magic of this solution, I shook my head, before activating my occlumency and letting my magic flow through my body, blocking and repelling its effects. After properly protecting myself from this purple powder, I looked back at Barty Jr., seeing that he was calmly watching me, with emotions of mischief and satisfaction coming from him.
He knew I would react and attack on instinct if I thought he was attacking me.
I narrowed my eyes.
In the end, I fell for his ploy.
I thought, realizing that I had been tricked by Barty Jr. And I didn't have time to continue thinking about it anymore, as I had sensed that the furious and wild magical creatures had finally arrived at my location. Looking at Barty Jr., I saw that he was still staring at me intently, and this made me realize that he had no intention of running away when the creatures attacked us.
So this is how it's going to be.
I thought, realizing now that he was going to stay here as another target just to lessen my chances of victory.
Putting himself in danger just to complete his mission.
I snorted. Roars. And with that last thought of mine, the angry creatures finally arrived in this area of the maze. There were many creatures of many species, and at a quick glance I counted at least 30 creatures around me, and all of them, as soon as they arrived, began to sniff the air or lick the powder that was on the floor and walls. And not even a second after that I began to feel these creatures' emotions rapidly becoming more agitated and violent, and even their magic was becoming turbulent and volatile, as if it wanted to explode out of their bodies. The crazed creatures then noticed my and Barty Jr.'s presence, and a bloodthirsty, predatory glint flashed in their eyes.
It's starting.
I realized with a serious look, preparing myself for the attack. And out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Barty Jr. taking out his wand as he eyed me intently, clearly preparing for a sneak attack. But I wouldn't give him that chance, nor would I allow those irrational creatures to corner me. ROERS. His. GROWLS. Then, after staring at us for a few moments, the magical creatures finally decided to attack us, running towards us without thinking about anything other than tearing us apart.
Hey.
I sneered, feeling my arrogance rise as my blood and magic boiled.
I thought I had already made it clear.
I held my wand in both hands, raising them high.
That the only predator.
I pointed the wand down, and Barty Jr., seeing this, became cautious.
In this maze.
I gathered my magic, letting it compress into one point.
Is me.
And with that I quickly knelt down, tapping the tip of my wand on the ground.
Tremor eruptio.
I exclaimed, feeling the compressed magic disperse from the tip of my wand and into the ground below us. At first it seemed like the spell had failed, as nothing had happened. However, this thought only lasted a few seconds, and soon after that, everyone could feel the ground tremble. This tremor was weak at first, but with each passing second it became stronger and more violent, causing cracks to appear on the ground, giving the impression that the maze was collapsing.
What did why?
Barty Jr. began to ask, completely alarmed, but he didn't even manage to finish his sentence before disaster struck. Rumbled.
It's now.
And seeing the calamity caused by my spell, my eyes glowed predatorily. As the creatures were in a difficult situation thanks to my spell, I took advantage of the moment to attack them, and then I began a massacre, reaping the lives of these dangerous and deadly magical creatures as if they were nothing. And while all this bloody mess was happening, Barty Jr. remained where he was, crouched down so as not to be affected by the tremor, and with a powerful shield spell around him to protect him from the debris.
He really is far above the other Hogwarts students.
He thought, looking at me seriously. And not even he could help but be impressed by my display of power. But shaking his head, Barty Jr. decided that it didn't matter to him, because even if I was someone powerful and dangerous, he would still do his best to keep me here until his part of the mission was complete.
Bombarda Maxima. Lake.
BOOM. Well, at least he would try.
I just hope my new toy is doing better than me while dealing with that Vila girl.
Barty Jr. thought with a grimace. Elsewhere in the maze. Pav third person.
Shit, I think I'm lost.
Harry said, looking around with a frustrated and confused look. He had been running through the maze since the moment he entered it, using the compass spell to guide himself around the place, trying to get to where the cup was. However, even with the spell pointing the cup's direction to him, he still had to find and follow the right paths through the maze, which proved to be the most complicated part of the task, especially because the damned walls were alive and moving on their own.
I knew I should have learned a gardening spell.
He clicked his tongue, tempted to cast an explosive spell at the nearest hedge wall. And just when Harry began to wonder if destroying the walls was against the rules, he felt the ground shake slightly.
Huh.
He blinked, looking down in confusion. Harry then stared at the floor, trying to understand what happened, and after a few seconds without anything happening, he began to think that maybe he was just being paranoid.
I think the stress of this task is finally catching up with me.
He muttered, rumbled. Then, just as he was about to continue his hunt for the cup, he felt the entire maze suddenly shake, as if an earthquake was occurring.
Huh, what's that?
Harry started looking around in fear, trying to keep his balance as the ground shook.
ARGH. His.
Chapter 492. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Harry kept running, trying to get as far away as possible from whatever was causing all this commotion.
Damn, what's going on over there?
He exclaimed in his mind, completely panicked, afraid to even look back. He was so focused on escaping from possible danger that he wasn't paying attention to what was in front of him or where he was going. And because of his inattentive and panicked state, and also because of all the noise caused by the abnormal commotion, Harry did not hear the sound of hurried footsteps that seemed to be coming from a little further ahead, quickly approaching him.
I think I'm far enough along,
he thought. And without stopping running, Harry finally gained some courage to look back. However, it was at this exact moment of distraction that a person dressed in dark blue clothes turned the curve he was planning to enter, and he didn't notice this person until it was too late. Thump!
Ow!
Harry fell to the ground on his butt after hitting something solid, rubbing his sore forehead.
Ugh!
And then he heard the sound of someone else falling to the ground in front of him, soon followed by a groan of pain. And realizing that he was no longer alone, Harry immediately became alarmed, putting his pain aside and quickly grabbing his wand. And just as he prepared to point his wand at the unknown person, he realized that person was already pointing their wand at him. He blinked, looking at the wand pointed at his face, and realizing that he had been too slow. However, this 1-second pause of his allowed him and the other person to finally pay attention to the mysterious enemy, and when they saw who it was in front of them, the two of them couldn't help but be surprised.
Fleur.
Harry!
And Harry, realizing that the one on the other end of the wand pointed at him was Fleur, his French friend, couldn't help but sigh in relief.
Wait, why am I relieved? She's still my enemy in this competition.
He reminded himself, eyeing the villa warily as he tightened his grip on his wand. And it seemed that he wasn't the only one who had remembered that they were in an important competition, because Fleur, who was almost lowering her wand, pointed it at Harry again, narrowing her blue eyes at him. Harry and Fleur continued to stare at each other for several seconds in tense silence, completely focused and attentive to each other. However, this silence and calm did not last much longer, as the two champions and opponents decided to act.
Stupefy!
Fleur cast a spell on Harry, who immediately rolled to the side, dodging her spell before getting to his feet.
Expelliarmus.
And then the golden boy responded to her attack with his own spell. And Fleur, who was also already standing, easily dodged his spell by stepping to the side. And now that the two were standing, they got into a fighting stance, before they began attacking each other with various spells, engaging in fierce combat.
Petrificus totalis, flipendo.
Harry attacked, using basic but effective spells. Fleur then created a wall of ice to stop these spells, before conjuring a swarm of bees, controlling them to attack Harry. And after this attack, she continued her offensive with another spell, creating dozens of small balls of water and throwing them at him. Seeing the hundreds of bees heading towards him, Harry casted a strong incendio at them, and after getting rid of the bees, he began to dodge the water balls, destroying those that got too close to him. And after dealing with this attack, Harry raised his wand, preparing to counterattack.
Expelliar.
But as soon as he began to say the incantation of the spell, he saw several vines controlled by Fleur preparing to attack him.
Damn.
He cursed unconsciously before jumping back to dodge one of the vines. While Harry tried not to become part of a poorly made and light tentacle hentai act, Fleur continued to cast spell after spell at him. And under the French girl's fierce attack, Harry found himself cornered, finding it difficult to defend himself or even react to her spells. He then began to realize that he was being pressured by Fleur more and more by the minute, feeling that he might end up losing the fight if things continued like this.
Damn, is our skill difference really that big?
He wondered, sweating nervously as he dodged an incarceration spell. And Harry, knowing he had to do something before his situation got worse, tried to gain some distance from Fleur to catch his breath and try to think of a new plan. However, before he could even begin to think of a plan, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, scaring him and leaving him alarmed. And when he and Fleur realized that there was a new presence in this area of the maze, they momentarily stopped their fight.
Who?
Harry began, turning to look back cautiously. And it was precisely at that moment that the mysterious presence decided to act.
Expulsa.
This new presence said in a cold and grave tone of voice, immediately casting an offensive spell. And Fleur and Harry, who had stopped struggling because of the sudden intrusion, blinked in surprise at the attack, before quickly snapping out of their dazed states. Harry, who was the closest to the new enemy, quickly cast the Protego spell to protect himself, creating a small, weak shield that was the best he could do with his current capabilities. However, this proved unnecessary, as after creating a shield he saw the spell pass harmlessly through him, showing that he was not the target of the mysterious enemy. And looking at the direction the spell was heading, Harry realized that it was actually aimed at Fleur. And Fleur, seeing the spell heading towards her, didn't show any concern, as she also already had a shield ready. Bam! The spell hit Fleur's shield, which easily contained the attack, but even after doing so she did not cancel it, afraid that she could be attacked the moment she did so. And now that the mysterious enemy's first attack had failed, Fleur and Harry were able to take a good look at him, quickly recognizing his serious, frowning look.
Crumb.
The two thought, blinking a little in surprise. However, after thinking for a while, they realized that it wasn't that surprising that the mysterious attacker was Crumb, since he was one of the only people in the maze besides them and Ethan.
Our fight must have attracted him.
Fleur theorized, looking at him cautiously. And while Fleur was looking closely at Crumb, Harry was also looking at him.
Now that Crumb is here, my situation has gotten even worse.
Harry thought, tightening his grip on his wand. He then narrowed his eyes.
If I have to fight both of them at once, I won't have the slightest chance of winning, since they are more experienced and know more spells than me. In that case then, I think it would be better if I focused on attacking Crumb to try to get him out of the fight as soon as possible, and after that, I'll only have to worry about Fleur.
Harry chose Crumb as his primary target not because he thought the Quidditch star was weak, but because he knew how strong Fleur was, especially after Ethan's training. And between Crumb and Fleur, Harry knew that the one who represented a greater obstacle for him if a fight between the three of them happened was Crumb, as the Durmstrang champion seemed to hold a grudge against him and would certainly focus on him in the fight. And it was with these thoughts that Harry came to the conclusion that taking Crumb out of the fight as quickly as possible would be more advantageous for him. So, with a decision made and a plan half-formed, Harry prepared to begin his move. And just as Harry was preparing to attack Crumb, the scowling boy who had previously been standing silently moved, alarming him.
Damn it!
Harry raised his wand, thinking that Crumb was going to attack him now. But after a few seconds of nothing happening, Harry made a confused face, before looking back at Crumb and realizing that the Bulgarian boy's focus wasn't even on him, and that in fact he was completely focused on Fleur.
Huh.
Harry looked at Crumb strangely, still not letting his guard down. And Crumb, still not paying attention to Harry, continued walking, passing the cautious green-eyed boy as he headed towards Fleur, glaring at her fiercely.
What?
And Fleur, who saw Crumb ignoring Harry and looking only at her, blinked in confusion.
Wait, is his target just me?
And even Harry, watching this scene, had several question marks floating above his head.
What the hell is going on?
Chapter 493. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Harry and Fleur still looked at Crumb in surprise and confusion, stunned by the development of the situation. However, the Bulgarian boy didn't pay attention to their gazes and didn't even wait for them to say or do anything before attacking the blonde girl again.
Defindo.
He cast a spell, and his spell was once again contained by Fleur's shield, but he didn't even react to it, continuing his attack with a sequence of spells.
Confringo, confractus, reducto.
Bam! Bam! Craig! Under Crumb's fierce consecutive attack, Fleur's shield finally began to give way, with some cracks appearing on it. And seeing the cracks appearing on her shield, Fleur knew that it would not resist any longer and that it would break with another blow.
He really isn't holding back.
She frowned. The beautiful Vila then cancelled her protective spell, before looking seriously at Crumb as she pointed her wand at him, deciding not to be defensive any longer.
Incarcerus.
She attacked. And showing an agility that didn't match his robust body, Crumb quickly dodged her spell.
Inflammare.
He threw a fireball at her, and to defend herself from the fire and heat, Fleur created a wall of earth in front of her. The two then continued fighting, using all the experience, skills, and magical power they had. And Harry, who was standing silently a few feet away from them, could only look at them with a strange look, realizing that he was being completely ignored by Fleur and Crumb. Harry looked at the fight happening in front of him with a confused and indecisive look.
Do they still remember I'm here?
He asked himself with a grimace on his face, not knowing what to do in this situation. He then began to wonder whether he should join Crumb in the offensive against Fleur, but this idea was quickly discarded. And he discarded that idea because he knew that as soon as they defeated Fleur, Crumb would turn his attention to him.
Maybe I should attack Crumb together with Fleur.
He mused before shaking his head, realizing that this option also had its risks.
You know what? Why am I still thinking about joining this fight?
He asked himself, pursing his lips.
Right now they're fully focused on fighting each other, so I should take this opportunity to get out of here and go back to looking for the cup.
And realizing that the situation had become favorable for him, Harry made his decision, turning around and silently heading towards one of the paths in the maze. And already on this path, Harry immediately started running, without looking back, while ignoring the noise of the fight and the flashes of the spells, focused only on one objective, which was to reach the end of the maze and get the damn cup. Sometime later,
Huff!
Harry panted, turning into another path as he continued his search for the cup. He had been running non-stop for at least 3 minutes, having moved away from the clash between his two rivals in the tournament. And as he ran, Harry tried not to think about the fact that he had abandoned the fight, running away while leaving Crumb and Fleur to face each other alone. But even though he tried not to think about it, he couldn't help but feel that he should have stayed there, and that there was something strange about the whole situation. Harry felt a sense of distress.
Come on, Harry, just let it go. For now, you just have to focus on finding the cup and winning this competition.
Harry said mentally to himself, shaking his head. However, his attempt to focus on something else didn't help much, and he couldn't shake the bad feeling he felt, a feeling that grew with every step he took away from the fight that was taking place between the two foreign champions.
Damn, what's happening to me?
He asked himself as he mentally cursed, realizing that he couldn't continue his search like this. And in a stressful moment like this, Harry immediately thought of one of the people he most admired and trusted, a person who always seemed to have an answer or a solution for practically everything.
What would Ethan do in this situation?
He wondered. And while trying to think about what Ethan would do if he were in his place, Harry unconsciously remembered the classes that he, Hermione, Ron, and Fleur had with the crazy, genius boy. And thinking about these classes, Harry remembered that his friend from Ravenclaw always told them that in a fight or in a serious situation they should always trust their instincts.
Trust my instincts.
He repeated in his mind.
I need to trust my instincts.
And letting that sentence sink into his mind, Harry slowly stopped running, deciding to put his search for the cup aside for now. Now, standing in the middle of the maze, the green-eyed boy took a deep breath to catch his breath, trying to calm down and control his emotions. And after managing to calm down a little, he closed his eyes, ignoring everything around him and focusing on himself and only himself.
And now, what do my instincts tell me?
He asked himself, trying to feel something inside him without even knowing what that something should be. And after 30 seconds of standing still, he couldn't help but frown, realizing that the only thing he felt was the uncomfortable and alarming sensation in the back of his mind.
Why am I having this feeling? And why does it feel like my whole body is telling me to go back to that place?
He asked himself quietly, opening his eyes and looking down with a confused and frustrated expression. Harry didn't understand what was happening to him, but he knew for sure that the reason for his distress had something to do with Fleur and Crumb's fight. And knowing that the answers to his questions were connected to this situation, he decided to reflect on everything that happened before he ran away from the fight.
Let's see.
And remembering all these moments in his mind, Harry realized that there was something strange and abnormal about them.
Wait.
He wondered, frowning. Harry may not have known Crumb very well, but from the little interaction he had with the Bulgarian champion, he could easily tell that he was someone quite spiteful and angry. Of course, it wasn't impossible that Crumb decided to attack Fleur because of his strategy, wanting to eliminate the champion who represented the biggest threat to him at that moment. But even if that was the reason, it still wouldn't explain why he ignored Harry completely, as if he wasn't even there.
This doesn't make any sense.
Harry muttered thoughtfully. He then tried to think of a reason for Crumb's actions, and as he thought about it, he remembered the look on Crumb's face when the Quidditch star had walked past him.
That look.
He realized, remembering Crumb's empty, cold eyes.
Wait a minute, I've seen people with that look before.
And in Harry's mind, he immediately thought of the first Dada classes with Professor Moody, where the Exoror taught the students about the unforgivable curses. And between these classes, Professor Moody demonstrated in practical classes one of the curses that was the least lethal and most controllable, casting it on several students. And these students, after being under the effect of this curse, had the same glazed and empty look as Crumb.
No.
Harry thought, his eyes widening as the pieces fell into place in his mind.
Crumb.
And reaching this conclusion, he felt a shiver run through his body as he broke out in a cold sweat, with his breathing stopping for a moment. And in his mind, he could only think of one thing.
Fleur is in danger.
Chapter 494. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Back with Fleur. After Harry left, Fleur and Crumb continued to fight fiercely against each other, without even taking a break to rest or catch their breath. And they were so focused on their incessant fight that they didn't even notice the departure or absence of the black-haired, green-eyed boy. In fact, even if the two of them realized that Harry was no longer there, they probably wouldn't even care, since they were completely focused on defeating the opponent in front of them.
Huff.
Fleur breathed heavily, starting to feel tired after fighting and using magic for so long. And as she tried to catch her breath, she looked at her enemy, frowning slightly when she saw that Crumb seemed strangely calm and not at all tired compared to her.
Tusk.
She thought irritably. And she didn't have time to think about it anymore because she had to jump back to dodge a cruel bone-breaking spell that Crumb cast. And looking at the place hit by this spell that bordered on dark magic, Fleur saw the broken ground and the charred grass, and she knew with all certainty that if this spell had hit her, it would have done great damage to her.
And he sure isn't holding back.
She grimaced, noticing the danger contained in this attack. Fleur had already realized that the difference in skills between her and Crumb was not that great, and that in fact she surpassed him in most combat aspects. However, the fact that the Bulgarian boy had more raw power, resistance, and knew more lethal and dangerous spells than she did made him a difficult and dangerous opponent.
I can't let this fight drag on any longer.
She thought. Then a determined glint appeared in her eyes.
And if he's not holding back then, I don't see any reason to hold back either.
And now that she had made her decision, she gripped her wand tightly. Concentrating her magic, Fleur prepared to use a spell that used a destructive and powerful element, and that combined very well with her Vila nature and characteristics.
Let's see how you handle this.
She thought before pointing her wand at Crumb.
Incendio.
She said the incantation in a firm, decisive tone of voice. And from the tip of her wand came a powerful jet of orange fire that had its power and effectiveness increased to the maximum.
Aqueructe.
And Crumb was unfazed by the flames that were heading towards him, responding to her attack with an equally powerful jet of water. With these two spells being cast, they quickly met, colliding with each other and creating a sort of elemental tug-of-war. And as the two spells collided, a lot of steam was created, further obscuring the vision of the two champions in this dark and misty maze. But even though Fleur couldn't see very well what was in front of her, she could still feel her spell weakening, being suppressed by Crumb's spell that used the opposite element to hers.
Urg.
She grunted, putting more power and effort into her spell, nearly exhausting her magical reserves. However, this didn't do much good, and the advantage in this dispute continued to be Crumb's, which made her click her tongue in irritation. And realizing that in this confrontation of spells she had lost, Fleur cancelled her spell, before throwing herself to the side, dodging the jet of water. And after dodging Crumb's aqua eructo, Fleur fell into a half-crouched position, narrowing her eyes at Crumb as she gripped her wand tighter.
Even though he's the champion with the lowest score, he certainly shouldn't be underestimated.
She thought, trying to ignore her tiredness as she stared at him with a serious gaze. Fleur then saw that the steam caused by their spells began to dissipate little by little. And now, with clearer vision, she saw that a small puddle of water had formed below Crumb's feet, making his eyes narrow with a calculating glint. And without giving Crumb time to make any movement, she raised her wand.
Glacius.
Fleur exclaimed, quickly casting a freezing spell on the puddle of water. And as soon as the spell hit this small puddle, it froze almost instantly, trapping Crumb's feet, which were in direct contact with the water.
Here.
And feeling the cold on his feet, Crumb grunted with a grimace. The Durmstrang student then tried to move, only to realize that he couldn't.
Hethy.
Fleur smiled slightly, seeing that her little plan had worked. And seeing that Crumb could no longer move, Fleur pointed her wand at him again, preparing to use her remaining strength and energy to cast one last spell at Crumb, wanting to quickly end this fight. But just as she was about to cast a stunning spell, Crumb did something that left her wide-eyed.
Urg.
Craig. Crumb, under Fleur's gaze, began to try to forcefully free himself from the ice that held his feet. And even though the ice was solid and resistant, due to Crumb's strength and insistence, it began to crack. Craig.
Alorg.
And with an angry, animalistic growl, Crumb tried to pull his feet off the ice one last time, using all his strength. Craig.
He's crazy.
Fleur muttered in fright.
He's completely crazy.
Urg.
She grunted, putting more power and effort into her spell, nearly exhausting her magical reserves. However, this didn't do much good, and the advantage in this dispute continued to be Crumb's, which made her click her tongue in irritation. And realizing that in this confrontation of spells she had lost, Fleur cancelled her spell, before throwing herself to the side, dodging the jet of water. And after dodging Crumb's aqua eructo, Fleur fell into a half-crouched position, narrowing her eyes at Crumb as she gripped her wand tighter. Even though he's the champion with the lowest score, he certainly shouldn't be underestimated, she thought, trying to ignore her tiredness as she stared at him with a serious gaze. Fleur then saw that the steam caused by their spells began to dissipate little by little. And now, with clearer vision, she saw that a small puddle of water had formed below Crumb's feet, making his eyes narrow with a calculating glint. And without giving Crumb time to make any movement, she raised her wand. Glacius, Fleur exclaimed, quickly casting a freezing spell on the puddle of water. And as soon as the spell hit this small puddle, it froze almost instantly, trapping Crumb's feet, which were in direct contact with the water. And feeling the cold on his feet, Crumb grunted with a grimace. The Durmstrang student then tried to move, only to realize that he couldn't. Fleur smiled slightly, seeing that her little plan had worked. And seeing that Crumb could no longer move, Fleur pointed her wand at him again, preparing to use her remaining strength and energy to cast one last spell at Crumb, wanting to quickly end this fight. But just as she was about to cast a stunning spell, Crumb did something that left her wide-eyed. Urgy. Craig. Crumb, under Fleur's gaze, began to try to forcefully free himself from the ice that held his feet. And even though the ice was solid and resistant, due to Crumb's strength and insistence, it began to crack. Craig.
Damn it.
She cursed, feeling a pang of panic rise inside her. Fleur had noticed for some time that there was something very wrong with the Durmstrang student, and even though she didn't know exactly what that something was, she knew that it represented a real danger to her. And knowing this and realizing that she was completely cornered by Crumb, she couldn't help but feel distressed and worried.
What do I do now? How do I defeat him?
She wondered, looking around anxiously as she searched for a way out of this situation. But unfortunately for Fleur, she couldn't find an escape, and in the time she was frantically looking around, Crumb arrived in front of her.
What?
She wondered nervously, breaking out in a cold sweat under the emotionless gaze of the boy in front of her. Standing in front of Fleur, Crumb said nothing, just raising his wand and pointing it at her. And then, with a blank stare and a deadly calm and cold voice, he began to say the incantation of a spell.
Avada Kedavra. Expulso.
Before Crumb could cast the infamous killing curse on Fleur, ending the French Villa's life, another voice emerged amidst the chaos. And this voice, without a second of hesitation, cast a powerful repulsive spell that hit the Bulgarian champion in his side, throwing him away from Fleur. And Fleur, who had felt her heart stop beating the moment Crumb began to speak the killing curse incantation, blinked in amazement as she saw her almost murderer being hit by a spell that threw him away before he fell violently to the ground. She looked at Crumb lying in the distance in surprise. And quickly recovering from her shock, she turned to look at the one who saved her, seeing a boy with green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead running quickly towards her.
Harry.
Chapter 495. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Seeing that the one who came to her aid in this moment of danger was Harry, her friend and fellow champion, Fleur couldn't help but sigh in relief.
Fleur, are you okay?
Harry asked as he stopped next to the villa, looking at her with an anxious and worried look. And even though she was still feeling a little scared and distressed from almost facing death head-on, Fleur still nodded to Harry's question.
I'm fine, thanks to you.
She said, truly grateful.
Oh, thank goodness.
And hearing this, Harry sighed in relief, happy to have managed to get there in time. And noticing the relief in her friend's tone of voice, Fleur smiled softly, feeling happy that he was worried about her. But even though she was happy about it, she couldn't help but look at Harry with her own look of concern.
But what about you, Harry? What are you doing here?
I came to help you, obviously.
He replied.
But it's dangerous here.
I know, and that's why I came back.
Harry shrugged, as if that reason was more than enough to justify his actions.
But
Fleur began again, not understanding why Harry had decided to risk himself like that for her. However, the French witch was unable to finish her sentence, as she and Harry heard an angry grunt coming from the fallen Bulgarian champion. And turning to Crumb, they both saw him slowly getting up, without any sign that Harry's spell had hurt or affected him.
Damn, I thought my attack was enough to free him from the curse's control.
Harry said with a grimace.
Curse's control?
Fleur asked, turning to Harry in confusion.
Yes.
He replied with a nod.
I can't say for sure yet, but I'm almost 90% sure that Crumb is under the Imperious Curse.
And hearing this, Fleur's eyes widened slightly.
The Imperious Curse.
She repeated in shock. Harry nodded again with a heavy look. And with the confirmation that she hadn't heard Harry wrong, she quickly turned her dazed gaze to Crumb.
Is someone controlling him with the imperious curse?
She wondered in her mind, finding it hard to believe. However, she began to compare Crumb's appearance and actions with those under the effect of that curse, and after some reflection, she realized that Harry was probably right in his assumption.
I knew there was something weird about him, but the imperious curse.
She thought, a grimace on her beautiful face.
That sure makes things a lot more complicated and dangerous.
And she was right, because the moment Crumb recovered from Harry's surprise attack, he once again fixed his eyes on Fleur, before raising his wand and pointing it at her.
Fractus.
And without any warning, he attacked.
Pratigo.
Harry then stepped in front of Fleur, creating a fragile shield that was just enough to stop this spell before it broke, pushing Harry back slightly.
Ugh.
He said with a groan. And even though he was still feeling the impact of Crumb's spell, he was already on standby, waiting for another attack from him. However, after waiting a few seconds, he realized that Crumb had not yet attacked, and looking at the Bulgarian wizard, Harry saw that he just stood there, staring in silence and with his eyes glazed over at Fleur, who was behind him.
Huh.
Harry blinked in confusion.
Why isn't he attacking?
And he didn't have time to think about the reason for Crumb's inactivity, because Fleur pulled his arm before starting to drag him somewhere.
Come on, we have to get out of here.
She said, running quickly towards the nearest path in the maze, with Harry following behind her. What followed was a frantic chase, with Harry and Fleur running and going through various paths and passages in the maze while Crumb chased them. And this would have continued for some time longer, but unfortunately for the Hogwarts and Beauxbatons champions, the last path they took led to a dead end.
Damn it, we're trapped.
Harry swore, scowling at the large wall of hedges in front of him. And Fleur also frowned when she realized they were cornered, but instead of staring at the wall, she turned to the entrance they came from. Raising her wand, she then began to create a barrier at the entrance, wanting to prevent Crumb from reaching them, at least until they thought of an escape plan. And seeing this, Harry stopped staring at the hedge wall, turning to help Fleur reinforce the barrier.
Okay, I think this barrier will hold him for a while.
Fleur said, lowering her wand as Harry did the same. And just as she finished saying that, something powerful struck the barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. The two looked at the barrier in alarm.
Raptuos.
And then they heard Crumb's hoarse voice, before another attack hit the barrier, followed by another and another.
He's already here.
Harry grimaced, watching the barrier tremble as Crumb cast several sequences of destructive spells at it.
Tusk, if he keeps attacking the barrier like this, he'll end up destroying it in less than 2 minutes.
Fleur said, feeling a growing sense of danger. She then began to look around, looking for a way out or a way to escape this situation. But unfortunately for her, the only things she could see were the big, thick walls of hedges that surrounded her and Harry.
These walls are very strong and resistant, so there would be no point in trying to destroy them with spells to create an exit. And besides, these walls are made of a living magical plant that would probably attack us if we tried to hurt it, and since we're in an enclosed space, we'd be at its mercy.
Fleur began to reflect, considering their options. And even after thinking a lot, she couldn't find a way to escape.
Damn, we really are in a very bad situation right now.
She thought.
Fleur, what are we going to do?
She was then taken out of her thoughts by Harry's question. And she thought about his question for a moment, before sighing helplessly.
Sigh, I guess the only option we have left now is to defeat Crumb.
She said, not at all happy about it. And Harry already knew she would say that when he asked that question, and so he wasn't surprised or distressed by her answer.
Okay then.
He said, nodding almost robotically. However, he knew that now was not the time to be nervous or panicked, and so he took a deep breath to try to calm himself before turning to Fleur.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to work together to defeat him,
He said, with a small, encouraging smile that didn't entirely hide his nervousness. Noticing his attempt to cheer her up, Fleur couldn't help but smile as well.
Yes, it seems so.
She said, a little less stressed. And alongside a friend and ally, she began to feel her confidence and determination return, knowing that Harry's presence in the fight would increase their chances of victory. And Harry knew that too, and so he looked back at the wall that separated them from Crumb, holding his wand tightly as he listened to the spells of the hypnotized boy hitting the improvised barrier.
So, what will our strategy be?
Harry asked, bringing Fleur's attention back to the fight. Hearing his question, she frowned slightly, beginning to quickly analyze the situation.
Well, we have a slight advantage over Crumb because we are 2 against 1. But because he is under the effect of the imperious curse, he is not aware of his own conditions, such as injuries or fatigue. So we cannot prolong the fight with the intention of wearing him down, because in the end it will be us who will be tired. And besides, he also doesn't mind using lethal or dark spells on us, which makes our situation worse because we can only stun or immobilize him while he tries to kill us.
So what you're saying is that we're screwed.
Harry asked in a playful yet concerned tone.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Fleur said, a twinkle in her eyes.
Crumb is like a locomotive now, unstoppable and aggressive, moving forward without caring about what or who is in his way. But what happens when a locomotive runs out of fuel?
She asked, turning to Harry with a mischievous smile.
The locomotive stops working.
He replied.
Exactly.
She nodded.
Then all we need to do is force Crumb to completely drain his magic. And after that, he'll be just like any other normal person without magic.
And when that happens, he'll be completely defenseless against us.
Harry concluded, finally understanding the meaning of Fleur's analogy. And now that he had a better understanding of what the French blonde's plan was, he also couldn't help but smile just like her, starting to feel a little more confident and excited for the fight.
Well, in that case, what are we waiting for? Let's defeat this ugly guy.
He said.
Right.
Chapter 496. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After agreeing to Fleur's plan to deplete Crumb's magical reserves, the boy who lived and the French villa got into a fighting stance, standing shoulder to shoulder as they pointed their wands at the barrier that had begun to break down under Crumb's destructive efforts.
Hey, Harry, you still remember Ethan's duo fighting lessons, right?
Fleur then asked suddenly, still without taking her eyes off the barrier. And hearing that question, Harry nodded.
Yeah, one attacks and the other defends, then vice versa until the enemy is defeated.
He replied, to which she nodded.
Great, so in this fight you start attacking and I'll defend.
She said, leading the pair as she was the most experienced and oldest.
I see.
And Harry quickly agreed with her. And in his mind, he was already thinking of an offensive spell to cast on their cursed enemy, who was still attacking the barrier.
BRDA.
Boom!
Now,
Fleur exclaimed. And she didn't need to say it twice before Harry started attacking Crumb.
Stupefy incarceris. Pratigo.
Crumb cast the shield spell to defend himself. After that, he waved his wand upwards and forwards, and the leaves and branches that were on the ground around him turned into small, sharp blades, shooting towards Fleur.
Ventus.
She dispersed those blades with a gust of wind, before conjuring a few wide ribbons that moved like snakes as they went towards Crumb. Faced with the threat of these ribbons, Crumb created a wall of flames in front of him, and as soon as the ribbons made of fabric touched it, they quickly burned away. So after dealing with Fleur's ribbons, he sucked the flames into the tip of his wand.
Igniflammus.
He said, causing the flames to compress and elongate, thus creating a whip of fire that he immediately used to attack the French girl.
Akio rock.
And following the strategy of defending and attacking, Harry summoned a large rock in front of Fleur, protecting her from the flaming whip.
Expelliarmus.
The golden boy attacked again. And Crumb easily dodged the spell.
Defindo.
He counterattacked with a cutting spell aimed at Fleur's neck, who dodged by ducking. And after dodging the deadly attack, it was Fleur's turn to attack again.
Repulsa.
Crumb cast the shield spell to defend himself. After that, he waved his wand upwards and forwards, and the leaves and branches that were on the ground around him turned into small, sharp blades, shooting towards Fleur. Ventus, she dispersed those blades with a gust of wind, before conjuring a few wide ribbons that moved like snakes as they went towards Crumb. Faced with the threat of these ribbons, Crumb created a wall of flames in front of him, and as soon as the ribbons made of fabric touched it, they quickly burned away. So after dealing with Fleur's ribbons, he sucked the flames into the tip of his wand. Igna flammis, he said, causing the flames to compress and elongate, thus creating a whip of fire that he immediately used to attack the French girl. Akio, rock, and following the strategy of defending and attacking, Harry summoned a large rock in front of Fleur, protecting her from the flaming whip. Expelliarmus, the golden boy, attacked again. And Crumb easily dodged the spell. Defindo, he counterattacked with a cutting spell aimed at Fleur's neck, who dodged by ducking. And after dodging the deadly attack, it was Fleur's turn to attack again. Repulso. Nerver fervius. Petrificus totalis. Pratigo.
Glacius. Confringe.
And what followed was a fierce and dangerous confrontation between the three champions, with a variety of magic, from transfiguration and basic everyday spells to the most lethal of dark magic, being cast non-stop.
Contusio tria.
Crumb exclaimed, 3 yellow flashes shooting from the tip of his wand towards the only girl in the fight. These 3 flashes then merged into one, becoming bigger and stronger. And then the spell hit the shield Fleur had created with a loud, echoing bang, and the impact caused by it was so powerful that it forced her to take a few steps back.
Urgh.
Fleur grunted as she steadied herself, feeling a slight numbness in the arm that held her wand.
Damn, my shields are getting weaker as time goes by. And if things continue like this, I don't know if I'll be able to defend myself from Crumb's next spells.
She thought, pursing her lips as she felt her sense of urgency increase. And these thoughts of hers were momentarily and rudely interrupted by another dark spell from Crumb that again targeted her, which forced her to jump to the side to dodge it.
Tusk, and why do I feel like Crumb is only casting spells at me? It almost seems like he's not even attacking Harry.
She made an irritated face. But the moment she finished that thought, she paused. Then, in Fleur's mind, she began to remember everything that had happened so far in this 2-on-1 fight. And quickly analyzing the fight, she realized that she couldn't remember any moment of Crumb trying to kill, hurt, or even hit Harry, and this new discovery made her eyes widen slightly.
Wait.
She realized in a daze. And in fact, in her memories, whenever Harry took the lead in the fight, making himself an easy and obvious target, Crumb would suddenly stop attacking or attack her instead.
I think I get it.
She concluded, her eyes shining in realization. Now, with this new and important information, Fleur quickly reformulated their fighting strategy, before turning to Harry, who was holding Crumb during the time she was thinking.
Harry, forget about the dual fight strategy. You just focus on attacking while I defend.
She yelled at him.
Fine.
And without questioning the change of plans, he just nodded. And narrowing his eyes, Harry began a new wave of attacks against Crumb.
Expelliarmus stupefy, confusio aquamenti. Pratigo.
Crumb defended himself from the first 3 spells before having to dodge the last one. And while he did this, he didn't even look at Harry, as if the defeater of the Dark Lord wasn't even there attacking him. And still without paying attention to Harry, Crumb attacked Fleur for probably the 100th time in a row.
Huh.
Harry, frowning, noticed the strangeness in Crumb's actions. And it didn't take long for him to come to the same conclusion as Fleur, that Crumb was ignoring him and focusing on her at the behest of whoever controlled him. And upon realizing this, Harry put aside any caution and fear he had, and began casting spells at Crumb even more quickly and intensely. Crumb grunted as a shock spell grazed his waist. The numbing, electrifying sensation coursing through his body caused him to pause his actions momentarily. And in this time, when Crumb was recovering from Harry's spell, the green-eyed boy and the French Vila saw that Crumb had finally started to breathe with difficulty, which showed that even if his mind didn't realize his tiredness, his body still felt it.
Maybe his body will give out before we even need to drain his magic.
Fleur realized with some hope. And Crumb probably noticed this too, because the air around him suddenly changed, becoming more serious and tense. The cursed wizard then adjusted his posture, before beginning to gather and concentrate all his magic into one point. After gathering all his magic, he slowly raised his wand, and without any surprise he pointed it at Fleur, who immediately became cautious. With a cold glare, Crumb pulled his wand arm back, the tip of his wand glowing menacingly. And as soon as the glow became strong and dense enough, he pointed his arm and wand aggressively forward.
Arg!
He growled, casting a dark spell that produced a powerful jet of dark orange light from the tip of his wand. Seeing the spell coming towards her, Fleur did not dodge this time, deciding to respond to this attack with her own spell that created a jet of cyan light. The two spells then met, colliding in midair and creating another tug-of-war between the two. However, this time Fleur was not alone, and when Harry saw her facing Crumb's spell, he quickly came to her aid. Joining her in the magical tug-of-war, a jet of scarlet-red light shot out from his wand, clashing with Crumb's spell as well. And unexpectedly, his and Fleur's spells ended up merging into one, creating a powerful and brilliant jet of magenta light that practically tripled the power of their spell.
Ugh!
Crumb gritted his teeth with the effort it took to maintain his spell. And he wasn't the only one having trouble maintaining the spell. Fleur was also feeling her already low strength and magic draining quickly as time passed. However, this did not affect the advantage they had over Crumb, as Harry alone was managing to hold his own against him in this tug-of-war, even suppressing the Durmstrang wizard. And this showed everyone that he wasn't just an ordinary boy unlucky to be in this tournament, and that he was actually just as strong as the other champions.
Amazing, his magic is more powerful and dense than ours.
Fleur thought in wonder. She also noticed that even after all this time fighting and using spells, Harry showed no signs of magical exhaustion, which meant that his magical reserves must be immense. And this fact raised Fleur's hopes in the fight.
Now we just need to hold on tight, and then we will surely win.
Chapter 497. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The magical tug-of-war between the three champions from the three schools continued for some time longer, and Fleur, who had been fighting and using magic for quite some time, felt a sense of exhaustion rise up within her.
Ugh.
She groaned, stumbling back slightly as she felt a sudden weakness hit her. Along with this sudden weakness, her arm that held her wand began to tremble as well, struggling to keep steady. The spell Fleur had cast was beginning to lose its strength, and the jet of cyan light it produced began to falter, flickering rapidly and repeatedly.
I can't take it anymore.
And then, with all her energy almost completely drained, Fleur's spell finally gave way. And with her spell being forcibly cancelled, Fleur was no longer able to stand, falling to one knee on the ground while using her free hand to support herself.
Damn it.
Fleur cursed in her mind, panting heavily as her vision blurred from exhaustion. And as she felt extreme fatigue overcome her, she also felt a sensation of numbness and weakness in her wand arm, which caused her to no longer be able to hold her wand, which fell to the ground. And now that she was no longer casting her spell against Crumb, the magical dispute between the champions fell entirely on Harry, who increased the power of his spell to match Fleur's absence.
HMPH.
Harry snorted with a serious look, standing firm against the Bulgarian even though he lost his ally in this fight.
GHR.
Crumb growled with a grimace as he gripped his wand tightly with both hands. But even putting more power and effort into his spell, he still couldn't surpass or even match the unexpected and superior power that was Harry. Of course, Crumb wasn't really trying to defeat Harry, he was just resisting so as not to be defeated. He had no intention of beating Harry in this magical tug-of-war, because if he did, he might end up hurting the boy who lived or worse, and that would go against the command placed in his mind by the one who cursed him. And since he could only stay on the defensive, he was practically at the mercy of the Gryffindor champion. Boaz! Boaz!
Alorg.
Crumb roared, pouring all his remaining magic into his spell in a final attempt to not be defeated. And Harry, seeing this last effort from Crumb, also increased the power of his attack. The jet of scarlet light created by Harry's spell grew much brighter and denser, advancing slowly but steadily and powerfully towards Crumb, pushing his jet of light back. The Bulgarian Quidditch star began to feel his energy rapidly draining, and a feeling of emptiness and exhaustion arose in an area near his stomach and chest.
Ugh!
He growled with a grimace. Then, with a final grunt, Crumb's magic finally ran out, and the spell he had been maintaining so fiercely finally gave way. And with his spell dispersing, Harry's spell had nothing left to stop it, and then his jet of scarlet light shot quickly towards Crumb.
Ugh!
And with a final thrust from Harry, his spell arrived in front of Crumb, who could only stare blankly at the menacing attack in front of him. Bam! The spell then hit him full on, causing him to stumble back from the impact as his wand flew out of his hand, falling away from him and disarming the Bulgarian wizard. And Fleur, who was still crouched on the ground and had already recovered some of her energy, saw this happen, and then her eyes narrowed with a glint in them.
It's now,
She thought. And then, taking advantage of this moment when Crumb was defenseless, the blonde Vila quickly picked up her wand that was on the ground, and gathering all her physical and magical strength, she raised her arm and pointed her wand at Crumb.
stupefy.
She shouted, putting all her feelings of frustration, anger, determination, and hope into this spell. A red flash came out of Fleur's wand at great speed, and in a few seconds it had already reached Crumb, hitting him in the chest in a violent blow. And when he was hit by Fleur's powerful stunning spell, he, who was already off balance because of Harry's attack, was easily thrown away, hitting one of the maze's walls before falling to the ground. Thump! Crumb fell heavily to the ground with a thud, lying completely still and silent, and this time he showed no sign of getting up again.
Did we?
Harry asked after a few seconds of silence, looking dazedly at the fallen, unconscious wizard a few feet away from them. And hearing his question, Fleur blinked for a moment, before a slight smile began to appear on her face.
Yes, we won.
She said, feeling her body relax unconsciously. And hearing the confirmation of their victory, Harry couldn't stop a big, happy, and relieved smile from appearing on his face.
I told you we were going to defeat this ugly guy.
He said excitedly, which drew a slight, amused snort from Fleur. And then immediately after that, Harry felt all the fatigue he had been accumulating take over his body, and that together with the feeling of relief he felt caused his body to give in and he collapsed to the ground.
Phew!
He sat down heavily on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief and satisfaction yet tiredness.
I couldn't agree more with your words.
Fleur nodded, also sitting down on the ground to rest a bit. The two continued to sit and rest for a few more seconds, and after feeling that their bodies had recovered enough, they got up from the ground. And now standing, the two began to approach Crumb, and even though they knew that the scowling wizard was unconscious, they still did not let their guard down, walking cautiously towards him with their wands at the ready. Already facing Crumb's fallen body, Harry kicked him,
Lightly.
checking to see if he was really knocked out.
I don't think he'll get up this time.
He said after confirming their enemy's status. He then turned to Fleur.
Do you think that after that last spell of yours, when he wakes up, he will still be under the control of the Imperious Curse?
He asked her.
I don't know.
She pursed her lips with a thoughtful expression.
In some cases, a strong blow or being knocked unconscious would free people from the curse's control. But that also depends on the power and magic of the person who cast the curse.
And Crumb suffered many blows and injuries throughout the fight, and still he did not regain consciousness, which means that whoever cursed him is quite powerful.
So in that case, I'm not so sure that being unconscious will lift the curse from him.
She said, finishing her analysis.
I see.
And hearing all this, Harry nodded, lowering his head as he frowned. So what Fleur is trying to say is that when Crumb wakes up, he'll probably still be a cold, bloodthirsty madman who will try to kill her, Harry thought, which made his frown grow even deeper.
Maybe we should hit him a few more times and a little harder on the head to make sure he'll break free from the curse.
He pondered before shaking his head, deciding to leave that option aside. Even if he didn't like the Durmstrang champion, he still didn't want to cause him possible head trauma.
Sigh.
He asked, looking back at Fleur.
Hem.
And with that question, she began to scratch her chin before her eyes sparkled slightly. She then pointed her wand at Crumb.
Incarcerus.
She said, conjuring thick ropes that immediately wrapped around Crumb, binding him tightly. But that wasn't the end, and just to be on the safe side, she cast the spell 3 more times on him. And after using a few more restraint spells that she knew, Crumb was now practically mummified by several ropes, with his hands and feet tied behind his back almost like a captured animal.
Well, I think this will keep him contained for a while.
Fleur said after finishing her work, nodding satisfied to herself.
Hey,
Harry looked at Crumb's tangled situation with a strange look.
I hope Fleur doesn't have a fetish for this BDSM stuff, or else Ethan is really going to have a hard time with her.
Chapter 498. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Harry continued to stare with a strange grimace at Crumb and his peculiar situation, but he was quickly pulled out of his thoughts by Fleur, who raised her wand high and sent a few red sparks into the sky. The red sparks that shot out from the tip of her wand then rose up into the sky, breaking through the layer of mist that covered the maze and shining brightly in the night sky, visible to all those outside.
Well, with that, some teacher or ministry employee will quickly come here to get Crumb out of the maze, and after seeing this message, they will know what to do with him.
She said, putting away her wand. Hearing the part about a message, Harry blinked in confusion for a moment, but then he looked down and saw that in an area on the floor next to Crumb was written,
Imperious Curse.
in magic, which was obviously Fleur's work.
Do you think they'll believe us about Crumb being under the Imperious Curse?
Harry asked uncertainly. The reason for his uncertainty was that he was so used to the adults around him disbelieving and doubting him that he was expecting the same thing to happen again now. Especially in the current situation involving an unforgivable curse, one of the worst dark magics, something that should not be taken lightly.
Well, it would be stupid if they didn't believe us, since we wouldn't talk about something like that as a joke. And besides, the people in the stands must have watched everything that happened, and I doubt they didn't notice Crumb's abnormality either.
Fleur replied, shrugging nonchalantly. And she was sure that even if the people at the Ministry of Magic or Durmstrang and Hogwarts didn't believe her, the people at Beauxbatons and her parents would. Fleur's response caused Harry's eyes to widen slightly in surprise.
Oh, I had forgotten that people were watching us,
He said, before looking up at the 2-way mirrors that were floating above the walls of the maze. And he then began to wonder if his family had seen the whole fight between him and Fleur against Crumb, and if they had found his performance satisfactory and good.
Would it be really weird if I waved to my family through the mirrors?
He wondered, knowing that it wasn't just them watching him at this moment. But shaking his head, he pushed those random thoughts aside, looking back at the French blonde beside him.
Well, since everyone is watching us, then I guess we shouldn't worry about Crumb anymore.
He said, now feeling more at ease.
Yeah.
And Fleur nodded at that. After that, the two no longer knew what to do or say, falling into a slight silence. However, this silence did not last long, as it was soon broken by Fleur.
You know, the two of us make a good duo.
She commented. And remembering how efficient and powerful they were in the fight against Crumb, Harry couldn't help but nod.
I agree.
He said before pursing his lips.
But I guess I can't take too much credit for it, since a lot of our good performance was because of you.
Harry, don't underestimate yourself.
Fleur began.
The main reason we defeated Crumb was because of you.
She said, shaking her head with a self-deprecating smile.
Now you're the one underestimating yourself, Fleur.
Harry said.
It was you who planned our strategy, you who led us in the fight, and it was you who dealt him the final blow.
Well, since that's the case, it was you who saved me. You who kept Crumb on the defensive for practically the entire fight. You who suppressed him when I was already weak and without magic. And it was you who disarmed him.
Fleur said back with a slightly raised eyebrow.
If we consider the whole fight, you were very important, and that is something you cannot deny.
She concluded. Hearing this, Harry shook his head, smiling wryly.
You know what? How about we accept that we were both important in the fight?
Fleur pretended to think for a moment before nodding.
Okay, I think I can accept that.
She said with a small amused smile. And it was even a little strange and funny to see the two arguing while trying to give all the merit and importance in the fight to each other, saying that the most significant and main role was not theirs. And the Gryffindor Golden Boy and the French Vila knew how strange they were being, because after they finished talking they stared at each other for a few seconds before starting to laugh. And at this moment, while the boy who had always considered himself inferior and less important than others, and the girl who had always felt insufficient and belittled laughed, they couldn't help but feel that the understanding between them and their friendship had become stronger and firmer.
Having real friends is really nice.
Fleur thought happily as she stopped laughing, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. And in her mind, she already considered Harry one of her main friends, not that she had many friends to begin with. Of course, she still considered Ethan her best and most important friend, with him being the one she trusted, depended on, and felt most comfortable being around. However, the feelings she had for him went far beyond friendship, blossoming into a clear and strong feeling of love and affection that only grew with the passing of time. And considering the fact that she planned to turn her and Ethan's friendship into something more romantic, it wouldn't be wrong to say that there was a free friend spot for Harry. But returning to the present moment, after Harry and Fleur's laughter stopped, they felt the atmosphere around them become lighter. And then, without saying another word, the two looked at Crumb again, who was still tied up as if he had been the victim of some sexual predator.
Well, since we've already dealt with our grumpy colleague here, I think we'd better get back to looking for the cup.
Fleur said, reminding them both that the task was still going on. Realizing that they had been there for a long time, Harry nodded.
Yes, I agree.
He said. He was then going to ask Fleur what they would do next, but her next words made him freeze for a moment.
In that case, then I guess this is where we part ways.
She said. And that sentence made Harry feel the light atmosphere quickly dissolve, suddenly becoming more tense and heavy, making him nervous. However, he didn't want Fleur to notice his nervousness, so he nodded slowly.
Yeah.
He said, a forced smile appearing on his face. And Fleur, who was preparing to go back to looking for the cup, stopped, noticing a certain strangeness in Harry's tone of voice. Then with a curious look, she turned to look at the boy who lived.
Hi.
She raised an eyebrow, noticing that Harry seemed strangely tense and anxious, even though he tried to hide it.
We've already defeated Crumb, so why does he look like he's worried about something?
Strain.
She thought. But as soon as she finished that thought, her gaze fell on Crumb again, and she realized that in fact the danger had not passed, since Crumb was just a puppet, and whoever was controlling him was still out there, probably planning something else.
Wait a minute.
And it was in the next instant that Fleur's eyes widened slightly, as she remembered something that almost everyone seemed to have forgotten. She remembered the Halloween night that started the entire Triwizard tournament, where an underage boy had his name spat out by the Goblet of Fire, turning him into a champion in the competition. However, this boy, who was Harry, was an anomaly in the tournament, and he should not be competing. That strange situation caused many to theorize about what had happened, and everyone's assumption was that someone had put Harry's name in the goblet with the intention of putting him in danger during the tasks, so that he would be seriously injured or even die. And Fleur realized that now in the third task, it would be the mysterious criminal's last chance to actually do something against Harry. And the cursed Crumb they had just defeated proved that this criminal was already acting, and he obviously had no qualms about using dark magic as evidenced by the Imperious Curse.
Wait, but if the criminal wanted to hurt Harry, why did he stop Crumb from attacking him?
She asked herself, confused. But then she began to theorize that perhaps this was part of a much more evil and dangerous plan involving Harry, and that was certainly more worrying.
Well, it doesn't matter what this criminal's plan is. What matters now is that Harry is in danger.
She frowned. And with this notion, Fleur, who had developed a strong friendship with Harry, realized that getting the cup and winning the tournament was no longer that important.
Well, it's not like I have any hopes of winning the tournament, with Ethan competing too.
Chapter 499. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Harry, like Fleur, had also come to the conclusion that all the strange things happening in the maze were connected to the person who put his name in the goblet of fire. And he had realized this the moment he discovered that Crumb was under the Imperious curse. And now that they had dealt with this threat from Durmstrang's school, he knew that there would probably be other dangers awaiting them until the task was finished. In a situation like this, it was to be expected that Harry would be anxious and distressed, but the fact that Fleur and probably Ethan were also in danger made him even more worried. Of course, he knew that Ethan was strong and that he knew how to handle himself in the face of danger, but that didn't alleviate any of his worries, because the one who was after his life didn't mind killing the other champions. And in fact, perhaps this mysterious criminal's focus for now is actually to eliminate all the champions in the maze before going after him, as evidenced by the attempted assassination of the hypnotized Crumb. Knowing all this, Harry felt a growing sense of fear, worry and guilt overcome him, since everything dangerous that was happening in the maze was happening because of him. So even without knowing it, and obviously without intention, Harry had put his two friends in great mortal danger. But now that Fleur had said that the two of them should separate and each go their own way to find the cup, he couldn't help but feel tense and worried, while at the same time feeling a certain relief, as being with him would probably put Fleur in even more danger.
Well, at least this way, the unknown criminal might leave Fleur aside and focus only on me.
He thought with a slightly guilty look. Since Fleur was neither an empath nor a legilimens, she was unaware of Harry's thoughts or his distressing feelings of worry and self-loathing. And even if she did know, she would simply dismiss his concerns with a dismissive wave of her hand and also tell him that he shouldn't feel guilty about anything, as she already knew the dangers she would face by entering the tournament when she put her name in the goblet. Besides, having a psychopathic dark wizard try to kill her wasn't his fault at all. The only people who could be blamed for this were the tournament organizers who didn't take more serious and safe measures to protect the goblet, and the damn criminal who was causing all this chaos. But well, returning to the present moment, Fleur's eyes shone with determination and seriousness, and she decided in her mind that she would not abandon Harry in this dangerous situation. And now, with a new conviction, Fleur decided that they would face the maze and its threats together until they, or Ethan, found the cup.
You know what? Forget what I said before.
Fleur said, pulling Harry out of his thoughts and making him blink in confusion. He looked at her blankly. Seeing his confused look, Fleur began to speak again.
Look, we are practically exhausted, and without magic after so much fighting. And from here on we will probably have to face more challenges in this maze. So taking that into consideration, I realized that it would be better if we kept walking together. That way we would have a greater chance of reaching the end of the maze, or at least getting out of here alive, and without getting too hurt. Besides, we already know that we make a good duo, so it wouldn't be impossible for us to reach the cup, and when we find it, we can then decide who will keep it and win the tournament.
Fleur finished saying, nodding at her simple yet accurate analysis of their situation. Hearing this explanation, Harry knew that the Vila girl had raised good points, and that staying together really was the best choice they could make, but even so he couldn't help but grimace.
I don't think that's the best option,
He said with a hesitant tone in his voice, not explaining why he thought that. And Fleur, who could read people's expressions better than Harry could hide his, quickly realized why the green-eyed boy was hesitant and nervous.
Harry, I understand why you're afraid and hesitant about us continuing to walk together. I really do.
She began, looking at the Gryffindor calmly.
But the thing is, I've already made up my mind about this, and nothing you can say or do will make me change my mind. So, put aside your unnecessary and meaningless thoughts, and let's go look for that damn cup.
Fleur finished, smiling with a playful but determined and fierce look on her face. And what she said, along with her decisive and firm tone, left Harry speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to react to Fleur's stubborn words, but he knew that now that his friend from Beauxbatons had made a decision, she wouldn't give in for anything. He hadn't known her for long, but from the short time he had spent with her and interacted with her, he knew that she was someone stubborn and persistent. And with that notion, he knew that she would continue to insist on walking with him even if he didn't want to, and that made him realize that from the beginning he never had an opinion on this matter.
Sigh.
Harry asked after a few seconds of silence, looking at Fleur with a slight ironic smile on his face. And Fleur didn't even need to think to know that the
Him.
he was referring to was their wild, black-haired friend.
Well, no one has ever told me that, but if someone did, I would consider it a huge compliment.
She smiled happily.
Of course you would.
He shook his head in amusement. And seeing him acting like that, Fleur realized that he had decided to accept her idea, not that he had much of a choice. But now that he was no longer resisting or hesitating to continue exploring the maze alongside her, Fleur realized that they had to start moving, as they didn't know when or how the mysterious criminal would strike again.
Well, since that's all settled, I think we should get back to looking for the cup.
She said, changing the subject and receiving a nod from Harry. And with Harry's nod of agreement, Fleur turned, looking around the area where they were until her gaze focused on one of the maze paths that was closest to them.
Okay, then let's go. We have a fucking task to finish.
The blonde girl proclaimed, before starting to head in that direction. Hearing Fleur's vulgar language that did not match her beautiful and delicate appearance, Harry could only shake his head with an ironic look before following her. And so the two champions from two different schools began their exploration through the dangerous and treacherous maze, searching together for the cup that would end this deadly task and tournament. Outside the maze,
That was one of the most incredible and spectacular fights I have ever seen. I agree. That was exciting.
these three are very talented.
Talented and powerful. Yeah.
These were some of the comments that could be heard coming from the people in the stands, with practically everyone who was watching the tournament talking about or applauding the fight they had just seen. Just as Fleur had said, her and Harry's fight against Crumb was broadcast to the entire audience in the stands, with the teachers, students, ministry staff, and guests seeing everything that had happened to them from the moment Harry bumped into Fleur. And after seeing how these three champions faced each other in this dangerous, fierce, and dazzling magical fight, everyone couldn't help but praise and applaud them. And they also began to feel that this task really deserved to be the last and most important one, and that it was worth coming all the way to Hogwarts, and in some cases all the way to Britain to watch it.
I wasn't expecting the two of them to join forces in this fight, nor that they would have such good synchrony and synergy between them.
Professor Flitwick, who was on standby outside the maze, said, looking in surprise at the large mirror that showed Harry and Fleur running around the place looking for the cup.
Yeah.
Professor McGonagall beside him nodded, also looking at the large mirror.
They really worked very well together.
She said, and there was a hint of pride in her gaze as she looked at her green-eyed student. Hearing this, Professor Snape, who was next to the two, snorted in derision, finding the two's praise of
Potter.
completely biased and unnecessary. But even though he didn't like the arrogant boy, he couldn't help but feel a little impressed by him, realizing that maybe, just maybe, Harry really did have some magical ability. And that was the only positive thing that Professor Snape could think of about Harry, but beyond this small positive impression that he would deny existed at all costs, Professor Snape also felt that there was something wrong with the whole situation.
Tusk.
Chapter 500. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Professor Snape was not the only person who had sensed that there was something strange and bad happening at that moment. Headmaster Dumbledore, Nick, Penny, Sirius, and some other experienced and powerful wizards and witches also realized that the situation inside the maze was a little abnormal. And besides them, those very close to Crumb also noticed this abnormality when they noticed the strangeness of the Bulgarian boy's actions. However, as they all just felt that something was wrong and had no certainty or proof that something darker was happening, they remained in their seats, deciding to continue watching the rest of the tournament. Of course, the two-way mirrors picked up the sounds of what was happening in the maze, but since they were high up and not that close to the champions, they were only able to pick up and transmit the loud sounds of the fights. And that was exactly why no one here when Crumb started saying the killing curse incantation when he cornered Fleur, making everyone think he was about to cast just another ordinary spell. Headmaster Dumbledore leaned forward in his seat on the judge's stand. He, of course, knew that there was much more at stake in this task than just one champion and one school winning the Triwizard Tournament. However, even knowing this, he did not have any concrete and truthful information about what was really happening, and with only assumptions and theories, there was not much he could do.
It seems the hidden gears that drive this dark plot have finally begun to turn.
He mused, having waited for this moment since that Halloween night when Harry's name came out of the goblet. Headmaster Dumbledore then leaned back in his seat.
But well, for now I will just watch and wait, and when the criminal reveals himself I will act,
He thought, running his hand through his long white beard. And with a calm and serene expression, he returned to paying attention to the scenes that were passing in the large two-way mirror. And as he looked at the two students who were going deeper into the maze, a calculating and serious glint briefly flickered in his blue eyes. Back to the main fight. Ethan POV. While Harry and Fleur went back to searching for the cup, and while some powerful minds outside were lost in deep thought, in a place in the maze far from everyone's eyes, a very deadly and violent fight was still going on.
Huff!
I was panting lightly, gripping my wand tightly as I coldly looked at the dozens of corpses of magical creatures around me.
It's finally over.
I thought, no longer feeling any magic belonging to magical creatures, showing that I had eliminated all the creatures that were nearby. After casting my tremor spell that caused a disaster in this area of the maze, I began massacring all the crazed magical creatures that had been lured here. And because there were so many creatures in this place, it took me a while to eliminate them all, which consequently tired me out, even though my resistance and energy were very high. But now that this one-sided battle was over, I could finally take a break and breathe, realizing that somewhere in my struggle I had let my emotions get a little out of control. I was feeling my heart beating violently as my blood boiled, excited for some more action and fighting. And the sight of the bodies around me and the strong smell of blood and iron that was spread throughout the place were triggering my senses, causing a strange and unfamiliar feeling to arise within me. A violent, dangerous, and wild feeling that asked to be released.
This is disturbing,
I thought with a frown, using my empathy and occlumency to try to extinguish these chaotic feelings. As I tried to suppress my wild emotions and bloodlust and control my ragged breathing, I heard some clapping sounds coming from behind me. And snapping out of my thoughts and turning around, I saw Barty Jr. standing a few feet away from me, applauding with an excited, almost manic look on his face. Clap, clap, clap.
That was really exciting and bloody. And I must say, watching that massacre inspired me.
Barty Jr. said, grinning wildly at me.
Oh, you're still alive.
I said in a clearly disappointed tone of voice. And hearing this, Barty Jr. put his hand on his chest.
That hurt my feelings, you know.
He looked at me with a false expression of sadness.
Good, but your feelings aren't the only thing I intend to hurt.
I said dryly, raising my wand with the intention of casting a violent spell at him.
Wow, let's calm down a bit. We don't need to solve everything with violence.
He said, raising his hands in surrender, not realizing or ignoring the hypocrisy of his sentence. But I wasn't fooled by his act, especially since he still held his wand in his hand and I could feel his malice and cruelty. And just when I was about to start attacking him, he started talking again.
You know, there aren't many people who can say they killed nearly 100 dangerous magical creatures in one night, especially not in such a cruel and bloody way. And looking at you and thinking about everything you've done so far, I can't help but be impressed, and that's why I wanted to make you a proposal.
He said, and even though I wanted to rip his head off, hearing him talk about a proposal made me stop for a moment.
Proposal?
I raised an eyebrow in curiosity, still not lowering my wand.
Yes, a proposal.
He nodded. And noticing my curiosity and slight interest, Barty Jr. continued to speak.
You are powerful knight, and on top of that you are also clever, cunning, and have a talent for magic rarely seen. But above all, you do not limit yourself to unimportant things like morals or ethics, as evidenced by the violent and dark spells you cast and by your cruel and bloody methods. And all of this shows that you have almost everything needed to become someone important and recognized in the future. But know that with your weak and common origins, it will not be possible for you to truly show your full potential to the wizarding world.
He looked at me seriously, as if this was a definitive fact.
And knowing this, I can't help but feel sad, seeing that a wizard with such great abilities and skills as yours is just wasting his gifts following the stupid laws of the ministry and Dumbledore's absurd and cowardly rules.
Speaking up to hear, Barty Jr. then paused, letting his
serious
and
concerned
words sink into my mind. And when he talked about my future, he really did sound indignant, disappointed, and worried. And if I didn't know him and couldn't feel his emotions, I probably would have been fooled by his acting.
I think I know where he's going with this sentimental speech.
I thought, narrowing my eyes as I resisted the urge to let out a disdainful snort. Unaware of my thoughts, Barty Jr. just saw that I was still paying attention to him, which made him nod to himself before he spoke again.
And well, Ethan,
he began, changing the way he called me to show that there was a certain closeness and familiarity between us.
I don't want you to have your future and potential limited because of these simple problems and issues. And luckily for you, I know of a way for you to change that. And that way obviously has to do with your proposal, doesn't it?
I asked calmly.
Yes.
He nodded. Barty Jr. then paused again, perhaps to create suspense and dramatic effect or to reorganize his thoughts, but after a few seconds he opened his mouth again.
My proposal to you is simple, Ethan.
He finally said, looking at me seriously.
Join me our cause and serve the great and powerful Dark Lord.
And as he spoke about his master, a fanatical and crazy glint flashed in Barty Jr.'s eyes, which made me grimace. But without noticing my frown and my strange look at him, Barty Jr. continued with his passionate speech.
Support us wholeheartedly in this noble cause of ours that seeks to purify magic, expanding our influence and ideology until we, the true heirs of magic, dominate the world. And when we have control over the entire world, you, as a follower of the Dark Lord, will be duly rewarded, and then all the chains that bind and limit you will be destroyed. And so you, Ethan, will be able to show everyone your true power. So what do you say, Ethan Knight? Will you join my lord's cause and serve him faithfully?